Namaste, fam. Welcome to another Fearlessly Authentic. We got a good conversation ready for tonight. Start us out.
Mute
Oh,
that.
you gotta.
I got it. Sorry about that.
Hey, we do it live. We don't claim to be experts.
Cheers, Sam. Hello, everyone.
I'm gonna just kind of go over a couple things as people kind of come in. Um, so how are you doing, Charlie Brown?
Um, Snafu and you.
Doing better. I'm getting over the cold or the whatever, the COVID, whatever the hell it is. So Steve's upstairs resting. He's not it's weird because this is a very linear sickness is what I would call it. Like first Skyla got it, then me, and then him. So he's like just a couple days behind me in symptoms and everything. And I'm starting to get my taste back. Oh,
Nice. Hi, Trish.
there
It's
we
nice to see you. Sorta. It's
Yeah, how is everybody? Yeah, let's say hi to who's in the chat with us. Mona. I love Mona. Have you met Mona yet?
sacred.
Have you met have you yet? Oh my god, have you met Mona yet, Charlie?
Mona.
Yeah,
I don't know. I
Mona.
don't believe so.
Awesome.
Hello, Dolores.
And we
Mona,
have
is this Yona's alter ego, or is this someone you're?
Yona worked 12 hours today. Oh, am I getting more echo? Am I echoing?
No, you sound good on my end.
Okay. Oh my god.
And Noli's still stuck in Philly, I guess.
Yeah, well Yona worked, hang on, let me finish Yona's
Catching up on everybody.
yeah,
My
Yona
bad.
works like 11 to 11 today. So he's not going to come on tonight and he's feeling a little yucky. So positive vibes and love and quick healing out to our brother Yona. Hopefully he will feel better. Um yes,
Feeling
and
around for
and
everybody.
Noli D, our other beautiful lady, she is in Philadelphia. Yes.
What's up, George?
I'm like looking for my thing so I can go to the channel on the YouTubes.
Have you spoken with Noli as to whether they finally solved her accommodation issues?
Yeah,
They,
I don't want to
she's
go
still in the
into that.
same.
I don't want to go into that like on
Okay.
here, but yeah, she's
Yeah, I didn't mean
doing
to.
okay. Yeah,
Sorry, Noli. I didn't mean to put your shit out in the street there.
if you guys do see one of those bot things and you catch it, if you can do me a favor and just report it as spam, because that actually reports it and removes that bot, because they've been like hacking and getting into people's shit on YouTube. It's not a person, they're bots, and then there's trolls too, but trolls are the different ones. And I don't censor the trolls unless it's like to the absolute extreme. I invite them to come on and hash it out with us if they don't like something we're talking about or how we're doing things. I always like to invite anybody on to come and join us and be part of the conversation. I think that's really important to give everybody a voice, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, we got George in here. Yeah, Noli is fine. She went to Philly. They had some pretty heavy snow out there for Philly, I think. I've never lived in Philly. I lived in Jersey, and we used to go to Philly and stuff, but I don't remember getting like a ton of snow there ever. Like, I don't know. You guys tell me.
My cousin used to live in PA, or well, still does, not in Philly specifically, but they get some pretty good snow.
We are not giving the trolls a wrench, Popeye. No.
Hey, Oz. Hey, buddy.
Oh, the bots. I mean, yeah, no bots. And I don't really want to give them to the trolls either. You know, 'cause, that could be a little crazy. I will invite them on, and if but I try to give everybody that freedom to drop links to share with each other. Who was on Tila? I missed something, Popeye. Your bot. And let's see. So I said hi to George, right? I got George. I don't want to miss anybody. We got OZwhistles. How are you, Oz? Oh, George is in Kentucky. Oh yeah, that's where Yona is too. You guys, how are you guys doing in that area? Like, you guys, remember, Charlie, we stayed up all night with Yona when the storm, when all those crazy tornadoes went by. We stayed up with Yona all night long, like to the wee hours to make sure that Yona and the fam were safe.
Yeah, his kids weren't.
Yona was on T-Lab? No, really? Like in the chat or
I didn't see him in the chat. I was on there. That was a really great drop that Ryan did today. I didn't see. I wasn't in for all of it, but I didn't see Yona.
Yeah, I'm so behind on watching like T-Lab and some of the other shows just because I've been resting so much, You're cruising. What kind of cruising are you doing, Oz? If you are driving, do not respond. If you are the driver, I want you to make sure you you stay nice and safe. Popeye, but was he on what was he on? Like, do you mean on T-Lab as in on the show with Ryan? Because if that's true, he should have texted me. If he didn't, I'm going to be mad at him.
He knows now. He's lurking right now. He knows. He can hear it. His Yona senses are tingling. You fucked up, Yona. Don't cross the lucky.
I'm about to text him. But like,
press your luck.
Oh, he was on the Rockfin chat. Okay. I'm like, what? Oh no, is that the other YouTube? Oh, see, there's multiple YouTubes. We're on like 3 at a time, so I don't even know if the bots are in this one. Are they showing up in the Lucky Burrito chat, or where are they showing up? I don't know.
That's right. We're streaming from KRTD, but you're streaming to your...
We are streaming. We are streaming to, let me see.
Hey, phenomenal. Good to see you.
Phenomenal. Mrs. says, hello.
Yeah, I got
Oz says, hey, flagging down the freeway at an insane MPH. Oh, miles per hour. You better be careful, Oz. So,
10 and 2, mate. 10 and 2.
We are streaming to 2 different Facebooks, Shane's and KRTD's. We are streaming to Lucky Burrito YouTube. We are streaming to the KRTD in the backup, Twitch, and Twitter for KRTD.
Hey, Jilly.
Oh, okay. Let's see what Oz is saying. Sorry, dudes, my driving joke. I'm cruising on my chair in my front of the computer thing. Don't Oz. I will figure out a way to get somebody in Australia.
I'm still thinking the 10 and 2 rule applies here, mate.
Hi, Jilly. What are you saying, Popeye? Take a screenshot of the other YouTube alternative metaverse with me sporting the goatee. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Is that another picture that you sent us that I missed?
Do I have hair in that metaverse, Popeye? Like on my head?
Steve was on that Second Life or whatever that he used to play on. He's on it earlier and he's like, yeah, this is my avatar walking around. I'm like, no, get off of that freaking thing. He's like, I won't put on any glasses things because it's not like the same thing. It's more set up like The Sims or something. And I'm like, no, get over there.
I feel like an alien when people start talking about. I haven't played video games since Tetris was like popular, so I don't
do, you,
really.
do you know that
I
I
mean,
have my original Game Boy and my original Tetris game?
what was I didn't know we didn't have a Game Boy. What was the thing? Nintendo, I
Yeah, that's
guess.
what it is. It's the
Well, I
handheld.
mean the stupid console looking. That's as far as I went. So
Yeah, I had that.
never been a video game person. I
We
was
have a couple.
watching.
We have a couple systems in my house. I mean, I when I was younger, I did, and in my like 20s and stuff, but I don't do it as much. Skyla does. She plays like Minecraft and stuff like that.
I just used to like kind of like trolling Wilson last night while he was playing some kind of zombie game. I was just giving him shit, and he had people in the background. It's so weird. They must have been on Discord or something. So it's
Yeah,
like all these
yeah.
different platforms like tuning in all at once, and like I could hear one of the guys in the background like reading my comments. He's like, "What the fuck are you talking?" He's like, he wasn't understanding what I was, and I was like trolling Wilson hard. And you could
Yeah,
just see like the
he's
look on his
talking
face, he's like paying attention to the game, but the look off the side of his face is priceless. He's like, "What the fuck?"
So Charlie Brown is talking about Mr. Wilson live, just so you guys know what he's talking about. I'm like, wait, I don't know if they all know Mr. Wilson. Mr.
Well, if you don't,
Wilson is if you've been on here before, you probably have heard me say he's a slightly inappropriate Pakistani man.
friend of the show.
Yes, he is. He is the most adorable, slightly inappropriate Pakistani man. And he actually said he would host us if we went to Pakistan. So super excited. One day.
He promised me he'll play at my funeral too, so I got that going for me, which is nice.
What? Okay, I want that deal. He sings me songs sometimes.
I used to want Led Zeppelin, but that ain't gonna happen. So next best thing, maybe Stever could do some kind of duet with him or something.
Oh my gosh, those two are so funny when they play.
That was really cool. On I still can't. I
We
really
missed
liked that on the birthday thing for Stever.
we
Cool.
missed Popeye's Star Trek reference. Sorry, man. Well, how about Spaceballs? Oh, let's see. Oh, Kate. I was asking where Kate was earlier, or at least I know I was thinking it. Did I say it on the chat earlier? I think I was like, where's Kate?
I think you thought it, but didn't say it out loud. I do that all the time.
Well,
Or,
you know what? Usually when that happens, the person like texts me or they show up. So was Tetris a video game? Yeah, it was the video game with like the blocks where you had to like fit them together. Like I always say, like, oh, I was really good at Tetris, and besides, the fact that I moved every couple of years and I saw how the boxes all went in with all.
I was just going to make that reference. Exactly. I think that's the only reason why I like Tetris is because I lost track of all the people I've helped move in my lifetime, and they'd often call me up. It's like, you can freaking pack that truck like nobody else.
Yeah, I know. I'm the one that I can see things spatially, like if they're gonna fit, if it's gonna fit or something like that. I can usually look at something and just tell by looking at it. I don't know. It's pretty cool. Yeah, OZwhistles says Wilson rocks, but he's like prop way too fast for me. Yeah, I was gonna go on his Discord last night and hang out, but I wasn't. I was kind of like, ugh. So I just like laid down and watched some other stuff.
I'm gonna need one of you crazy kids to like really help me out with that Discord thing. I'll never figure it out. I go on there and it's just like there's nothing there. I have no idea how to work it. It's bizarre.
Yes, phenomenal. He is so cute. He's come on the show too a couple times. I should message him on Discord. He accepted my friend request, so I can message him. I'm supposed to go on there and like set up like, I think he sent me the number like for him for WhatsApp or whatever to get in touch with him and Sylvia, and I just completely forgot. I feel bad. Sorry, Mr. Wilson, if you're out there in the universe. He's like 14 hours, I think, ahead of us or something.
I thought it was 10. You might be right. I've been trying to figure all the time differences out.
I don't know.
Were you in the chat last night?
That's my yeah, I was in the chat. You don't
No,
remember?
no. When Indy came in from Independent Free Press, I didn't know. I guess they must Noli and he and Noli must already be acquaintances. I didn't. She's just freaking got tendrils all over the place. But
Oh yeah,
at least
she
the way
knows a lot of people in the network, but yeah, she knows him.
I
So
mean, he's in London, so I just thought
I
that was pretty cool.
I told you though that because Noli knows him, I can get him on the show. Remember?
I didn't know that's who you were talking about.
Yeah. I mean, I can get Andy Love News too on. Like I can
I
get.
barely do my daily function stuff, so I'm surprised I can catch up with any of the stuff you guys are talking about. Doing my
Hi,
best here.
gamer. Kate said maybe she'll just look for a little bit. Yes, we love Mr. Wilson. Maybe Mr. Wilson will come in and hang out. All right. So tonight we have a pretty cool topic because, Charlie Brown and I like to talk about, like, the mental health and, our own self examination of that. So, I have a couple cool notes that I write stuff down sometimes when I'm thinking about it, like, ooh, that would be really cool to cover. So I thought, are you being truthful with yourself would be a good topic, right? Because we can critique others, but we should also do that for ourselves. And that can be hard to acknowledge your own faults of things. But first, we're gonna do a card because I forgot.
I was just going to suggest that too, on the same page.
See? Oh yeah, Pakistan is 10 hours ahead of us of Eastern time. All right, well that's cool. I thought, see, I was off. All right, so it's always do your best. Take action without expecting a reward. That's the. Let me see it. I'm getting better about being able to show you the different things. Oh, I can put it on a full screen. Hang on. Here we go. And then the back of it, the card says, do your best and take action because you love it, not because you expect a reward. When you take action without expecting a reward, you enjoy every action and you can even receive greater rewards than you imagined. That's really beautiful. So it's take action without expecting a reward. There we go. Yeah. So I'm going to read that one more time. I like to always read it twice so we can digest it. So do your best and take the action because you love it, not because you expect a reward. That's really important. When you take action without expecting a reward, you enjoy every action and you can even receive greater rewards than you imagined. And that's the card again. Our pretty cards. And just because I always like to give credit, that is the 4 agreement cards that I use. Really awesome. I absolutely love them. And oh, there we go. And I always just pick one random out of the middle, and then I put the one we did to the very back. So, I mean, there's 48. We'll see when we get through the end of that. And then there's another deck that I haven't gotten yet, but I definitely want to get for us.
Cool. That goes with what we were talking about the other day. I think about, no matter what type of job I've ever had, I just always looked at it like whether I was shoveling shit or whatever, had my own gig going for a while. You just always do your best. Because at the end of the day, it's like, I don't know too many people who work like honest work. Like, I don't want to, insult anybody, but I mean, like work who are, do terribly well. Like nobody really gets paid particularly well, obviously. Yeah. But at least at the end of the day, you have some pride and, and that's doing your personal best. And like reflecting, honestly, I don't see the point, like how it makes any sense for us to be pointing fingers at anybody else if we're not examining ourselves first. Like, how the hell are you seeing things clearly unless you can It's not like don't come correct or don't come at all, but I'm just saying make an effort. And I think that's where, I'm always coming from. It's just
Yeah, don't
all in the
expect.
process. We can trade notes. It takes a lot of the piss out of things. And you know what I mean? It's, oh, you're human too. Holy shit. I'm human. You're human too. Oh, wow. We can get rid of a lot of bullshit and we can just talk about regular shit
Yeah,
meaningfully
yeah,
instead of
like Kate just said. She said, "Take action without expecting a reward." It's the kind of thing my mom always told us kids. Oh, I'm not. I'm not here. Forgot. Yeah, you're
screw you.
lurking. Hi, Mariana. I saw that you came in, my unicorn twin.
Hi, Mariana.
Oh, and then we have horny
What's
unicorn.
up, unicorn, sir?
Yes, I love horny unicorn, guys. If you have not seen, horny unicorn was on the show with us. It was what was it? A couple of shows back. So he said he briefly heard Bill Gates saying generic vaccine production is impossible. But now it turns out that Cuba has started helping a few countries do exactly that. Mm. In Oz, yeah, that's crazy. I feel like, with big pharma denying the boop boops to, to other countries, they're not saving the people's lives.
That's a gift to those countries, as far as I'm concerned.
Yep. But I
As far
heard
as the
Cuba's was
fucking
good.
data's
But
concerned.
we have to remember though that coronavirus is that is the cold. This is just this is one on steroids. It's something that, and we're never going to get rid of it and everybody's going to get it. So it's just a matter of, getting it and getting your natural immunity, hopefully.
I saw somebody point out the other day that the COVID is actually GOVID. That's the freaking end purpose of all this shit. It's for a fucking government
Oh.
ID.
Oh my God.
I thought that's what actually COVID. So that's what COVID even stood for to begin with, anywhere. It's something about something vaccine ID or some shit.
Yeah, I don't want to get too far into that rabbit
Right.
hole
Well,
right
I'm
now.
just, but
So,
it does play into the whole, like, effectiveness of narratives on people's brain boxes and
yeah,
subsequent behaviors.
it's more so they're coming after everybody right now. So I'm just trying to use a little bit of caution, especially in the beginning of a stream, because that's when they pick it up. No, they do.
No, I laugh to keep from crying, sister. I hear you.
And I don't want to do that. It's freaking bullshit. It's freaking bullshit. They have like some of the nastiest stuff on YouTube, but you can't talk about your own personal experiences and everything else.
I'm hoping that trend, as it continues, because obviously it will, that enough people will go, what the fuck, finally, I saw as soon as, they took Alex Jones. Yes, he's a nutball, but he does say some real true shit occasionally. And you know what I mean? I don't give a shit what spout the truth comes out of. I just, please, can we have some truth?
We have to remember that there's a lot of things that become true that people are like, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's not necessarily crazy. We need to keep that open mind to things and say, yeah, until I have like something definitive with that, then then it's probably not true. I don't believe it, but keep your mind there and don't use absolutes of it will never happen. That couldn't be true. That's not, unless you are 100% about something, then I challenge myself to not use an absolute and say that can never be true.
Right.
We
I
don't
try to
know
look at,
that. We don't know what the plan
right.
is behind the scenes.
With anything, I try to like, like my current understanding of this is thus. It could change 5 minutes from now if new evidence presents itself.
It's like the weather in New England. Wait 5 minutes and it will be different.
Well, it keeps you on your toes, right? Keeps you honest. You can go outside. And I mean, that's why you see New Englanders out in shorts and tank tops and fucking boots in the winter, because we're like in denial, some of us. So, but
self-censoring is stupid. I don't want to go into that. Like, we go into that a lot on here. We usually do not, but I just don't really want to go down that rabbit hole right now. It's just, it's a different, it's way off from kind of like where we're really headed with, that I'm thinking, we should be with, just with tonight. I mean, it might go there later, but only being this early in, I am like it's more of a delay. It's not really because they like, I don't know, they scan your words or something. Now you guys got to remember, after the first podcast that I did, basically an intro to what I wanted to talk about and how I wanted to think critically and have everybody have a voice and come on and see who people are behind the scenes, if they want to whatever they want to share as to who they are. I think it's so cool to see, you know what I mean, what people's talents are and what they like to do. I mean, I didn't know that Oz made amazing whistles, like he, you know what I mean, that he does, and all these other things. I didn't know those things about people, and putting a face to the name also, it bonds us, as a community. You get to see the person's real. Not that I think any of you guys are fake, but it just it's a connection, that is a beautiful thing. And I was always weird about like being on camera before, so you guys can get over it too, or you can do how Charlie is without being on camera right now. But yeah, after the first show, just trying to like basically outline, the show and how I thought it would, like how I would like to really explore everything with you guys and interact with you guys. I like having that. I like putting your things up, your chats up on the screen, and I try to get as much as I possibly can without getting too far behind. But I feel like that's important, like when I am in other places and, I don't know, I enjoy it. I like interacting with you guys. And look, I got these amazing, co-hosts. And remember, all of you are gonna come on and be co-hosts too with me. Yeah, see, there is a guy behind the curtain there. I think everyone needs a serious
It is a
freedom.
truly disturbing trend, though. I mean, obviously, it's almost impossible not to get into it for those of us who are trying to stay awake about the self-censorship just to try and keep a fucking conversation alive on these. This really, I think we all pretty much agree, these really need to be considered public utilities effectively at this point, especially,
What?
the way they're trying to, like, it's just, you can't have it both ways. Tell everybody to stay indoors and be afraid and not do what the rest of the planet did, and like, allow, help people to stay afloat in the times of dire need, and be it, just the money alone would have been helpful, let alone the healthcare and all that kind of shit. But then, what are you supposed to do? Like, it's absolute, like I keep saying, it's a biological, physiological imperative. It's not a choice that we need each other. We need to have meaningful interaction with one another. So this can be, a good, albeit temporary. I don't see it really for the long run. I mean, it's better than nothing, but building community, what we're doing here, has been really important for a lot of people. It has been in so many ways. And, for them to be throttling it like it is, and throttling conversation and all. Again, I know you don't want to get into it too much here, but
Yeah.
and I understand and appreciate that, but I just wanted to kind of throw it out there and concur, because I know everybody else feels the same way too. So
Yeah, Mariana just said Kit from Hard Lens was making a case for self-censorship the other day. Come on, that's not something like. No, I'm not for that. I'm not trying to censor myself. I'm just trying to hold back any part of that just right now. Like, and I can't wait until we can, get over on other platforms that do not do that. Which, well, I don't want to get into all that right now.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch that, because I really respect Kit. I appreciate the work that he does, and I think he's a person of integrity from what I've seen.
Sorry,
and it just people who are, it's fuck everybody being into the same thing with Unicorn, being put, or you, Trish, and I don't want to, you guys had already shared your business, but being put in positions to fucking against, basically being coerced if you want to participate in fucking society on any level, in any aspect, is absolute fucking tyranny. It's fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
You see that one earlier where the old lady comes out of the freaking shopping center just getting groceries, or if I think it was a pharmacy, might have been, actually, I don't know exactly where she just come out of Australia. and they arrested her and threw her in the back of a paddy wagon
and put her freaking groceries off to the side. Like, you don't even know what this woman has in her bag. What if that's her medication?
Yeah.
Like, how
Totally.
dare you?
Yep.
And 6 cops to
Yeah.
arrest the little old lady.
Right.
Like, how do you need that many? And do you guys realize you're making a freaking choice here? They're making a freaking choice to do that, to take that action. They could say, whatever else they could say. She was like, I'll show you my papers. But, yeah, I don't want to. That was awful.
Yeah. Sorry. Christ.
Yeah, it's hard. My self-censor has saved my face from getting punched quite a few times. I mean, maybe I got to tell my mind at a later time. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that that's true. I think that's very true. There are times when I pick my level of being fearlessly authentic. There are definitely different levels to that. Like, there are certain people that I just don't want to talk about certain things with. Family doesn't bring loyalty, guys. It's not necessarily true. Your family,
Discernment is a skill that must be cultivated for sure, and we're sort of conditioned not to develop that. So it's got to be a conscious. Good night, Popeye. Have a good one, man.
Sleep well. Gosh, Oz, what if the old lady had a bomb in her bags? Oz, I love that you are in such a good mood tonight. All right, so I took a few notes. Like, I think I started to talk about that. So when I'm talking about you guys being truthful to yourselves, I'm talking kind of about like, where do you find your truth? And also, remember, finding your truth and speaking your truth is not always going to be freaking comfortable. It's not. It is not always comfortable to, to express the truth of what's happening and to speak up. Like those cops, right? The cops weren't like, if was that their authentic self? Was that who they are? You know what I mean? Like that's who you are in your core, and you just go along to get along, or is that how they really feel? You know what I mean? It's like almost, it's such a cult among certain groups of people or certain jobs or whatever, and it's like, I wouldn't do that. I couldn't. I would have to go and turn it, first off, I would never be a cop. But like, if there was any job where I had to restrict somebody in that way, I couldn't do it. I would not be able to with like, I couldn't. Like,
I think that maybe Oz or somebody else could correct me if I'm wrong in this. I think the term for that is something like post-enlightenment rationalism, meaning you got to like be able to separate your soul from your existence in order to just like be a part of this soulless society. It's a mechanical sort of society, and we're not. I don't care what Descartes or whoever the fucking was came up with that whole mechanical idea of the universe, but they were wrong. We're not. Yeah, it doesn't quite work like that. I mean, I'm sure there's some degree of accuracy to it, but it's not the big picture clearly. Because if it were, we wouldn't be fucking going to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah, like is it willful ignorance or is it on purpose? And we have to, look at where people are and the knowledge that they have, and they might feel like they are just doing the right thing. And that's where we need to be authentic and call it out, because knowledge is power. Speaking truth is the power. That is how we do better as a society. That's how we do better as a whole. Like, if you don't agree with something and you feel like, if you speak up about it, a lot of times it can make sense to others and it can help them grow too. And if it's not a matter of like trying to bully somebody or put them down, and you're doing it from like, because you really want better, that intention matters, I think. And just communicating that that's the intention. What do you think of that?
Well, I don't know. Sometimes the more I know, the less the crazier I feel.
Well, yeah. There's certain days where I'm just like,
I,
man, I just want to go crawl under a rock. I see why people go there, but we have to go towards our fears, because if
like
we walk away from our fears, then we are not going to change anything. If we want to stay in a comfortable bubble and we don't want to go towards the things that scare us, the things that we feel like should be spoken out about. Like, what if those cops walked towards their fear and said, you know what, guys, we're not going to do this. This isn't right. What if people decided to just say no more, because that's what we need. We need people to say no more. That's the only way we're gonna, like, we got to wake everybody up. That doesn't mean that we know all the truth, but having a larger conversation about it and trying to figure it out together, that's how we evolve and move forward as a community.
well, I do a lot of research, a lot of about just from different perspectives on being in the world. I find a lot of usefulness in the Buddhist perspective and a lot of ancient traditions and indigenous perspectives and the things that have stuck around for a long time. There was a really good book penned by Pema Chodron. She's a Western Buddhist nun of the Shambhala tradition, and she wrote a really good book. I think it was called The Places That Scare You. And I like how she really is able to take Buddhism and put it into like a good framework, because she grew up, wasn't always a nun. She did the whole westernized culture thing. She's a mom and a wife and all that kind of stuff. And but she has a really good way with words of putting stuff in. And she talks a lot about like leaning into the edges of things and leaning into our discomfort. What's the term for that in Shenpa? The stuff that sort of triggers us. I don't like to use that term. Sometimes it's sort of bastardized, but you know what I mean?
Well,
Stuff
yeah, it's like walking towards your fear. Yeah.
Stuff that we find, irritating or whatever, all the qualities that we find irritating in other people, that's a sign for us to go, oh, there's something here in that resonates with me. It's a sign for us not to turn away and like push it away or do the identity sort of politic approach to the othering the other person. Go, oh, in this moment, something's coming up for me, and be grateful for it. And go, oh, okay, maybe not right in that moment if it's not cool for you, but take notes and go, okay, there's something for me here to look at myself. You know what I mean? And when, again, curiosity, compassionate inquiry, and gentleness, precision, all of those terms, I like to just let that like seep in, if it will, because that's how to do it. Like, again, I have found the most, what I want to, the most, what the fuck word retrieval tonight, hey, the most progress, I guess you'd say, in my life, in my healing work, has come from the more I can be gentle with myself, because any form of like self-aggression, be it language or attitude or really letting other people's opinion like override my knowing of things about myself, that's been problematic. So the more I've been able to let a lot of the societal stuff that's pretty normal for all of us with the conditioning, let go of any form of self-aggression, and just whatever comes up in our lives, just look at it just like, okay, this is what it is. And let go of all the judgment and all these taboo terms and words and narratives, and throw it out, suspend it, at least for a little while, and then allow it to come in if it makes sense to you. If it doesn't offend your soul afterwards, only let back in what really rings true for you, and keep going. We got to follow our intuitions. And that's where it's like, you think it's only you, and then you start talking to other people and go, oh shit, you feel that way too. It's like, I don't know how many times you say something, I was just about to say the same fucking thing or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, but that's because you're in your process, I'm in my process. That's why we all resonate in the chat and the greater spheres, because in our own way, be aware of that. You're in your process. Be dedicated to that, whatever that looks like for you. I highly recommend read a lot if you like to read. You know what I mean? Just push your comfort zones.
Well, there's
These are the
books
books.
on tape too. Like, don't forget,
Oh,
you
yeah,
guys,
man. I
you
mean,
can look at books on
there's
tape, and there's
yeah.
a lot of free ones. You
As
can
a
get
matter
them
of
in
fact,
many
I
different sources.
I have the
And,
four agreements on. Yeah,
I like to listen to them that way because, you
that's
can be
great.
doing dishes or,
Yep. Yep.
whatever it is and throughout your day, and you can listen to it and you can process it, you can rewind it,
But I,
and sometimes that's easier, or read the book along with the book on tape, however you process your information the best. Just do it that way, whatever way that is, because I know
and
some people have a hard time reading.
yeah, and I know
you
a lot
know
of people take, you got to take a lot of what you're reading here with a grain of salt, obviously. And everybody's got a fucking book these days, a book deal. Everybody's trying to make a living. And so it's like, the trend does tend to be in humanity that, you know, people are doing stuff for the money and not so much but then there's people like Bessel van der Kolk, like I keep talking about. He's the doctor, one of the doctors who stood with the Vietnam vets to get the fucking American Psychiatric Association to even acknowledge PTSD at all in 1980, because the VA was just sending them back out in the streets to fucking kill themselves. And a lot of them started trickling into Dr. Vanderkolk's office. But he was bitching just this past year. I was listening to an excerpt of an interview with him where he was talking about, I think it was like as early, as late as 2015, he had tried to get the APA to acknowledge developmental trauma disorder as a real thing, and they refused because it would pull the rug out from all manner of the freaking treatment industrial complex bullshit that they're pulling, like oppositional defiance disorder if your kid doesn't listen to you and all this kind of dumb shit. They're trying to pathologize just being human, whereas Dr. Van der Kolk and his associates are like talking about neuroscience and like practical application of it in their working with vets and other people who've gone through the thick of the shit. This is real stuff. This is basically the closest thing you're going to hear to an appropriate marriage, if you will, of anecdotal evidence and the freaking all the clinical trials and all the evidence. It's right here. But like Van der Kolk was like, they won't fund it. They simply won't fund it. They'll fund all this other ridiculous shit and leave people spinning, lost. But the real shit which could help so many people, because a lot of this, I think, people's issues are we're making problems where there aren't any, because we simply can't accept nature and our reactions to living outside of nature's rules. We can't accept that. So it's got to throw the individual under the bus, and then the mechanics, the mechanism, the monster of society gets to fucking trample everything. And yet
I
it's
think
all
if
on the
people
individual.
not
We
I
all have our work to do, certainly, but the individual has largely been thrown under the bus. Is kind of like where I like to point shit out. So don't beat yourself up if you're feeling fucked up. You ought to. You live in a fucking insane asylum.
Well, I think there's also like that also comes back to not being like, true or authentic to yourself, because if we're not taking the steps to point out things to ourselves, then how can we acknowledge and truthfully see what other things are happening? So like, you think about it, like with even all the horrific things that have happened, people say, well, I was just taking orders, that was my boss, that was whatever. And it can come down to like the smallest things. Like, I worked at a grocery store. I worked at Target, where we had a grocery department, that's what I meant. And I ran the P Fresh. It was fresh foods and meats and all of that. And I, got really upset that everything was thrown out. I'm like, this is ridiculous. There's got to be a way. Why do
Yeah.
we donate dog food, but we don't donate this food?
Right.
And I looked into my job description, and oh, lo and behold, we're supposed to do that there. We're supposed to pull the stuff and do that. And then so I started doing it instead of standing at our freaking
Yes.
dumpster and throwing all this perfectly good food out, because you have to pull it out so many days before,
Yeah.
per, per the policy, which
Right.
never happens from anybody, my boss that I worked with, because and so I started getting like shit for it. And I was like, no, 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 that's my job. It's part of my job description to do this. And I'm going to do it because it takes the same amount of time to do this and count things while I'm putting them in a box that are going to go and feed people. than it takes me to stand there at a dumpster and throw this stuff in the trash, in
Right.
the garbage. And so I was given a whole lot of shit for it. But you know what the result was? United Way ended up coming to that store and saying, "You guys donated so many items and so many pounds of food." And they didn't even give me the freaking credit for it. But I was shit on for it. I was given a hard time for it.
Well, of course, because
But
you made them
I
look
said,
bad.
but I said no. I said no. This is part of my job, and I'm gonna do this.
Mm.
You have the more people that stand up and say no and that are truthful to themselves. I mean, I know that's not always like an easy thing to do. I'm not saying that everybody can do that, but where you can do that and as much as you can, just think about it, because that's being truthful to yourself and honoring yourself, knowing that if something is wrong, then, standing up for it really, it does make a difference. Because by me doing that, now they continued it. And because I got, you're scored when you work at a department store, like at Target, you're scored based on guest receipts, right? And when I took over that position, the department was completely like in the red. It was failing. It was one of the first stores in like New England, and I turned it completely around. I was training managers from, Philly and Jersey all the way up because I came up with a system to predict what we would need and everything else. And um just because I was trying to do my best and try to do the best job that I could at the job that I had, even though they paid me nothing, I still did my best at that job. And I think I outshined people because they came to me and said, you make your boss look good. I make him look good, then why are you coming to me and saying that? Why am I the one getting shit? What, you want me to do a worse job? You know, you want me to not do a good job? Like that just doesn't work for me. I won't do that. So once I got that department up to a perfect like 4.0 score with our guests, like it was perfect. We were making money in the department. It was running smooth. It was beautiful. Well, besides the fact that my boss, like, the team lead right above me, I only had like the regular team lead above me. And, yeah, I was like, you know what? I got a job at a homeless shelter for people, and I went and worked there. And I got a second job. I worked two jobs until I could get in there full time. And then I went to my desk at Target and I said, cleared my desk and said, "Who do I tell I quit?" Like, but that was me. That was me being true, and that's me as a single mom struggling to survive on my own. So I can say that I have put myself in that position where I could have lost my job, or I could have, and I don't have family where I live. I didn't have, I was paying out the ass for daycare. I could barely, get by, but I tried to find a solution to it, and eventually I did, so that's what I could do, and that's why I say I can stand up in that way because I have before. But I wouldn't have been able to just quit without taking other steps to set myself up for success after that. Like that is a difficult thing to do, and sometimes you got to suck it up for a while until you can figure something out. But that was me being truthful. That was me being, who I am in the core, you know. That was me not being able to do a half-ass job even though I got paid nothing. My daughter makes more money than me. I mean, this was, 10 years, at least 12 years ago, maybe. But that was, that was what I had to do. So just, there, reach out and ask people for, for help or guidance, or just, support of like, this is what I'm dealing with, and I'm struggling with it, because that can make all the difference, to reach out and have somebody, so that you are still acknowledging what it is, and you're being truthful to yourself, and don't beat yourself up over it. I always say that, like, what advice would you give a friend if they were in that situation? That's one of the things that I'm always telling everybody, is what advice would you give me or someone else that was dealing with that same problem, like, and then be gentle with yourself and process that. And like, sometimes we just got to take baby steps to get there, and it's not always easy. It's really not. But sometimes we can find those solutions, and just having the community like we do on here is this is so important. And that's why, because if one of you were going through that, I would want to be able to help you, at least try to brainstorm, or like, not in any way trying to be judgmental or anything, but trying to help, and that's what we need to do with each other, is, be gentle, and, try to love ourselves. And by getting support from others, I feel like that is that's a step towards it. I'm going to see what you guys are saying. I can see the chat moving, and I kind of went off on a little thing there. Greatest troll of all time. What's happening? Modern breakthroughs in neuroscience have revolutionized psychology for better and for worse. Yeah. The Vanderbilts are elitist trash. Yeah. I don't call them elite, because that gives them like a status, right? I call them the oppressors, the ruling class, because they are ruling over us, like, kings and queens. But I don't call them elite. So what do you think about that? Phenomenal. Like, do you get what I mean by that? Like, I'm just curious, what you guys think, because I think that props them up on, a pedestal, like, oh, they're the elite, they're the select,
They're not. They're predators. They're the predator class.
Yeah, predator. That's what I was getting at too. Yeah, it's really awful.
They've always been that too. It's not like they were ever some sort of benign whatever's. It's fucking traded one feudalism for another. This is worse than when fucking the heat frickin' boats full of trash that washed up on the shores of Turtle Island were to begin with. That's for sure.
Yeah, gamer, they do. They waste so much food, and they'll lock dumpsters. Like, I know a lot of rainbow kids that have survived off of going into dumpsters and getting the food, and now they'll lock them, and they say it's a liability, which is bullshit, because companies donate to food pantries and stuff like that to get tax write-offs. Because I volunteered at my local soup kitchen before all this like happened. And it's like, and a lot of the times what people donate is like the stuff that's like expired. Like, people will clean out their pantries, and that's the way they get rid of the food. And it's like, how about like fresh fruits and vegetables and stuff like that? Like, we actually had farmers that would bring like goat cheese and vegetables, and we would get apples and
I used to
all
volunteer
kinds
for
of good stuff.
the
And
local survival center and do the food bank shopping for them, and there'd be just bushels, just like pallets full of all kinds of fresh stuff, and that was a good deal.
yeah, Skyla did a thing at the school through like honor roll. She did, or the I don't know what is that honor society or whatever. Oh, society, that makes me creeped out. But the she did it, but their aim was to get healthy food, more organic, or like they couldn't take really perishables, but like healthier food and snacks for the kids and things like that. I mean, if you think about it, kids that are eating like things like Lunchables and stuff like that, they're literally eating something that have known carcinogens in it and that cause cancer.
And every organization that I'm aware of that freaking met those basic needs in their communities, like freaking the Black Panthers or Food Not Bombs, have been designated fucking terrorist organizations by our criminal government. Let that sink in. What the fuck? And yet, like you're saying, dumpsters full of freaking food will go to waste just to freaking cover somebody's ass legally or some stupid law. At least when I was volunteering for the survival center around here, I would not only do the shopping at the food bank for them. There's two separate entities, obviously, but then there was also, there were at least some local stores, like there was a Stop and Shop and some other grocery stores that we contracted with, who gave us like their bread, like from the bakery bread, and
Yeah,
canned
Panera.
goods. And,
Panera
there was
does
some
that.
semi-fresh stuff. I mean, the weird thing is too, you're probably aware, a lot of people already, that those dates are bullshit. That's just to pump up sales. Lots of the food that they say is no good by a certain date will fucking keep way past. You know what I mean? You got to make those decisions for yourself. Obviously, I'm not telling. I've dumpster dived to survive. I'm not ashamed to admit it. This country's fucking. If there was fucking, some work instead of having to do that, I would have. But this is a twisted fucking culture. They put you in all these ridiculous positions and then go, aha, see, you're a freaking worthless whatever. You're not making us enough money. So then we're going to criminalize you or pathologize you and stick you through the turnstiles, and we're going to profit off of you in jail or the treatment industrial complex and leave you spinning your fucking wheels for the rest of your life.
Felt like I had to sneeze for a second, and I was like,
tired of surviving. I'd like to maybe like even be able to dream about thriving, but that.
Charlie, why aren't you on the screen? Nobody can see your freaking noggin.
Yeah, that's for the better.
No, it's not. You're so weird. Come on, y'all. Help me out here.
I would much prefer if some of the chat fam, someone wants to join. You guys got to be tired of listening to me bitch by now. I don't know if I say anything different anytime, but it's nice to do, because then you wind up rehashing and editing your understanding.
I forgot to put that in the chat, so I'm putting that in the chat now if you guys want to join us, because this is always, we'd like to have an open conversation. Sometimes we keep it, we catch up and kind of get on our topic a little bit, and then we open up the stream.
Hey, Vicky. What's up, Aram?
Yeah, shareholders are the enemy to workers. Yeah, and it's like they think, what if you give away food that's going to go bad? Like, what, they won't come in and buy it? People are getting stuff out of a dumpster because they can't afford food.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't oftentimes like the workers, their freaking pension plans are invested in these 401ks, are invested in these fucking bottom line Wall Street scams to begin with. So it's like we're shooting each other in the fucking, shooting ourselves in the foot and each other in the back. I don't know what is that. It doesn't seem to be working for the most of us. And fucking my aunt and uncle lost just about their entire life savings with that whole Bernie Madoff bullshit. And this dude went and asked for help, because he fucking finally went and asked for help from the state, and they told him, oh, you haven't paid enough into taxes over the years. You know why? I've never in my life met anybody personally that's done more fucking volunteer work in like every freaking manner you could think of, like from advocating for people with freaking various kinds of disabilities to, oh my God, he's involved in like worldwide cooperatives with like biochar. He's got friends who are scientists out by, because he's a scientist. He's got friends who are out in the freaking Fukushima, and they're coming up with ideas like using hemp and biochar and all kinds of things to like try and remediate the soil. He just, the Shriners. I mean, you name it. This guy fucking gave everything to everybody, and then motherfuckers made off with his shit, and they're over there struggling to survive. That burns my ass. You hear that way too often. That's why I just don't understand why everybody's trying to, this left and right shit is just for the fucking birds. It's theater. Stop. I understand there's some differences, but they're not that fucking big as far as I can tell. I mean, are the survivors of the apocalypse going to be talking about red and blue politics while they're fucking huddled around some fucking fire, fucking struggling to find scraps to eat? I
We're
doubt
not
it.
going to survive. Like, think about all the people that don't know. When a kid doesn't know what a freaking pencil is, a lead pencil, then we have a problem. We have a problem if kids don't know how to write and they only know spell check on a computer or on a screen. So think about it too. As they have, kids are learning from home. If they're learning from home only on computers, which they will monitor you, they could monitor Skyla when she was on the computer.
That's not creepy at all.
If she was taking like a test or something and she had like a full, like she hadn't, like she's like, I can't do this, like it is to feel like, if you move a certain way or they think that your eyes go off that screen too much, that you could be cheating. And they will mark that on there like that. It's insane to me.
That is really fucking extra, like next level creepy.
Yeah, for kids, like, can they not, like, really?
Just period for anybody. Jesus, you know what I mean?
I know, but kids, like, the kids, man, it's worse because then they're growing up with that and it's normalizing it. Like, hell no. So Phenomenal Mysticism wrote back about the question I had about calling them elite. So they said, Lucky Burrito, I understand what you mean. I don't use the word elite because it can have a positive connotation, but the word elitist is always a negative connotation. So yeah, I understand that. I just feel like it gets the word elite and elitist, like people kind of like, it's so close. I might have seen it as elite, instead of elitist, because it's very similar. And I know I'm dyslexic, so I see things completely backwards sometimes too. And that's why I have a hard time pronouncing words sometimes. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I just, that's why I ask. Like, what do you think about things? Like, I want to know, what you guys think too. And Oz says that supermarkets have to dump everything if the freezers go out, so you go dumpster diving after a blackout. Yes. Oh man, looks like, yeah. Vicky said, "Hit the like button, bitches."
I mean, that's a prime example of society. It's like they don't give. It's not the grocery stores, everything. They don't give a shit. It's always been about the money. They would rather fucking shoot you or have you arrested or stomp a hole in you when you're trying to get shit that they're throwing out anyway. Well, if, we can't make a money and a profit off of it, no one's gonna have it. And then that's like fucking you taking your ball and going home. I mean, Jesus, where would you guys be if, like, all these industries are parasites off of human need, and they've got it twisted. But now, we bought the whole bullshit, so now we're basically fucking factory farmed animals.
Yeah, real food. So like, like I don't really have a solution to try to get these corporations to, give out the food. So we got to remember too, Commander X, he's in jail for what? Feeding people, guys. And I have Commander X's address and I will put it in the chat actually. Or in it, yeah, I should be able to put it in there. I'll have to find it in a second. But if you guys can, if you have a stamp and you guys want to write him a letter, it would mean, it would mean the world to him. He has a picture of Leo and his dog looks very much like Leo, and it would just mean a lot. to send him a letter, and I owe him one, guys. Don't let me get away with that either. And sometimes telling other people, like when you want to quit smoking or like a different habit, it there's something about when you tell other people that reminds you, that, hey, I promise that, man, you know what I mean? Like it holds yourself to more account, I think. For me at least. Yeah, Oz was saying that, the corporations, and they didn't just want loyalty. And what did they really want? Did they want undying psychomancy? Oh my god.
I think we're seeing the birth of the Matrix for real.
The shame in throwing the food out to cover some company's ass. Yeah. It's just gross. Like, couldn't you just say, like, if you're getting rid of it, then why wouldn't it be like it's no longer a liability for this food or whatever, like it's food. Omar said, dumpster diving to survive shows you have heart and courage. Respect to you. Yeah, it's very humbling to have to find food in a dumpster, guys, or to fly a sign and ask people to help you, because I've had to do that before, and standing out there in the freezing cold and or the hot weather, and I've only done it a couple times, but I know people that have survived off of that because they've become, outcasts in the community, like the dirty kids, the train kids, that's how they survive, is by the kindness of others. It's a
I've
lot of
dumpster
people.
dived to help feed other people too.
Yeah, and other people have said, well, how do I know they're not going to go buy drugs or they're not going to get alcohol? I don't care. It's not my judgment on what they spend it on. If that alcohol keeps them from shaking at night when it's cold and it keeps them warm, or, like they're not going to go through withdrawals, same thing with other things. And, it's more likely that if you're out there doing that, usually it's because you need it. It's not a fun experience to stand out there and
And
ask other people for money. And you can
that's a real.
always give things like socks and bottled water if you don't, granola bars, dry things. I know people that would put them in like old purses or backpacks and just have them like sit in their vehicle, and they would give that out. Like if they have a dog food, or whatever. There's a lot of things. It doesn't have to be money.
And that's an example of what the Four Agreements card was talking about. Always do your best and don't expect anything necessarily in return. That's just looking out for each other. I do that every time there's this one particular place. I'll go get pizza every now and then when we got funds for it. It's like a couple towns over, but like all the pizza. I live directly across from a pizza place, and they fucking suck. So I drive like 3 towns over to get a pizza every now and then. And I always buy extra, and I get plates and napkins because there's almost always somebody nearby at the on the island, just like looking for some donations and stuff. So I always try to like think about the hot food and stuff. But yeah, it's great to have like packs made up if you're in a way to do that, like toiletries and dog.
Put 'em
People
in a
don't think about
Ziploc
that
bag.
dog food because people are like homeless and they're like, why do you have a dog? It's like, well, I mean,
That
Jesus,
yeah.
man. Like how little are people expected to have? It's like I've worked my entire life, since before I had an actual job, all my life, mowing the lawn. I just used to cook and clean for myself at what, 9, 10 years old. It's always just how I've been. But it's like sometimes you get in a fucking spot. I met a dude. He and his family were traveling from Texarkana out to Cali to go live in some distant relative's backyard for a couple months while they got back on their feet because they missed a couple payments on their homeowner's insurance. Dude was one of the most bust ass people you'd ever want to meet. Probably had more calluses than fucking actual skin on his hands, and fucking fire burned their house down. They lost everything. And they packed up this fucking this bizarre little wagon train of vehicles. He was towing like 2 vehicles behind an old 5-cylinder diesel box truck. It was this there's a whole story in and of itself, but you just meet people. It's like, I just, the presumptions, and people say, whoa, dude, where are you in your life to like sit back and make these judgments on people? Jesus
Remember,
Christ.
we just
I
talked
don't
about
understand.
assumptions. That was just one of our cards
Exactly.
too, and we led into that. I think it was when Yona was on the other day, right? Yeah, we
I just,
talked about assumptions and not assuming things. I
I
just
just
want
really,
to address real quick, Omar. You don't have to have a microphone to come on the stream either. You can do it right on your phone.
fully agree
Um,
with your comment on
you should
screen, by the
you
way,
should
but
do that. Yeah, and it is. You're right, Omar. Completely the left versus right. It is nonsense. I'm not going to ask my neighbor what their political view is if they need a jump
shut
start
up,
or if they
man.
need a cup of sugar or, if somebody needs help. I'm not going to be like, wait,
Uh, I
how
see
do you
that freaking
identify politically?
MAGA sticker on your truck. I ain't helping you out of that fucking snowbank, you piece of shit. Yeah, no, not gonna happen. Not
Yeah,
on my
that's
fucking
not.
shift.
No,
Not
a
on my
human
fucking
being
shift.
is a human being. The people that oppress
Exactly. Oh,
us,
god
those
damn
are
it.
the people that are evil.
What the, I just don't. Yeah, man. And I know it's sadly, I think we probably all perhaps seen videos a couple years ago where there people were being dicks to each other because somebody was stranded on the side of the road and they were filming it on YouTube and they're like, fuck, these assholes were like for the other side and they freaking jet. And I'm like, wow, that really happened. I'm
Do you
like,
see
God
this?
damn.
Do you see this?
Yeah, you've
They
seen it.
want to see your face. Come
I wouldn't
on.
if I hadn't
It's
said it already.
weird looking at a circle talking.
I'm gonna have to fucking get dressed again.
Oh my god, yeah, I guess so.
Can a guy just, wear, never mind. Well, it's a holiday. Yeah, it's usually it's the edible underwear on Sundays, but I figured it's Monday, just let it go. And I know today was sort of a extent, no disrespect to Martin Luther King or anything, just swapped it out.
Did you see what Aram said? Charlie Brown, I think that's good that you talk until you find peace of mind. Speak, think, construct, enlighten. You, me, us. So amazing. Yeah, that's so
Well, I
true.
appreciate that. I mean, yeah, thank you. I mean, that's my whole point to anybody that, if anything I say makes sense, that's it. It's just, I ought to just call simply trading of notes of our experiences. Just everybody can, whatever your work appears to you to be, follow your intuitions, do whatever that is. And then when we show up and interact, that's where you guys help me. And yeah, it's nice. Everybody who's doing healing work on any
Mhm.
level, I think applies. I know it's been said specifically about trauma and developmental trauma, especially, but I think in general, everybody needs to be seen, to be heard, and to be believed. And, it's not to say like we're talking about, people bullshitting because they're not willing to deal with stuff. I'm talking about when people are serious and they're like, look, I'm on my path. I'm doing my thing. This is what I've come up with from my personal work. We need to take people seriously instead of dismissing them like, oh, well, that's so far outside the narrative and what we've been conditioned. It's like, I understand that. I really do. And I feel for that perspective.
Meet
Where
people where they are,
we
right? And
all find
like,
ourselves in that place, right? Of like, oh wow, and we find ourselves in a place where it really behooves everybody if we can suspend our beliefs. I'm not a big fan of beliefs. I guess we all have them. I'm trying to do without them if I can. Again, like I said earlier, I try to go with like my current understanding of this is thus, but you know what I'm saying?
well, it's like having a belief system, but like, okay, I believe this, but I am open for that to be challenged and to change if more facts come out and I feel differently. Like I accept that what I believe right now may not be the thing I believe in an hour because something might change. And it's like having that flexibility of knowing that it might be true right now, but that doesn't mean it will stay true. Like
Well,
there's
just to kind of push back on that just a tiny bit, just I guess that's my point is I think that there's a distinction and maybe we can hash it out if you disagree, but or certainly we will. The
like
difference
that's the question.
between a belief and an understanding, I think there's a distinction. I think a belief is sort of like it's kind of spurious, possibly. I'm not again not trying to shit on anybody's beliefs or try and say don't have, and that's not my business. Live your life. My opinion means shit anyway, but I'm just saying I think there's a distinction between belief and understanding, and that's why I say that my current understanding of this is thus. My beliefs, I don't know. It's like I don't really. I tried the whole spiritual, religious sort of thing, and I'm still on that deeply, but not with any of that dogma aspect of what I kind of considered like the notion of beliefs. I think are problematic and are definitely worth examining.
I think it's a
Um,
matter of
does,
context
does that
because
make
your
you?
beliefs could be like, I believe that we can do this together, that we can, you know what I mean? Like we can make this happen. And I believe in that. You know what I mean? So I think it
Sure.
depends on what context you're
But
talking
why would
about
you believe so? I mean,
believing
would
in something.
people still believe in Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and all these sorts of things, and Sky Daddy or whatever
Then
your
what do
thing
you
is?
have
And
to
that's
look
all.
what do you have
Sure.
why do anything then? If you don't believe that we can't make a better place, we can't have a better community,
Well,
then what's the
my
point?
point is the beliefs are all well and fine. That's great, but what are we believing in? So if you're saying you believe in a better, so you believe in these things because your understanding is that there's proof in some way, shape, or form that's presented itself in your life, or you found it, whatever research, schooling, whatever, is that yeah, if we apply these various techniques or protocols, we can achieve these things. We know that there's all manners of alternative building, and going back to prior to allopathic health, there was the whole just being healthy, like whatever you want to, just even putting terms on it is dumb. There was just health prior to that, right? Homeopathic or whatever term would be used nowadays prior to allopathic medicine becoming a thing, that was just called health. Granted, you look through the history and it was like, oh well, there's these wise women, perhaps men too, in our communities who are like the healers or whatever. Next thing you know, they're a fucking witch or whatever. Why? It threatens somebody's ego or their reputation or their place in society, more than likely.
I
It
think we're
threatens somebody's
talking about
authority.
I think we're talking about it in a different way for each other because I'm saying I have belief. I have to have that. I have to hold on to a belief that we can do better, that we can make this happen. I have to think in that positive way. I will not. I will not let these elitists, right? Like I won't let these oppressors, I will not let these I won't give up faith. It's like it's I can't. I
No, I
can't.
know what
It's
you're saying.
not
I
in
think there's
me and I
maybe
have
the
a belief that we can do this together.
yeah, I think there's probably a
So
better word we could use for what you're talking about. I fully understand and feel what you're saying, and I agree. I just think belief perhaps doesn't serve.
but it's
You
the
know what I mean?
same thing of
This is
having faith in something. I mean, I think
I'm not
if you have
hashing
faith or you have,
your meaning or
belief.
what's you know what I'm saying. I'm just trying to say that I think this is one of those instances where we often talk about where I think the terminology that's generally accepted for this probably doesn't serve best exactly what you're saying. Is I fully agree and understand with what you're saying. I just don't think I think the term belief needs to at least be examined when we talk about these things that way a little bit better, because I think it's understanding that underlies belief that allows us to go ahead and use our belief, our faith, whatever term would best be apt here. Motivation, I'm not sure what we're getting at here, but you know what I mean. There's got to be something paired with our ability to it can't just be I believe that, whatever. It's like, oh, like my current situation isn't going to get any better by thoughts and prayers. I mean, I
Yeah,
need
well,
like no.
they no, that is proven that even if you carry a lucky penny around and you believe in that lucky penny,
Yeah.
you will draw that into you and you will find that. You have to find the one grain of sand in a pile of sand that is a positive thing, right? Like I found like losing somebody, like somebody dying, that can be like the worst, like that is the worst thing when I lost my friends that one day. But you know what? Losing my friends, I can't change that, but I can find the positivity of what happened afterwards and feeling like because that happened, it's not something I wish ever, but it brought me closer to Steve, to people that really do mean something to me, which brought me to this situation where I'm at now. So even though it is one of the most horrific things I've ever gone through, I find that one little grain of sand in a mountain of it, that that belief in finding that, I believe that there was something there that I had to find something that would that would be beneficial out of it, and maybe I'm looking for it, and it's the belief that brings it to me. And they find that people, like, if you believe in a lucky penny, then you're drawing that. Like, it's the energy, what you put out there, it comes back to you. And it's not easy to think that way. It's not easy to find that sometimes. And that's why I think we need to talk to each other and have community in it, because even in the worst of things, you can find something that that comes out of it, even if it's like the hardest thing in the world. Like, my dad died a year ago, and you know what it did, though? As awful as it is, it brought me and my sisters, that I didn't even meet until I was a teenager, that or we had the same dad. uh it brought us closer together. So, in the like one of the hardest things I've ever gone through, I got my sisters. So I had belief that I could find something, even if you have to search for it. There's something in that. Like, think about it. What you went through that brought you here to this moment, and you're here helping people and talking to people. You can find that no matter what. Positive, like, some things are positive and some things are negative and awful, and we go through them, and we can't change that. But we can look at what we have gotten because of that.
To
I
me, what
lost so many people at the beginning of this freaking bullshit. I lost an entire network of family, of people that, Steve was in a band for 25 years. You think that people have your back. You think that people are true. You think that they're going to be ride or die. And they weren't. It went out the window. Like, I'm talking about a very large community, a huge community of people that we knew and that were family. And I could be in trouble at a show or somewhere and spin around and look at anybody in that huge crowd and say, I need your help. Right. And that got destroyed because we saw who people were, and they weren't, they weren't authentic. But I got this community. I got you guys. So I think we got to believe. We got to change that. We got to find that. We got to find that little bit in the hardest of times, because something positive can come out of the worst.
to me, I think what you're describing is meaning rather than belief. I was reading Viktor Frankl's book, Man's Search for Meaning, recently. Actually, it's a pretty easy read. I mean, it's a rough emotionally, I think, if you give a shit. But he was a psychologist, some kind of doctor, prior to getting put in the Auschwitz and various prison camps during the World War II. And it's a very interesting read, again, because he was schooled as a psychologist, to observe, being human and all that stuff, the human condition, and his observations of it were pretty interesting. And I think that's closest to what my experience makes sense when I've heard somebody else explain it, is meaning, looking for meaning in these things. But you got to take some precaution. I don't know, maybe that's the best word, but just the realization in our looking to just, am I bullshitting myself? You know what I mean? Just like, you got to keep ourselves in check. And that's why it's like, it's best to be able to bounce stuff off of other people. My concern that, I don't know, how do I want to put this? Like, everybody got to do the life, how they're going to do it. The blind adherence to, like, these so-called experts out there, whatever their degree is or whatever. It's like, just, can we at least allow some, it's like, I just feel like the whole thing prior to COVID was already like this to begin with the treatment industrial complex. Like, they don't see you're lying, then you become a fucking problem to solve. And whether it's your family, your friends, your community, the courts, whatever, and people wind up in all these ridiculous ridiculously inappropriate for them personally, specifically treatment conditions, and it makes their lives worse. It makes them hate themselves. They spin their wheels, and everyone's like, "Well, we gave you a chance, and you went through all this stuff, and you're not, things aren't getting better." It's like, yeah, like there's no self-awareness on anybody's part. Did you guys ever ask yourselves that, like, maybe this isn't right for this person? Maybe we came about this the wrong way. Like, there's no understanding of like how aggression of any form shuts down the nervous system, and in that condition people aren't taking in new information. And like at the end of the day, if the mission isn't for the individual to gain autonomy over their lives, and this is a deeply unserious and deeply damaging situation that we find ourselves in. Do you understand? It's like people have all these, I'm just going to go and someone's going to wave a magic wand over me and just go, well, I'm this, I'm that, or whatever. That's why I have a problem with like people, the label addict or this or that or whatever. It's like, again, I've seen people who've stopped all the substances that were deeply problematic in their lives, but they were never able to address the traumas and the pains and what have you that brought them to use those as means to try and anesthetize themselves to begin with, and then they can live their lives, but they're not going to live it as with their full shine on. There's like something's kind of missing. You've heard the term dry drunk or whatever, and this is just, man, my life has just been fucking absolutely
my dad was an
saturated with this
alcoholic.
from every angle, dealing with other people's issues, dealing with my own issues. And that's like, I appreciate you like trying to dig into looking at ourselves, because that's like, as I've done this with some of the people in my life, within my life who have been abusers, and, I've had serious issue with, have caused problems in my life, have helped me gain a better understanding of just what it is to be a human in this life to begin with. I can now have a degree of compassion for them, which like it bounces back on me. And it's like, okay, well, if I can soften up and see the humanity behind this person's situation and some of the, the understanding where they came from, why they did what they did, and how that wound up affecting me, then if I can have fucking compassion for someone who did me fucking wrong, then there's no reason why I can't start to have that for myself. So it's like reciprocal. It's, you know what I mean? Because again, like if you want to give me shit, you need to get in line behind me, because I've already internalized the bully since I was out of the gate. You know what I mean? It's important. So
Yeah,
I look for meaning in things. Like maybe we're hashing words here, but for me, it's like, I think I get exactly what you're saying, and what I would call that or attribute that it would be meaning, finding meaning in my experiences. Exactly why I am here right now saying this,
I think
because
we're basically saying the same thing.
yeah,
but I'm saying like we need to have just realistic beliefs, and we have to look for a positive even in the worst situations. We have, or otherwise we are going to go down and we're not going to recover, is what I feel. And I don't want to believe that. I want to believe that we can get through things. We can do this together. And I don't want to give up on I don't want to give up on believing that we can. I have that faith, and like I won't I feel I if I don't believe and have faith, and I can't seek that positive in what it is that that matters, then I feel like that would be me giving up. And I'm not going to give up. It's just not in me. It's like believing in the lucky penny. You know what I mean? Like, I've gotten through I've had a crazy life. Like, one day I need to start it. I need to write a book, just like you do too. Like we have stories to tell, and like, eh, and I always like,
can I get anybody in the
I
chat, just if
always
you care to, like, just, I'm curious, like, would anybody in the chat like read a book if I wrote it? I honestly would be curious.
Okay,
'Cause
I know they would, because
that
they've already said that before.
voice in the back of my head is always there, like, fuck you. You're like, why bother picking up the guitar? Like, you suck. Why putting pen to paper? Because you
Because
suck.
then how are you gonna
Truly,
get
my poetry is
better?
so
If
obnoxiously
you
like
don't do it,
Hallmark
Charlie, if you
crap.
don't do it, then you never know.
Here's the thing. Please hear me out. This is deeply problematic for me. Is I'm always feel like I'm misunderstood when I bring this up. what we're talking about here is like, it's taken me every ounce of my being to be here to get just to this point. Like I still feel like fucking larva. Like every aspect of who a human being like I could have been was utterly fucking destroyed when I was a little kid. And my life has just been this really bizarre fucking living between the cracks kind of existence where it's like I always was like invisible and all the weird shit that happened to me just to fucking be here. I have no sense of self. It's like it's just now being born, like in the midst of all of you guys, you know what I mean? And like, fuck you if you think this is like a weak spot. Like, I dare you to fucking have the courage to have your knees shaking, your voice tremble, and still get up and fucking speak from your heart. That's what we
Yeah.
all need to be doing. But we don't. And like, here's the thing: when
That's
other people
why
cop
we're
out, I'm
talking about
sorry, but I
this.
got to call bullshit on society. When other people cop out and accept this milestone right here as this is normal, this is it. Anything beyond this, you're a heretic or a piece of shit, or pick your label. But anything beyond this, our critical thinking is shut down, and you no longer. We're not going to fucking deal with you anymore, and whatever. And that's like my experience has always been outside those bounds. I've been an outsider since I was a little kid. Ain't my fucking fault. I've done the best I could to survive, but when I explain this shit to people, they shut the fuck down or throw their hands in the air, or fucking thoughts and prayers is the best it can be. But that's where society goes wrong for most of us, because I think in all of our healing work, what most people generally lack, in addition to like, doing your self-work, is a relationship with community of some sort, because it's the attachment process that was utterly fucking just gone wrong, like utter dysregulation right out of the gate for so many of us. That's part of the intergenerational trauma that we all live with. That's what I'm trying to express. My perspective, what I've gone through is like very clearly to me now. I see like, holy shit, that's exact. And like I start reading in these, I read some pretty heady shit. I read stuff that is generally like you would find on the shelves of like doctors' offices and stuff. I get what I get, and but it makes sense. I'm like, holy shit, I'm reading in these pages, like finally somebody put into words the shit that I've been trying to, you know what I mean, all my life. And I'm like, fuck, exactly. It's like all my intuitions were right. And then I'm realizing like that's not just me, obviously. This is what we're all experiencing. So
Yeah,
there's a
you
little
and
bit of
I both.
evangelical, you
Both.
know, heat going on there. But the thing is, people just don't
Charlie, if you didn't believe that we could, like, then you wouldn't be in the chats. You wouldn't have connected with everybody here. And you see, like, we fucking love you. So get over it. You're fucking worth it. You're worth a fucking book. Even if nobody did read a freaking book, it's you. You got to express yourself and put it out there to the world. And how amazing and powerful is that, to show everybody that you're still freaking here. You didn't give up. Like you fucking are an amazing person. I don't care if I have to tell you
well,
that every fucking day,
I
which,
appreciate
guys,
it. And
I
actually, that's
do.
the
I
thing too.
text him all the time and
I
tell
agree that
him how amazing he is.
I
And
appreciate. I really do. I'm not trying to like deflect that. Like I breathe that
okay,
in. I
take
feel
it.
that. Thank
Take
you.
it and
I
freaking
just want to
hold
like.
that. No,
I
take
don't.
it. Take it in and
Yeah.
hold that.
I
Because
got it. I
everyone is
got
in
it.
the chat like, oh, I'd read your book. And Charlie, we're with you. Charlie, on fire right now. Charlie, okay, you make a
No.
difference.
I thank you. I appreciate it. The thing is, I don't say these things. I'm not like it's a strange dichotomy, because yes, I need like the attention, the community, that community thing. That's this biological thing that I'm figuring out about the whole nervous system thing. This community in relation with people helps, when I'm trying to freaking learn how to do that on my own, because it was so hugely disrupted. So you need, in this process, you do need to have a felt sense of safety, and to be in, a fairly regular community with people who can kind of help you support that burgeoning sense of self. It goes to, didn't we speak about that before, about there's a number of different indigenous peoples, where I think there's a number of them in Africa that I'm aware of, but it's a similar custom around the world in different places, where if somebody does something that's, would be considered, disruptive to the community in some sort of way, largely things stop. The person's put in the center of the community, the people concerned all gather around them. And, the whole purpose of it is essentially to, is that the understanding is that the person simply forgot who they are. maybe in my case, I never really fully learned who that was. I'm like really still just like a little kid figuring it out now at 50 fucking, I'll be 51 in a couple weeks. It's a weird thing to find yourself as like a fucking man child, basically. You know what I mean? Not in a
No, some
coddled,
people never find themselves, Charlie. And you know what? We are the tribe surrounding you right now. We
right.
are here surrounding you
Yeah.
and telling you we see you, we hear you, we care, we love you, and you're not gonna you're not gonna get out of that. Like, too bad, motherfucker. You're in this with us. And when you share your process and your healing and your knowledge, you're giving that to us too. It doesn't mean we have to replace how we feel about something with how you feel, but you're
Of
giving
course not.
your lived knowledge to everybody else. And that right there is a huge gift.
Well,
You're
I hope
giving
so.
all of us that. I mean, do you guys agree with me or do you guys disagree?
No, I
Because
totally appreciate. I mean, I'm just saying. I feel that way about everybody. You know what I mean? I'm not. I don't want this to be about me personally, but it's like it's a strange place because I realize it's so bizarre waking up and I'm like, holy shit, like all this stuff that I've been reading about and like these really heady freaking books on, psychology and human behavioral biology and all this shit. I'm like, wow, like that's exactly like what I've been trying to say right along. And I'm like, I see this in so many other people's lives. And like when I am able to, yeah, I'm like, like reiterate it in some way that's from my lived experience, but I'm just kind of what I don't know whatever the term is here. I have taken it in, I've internalized it, and I'm regurgitating. It's like that medicine bear sort of
okay,
analogy.
well, if you just read books on it and we're parroting what these books said, then we could go read those books ourselves.
Right. Too,
But we're
well, that's
having
true.
a
I mean,
real
I highly
authentic
encourage that.
conversation about it,
But
though. We're having
right.
a real conversation where you're sharing your knowledge and your experience, and we trust you. I
I'm just
trust
I'm
you.
just trying to
I trust that you're not like, you have to. If I didn't have personal experience with some things, then I'm not gonna talk about it because all I can do is share what I've been through and my knowledge and what's worked for me and what hasn't. It doesn't mean it's going to work the same way for somebody
right.
else,
Exactly.
but
That's
that's
the
how
beauty
we
of
relate.
trading
And
notes.
that's
Yeah.
why it's authentic, is because
It,
we've been through the shit.
Right. And I think that's the point is it's the process that I'm trying to encourage. Again, curiosity, compassionate inquiry, gentleness, precision. And if any of those resonate with you, like really like just take that and it's like, you use that as a filter to like put it on as a pair of glasses and like look at your passion with that. Does that resonate for you? If it doesn't, you put the glasses back on the rack. But yeah, that's what I love about, again, there's certain people that showed up in my life, like, in real life that, or really otherwise, but I mean, just, like my grandfather who adopted me and just like freaking just too, and it's like people, their lives were messy. They weren't perfect people, but I'm not putting them up on pedestals. I mean, hell, even Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche, the original lineage holder of the Shambhala, the Tibetan Buddhism tradition of Shambhala, was like, like kind of a womanizer and a drinker, and like, and fuck, even Gandhi was kind of a bastard. I think he was like slept with like the women and stuff. Like, and none of the, that's not the
Nobody
point.
is perfect.
Again, it's like it's where's the process? What have these people learned? And that's the whole point. If those people can make certain degrees of progress in their lives, and we can too. But that's the problem with a lot of society is we tend to project and put people up on pedestals, and then when they reveal themselves ultimately, inevitably, to be human being, we tear them down, we create monsters out of them, and we always miss the point in doing so. It just becomes this mindlessness, there's no critical thinking involved, there's no growth, there's no learning. That's why I really appreciated when I read the Confessions of St. Augustine, where it's like he was a debauched son of a bitch. He admitted it, not in his own words exactly, but he was, I think, basically would have been the equivalent of a lawyer or some sort of like professional orator of the time, and he was really like celebrated. He was really good at his job, and his place in society was up there, so he was always like, lived it up and whatever. But they used to have what they called morality plays, where they'd be well thought out, well felt out, well acted out, situational dramas. And then, be it in the midst of it or at the end of it, the troupe putting on the performance would instigate conversation between themselves and the audience, and it would very often get super heated, but about like really important shit like we're trying to talk about here and elsewhere in our universe, and we've lost sight of that, and like, wound up just becoming entertainment and mindlessness. And people, I've never been able to like watch a movie or listen to a song or whatever without it fucking, like, if there's something going on there for like that resonates with me. I get that, what do you call it, that freeze on, the freaking goosebumps, or what, I always felt like something just happened to me that rocked me. I'm not the same person. Something molecularly just changed.
Charlie,
you know what I mean?
hang on. I have to run up here real quick to pee. So go ahead. I'm just
Right.
I'm disappearing for a second.
2 cups of coffee and a few bowls of weed, and you poor bastards are sitting here listening to me. I'm sorry. Honestly, anybody else want to join in? I feel like there's just so many. There's just such a web of connection in things, and we often miss all this stuff because we're just trying to fucking survive. This is nothing new. I just think I'm glad to see a lot of people questioning stuff now, finally, and the narratives about things. I mean, things are so preposterous right now that it's like it's forcing people to go, wait, what? And so if you can question this, then you can question this and this and this. Question everything. That's all I'm saying. It's just, that's my beef with beliefs. Have them, enjoy them, but I'm just trying to find meaning and understanding in things. That's where I think we can make meaningful change, is by using those two, like employing that, you know what I mean? Cultivating that, especially. Beliefs support that or prop up around that. That's awesome. Again, I just think, meaning and understanding. And it's an interesting thing too, because I've come to realize, like, I think I've survived large part following intuitions I didn't even realize I was following, but like also from a very logical perspective. But it's like there's certain parts of life that you just become aware. It's like, okay, there's just something so much bigger going on here. You absolutely have to fucking laugh at yourself and laugh at mankind and our plans and our hubris. And I mean, we're amazing in like beautiful, and we can do so many things. But it's, again, I just, we really need to humble ourselves and laugh at ourselves and the fucking, you know what I mean? That's, again, I think it goes back to what we've talked about a bunch of other times, is to get at a lot of this deeper, more meaningful stuff to the point where we can actually start to do something about it. It really does help. It might seem like it's a dichotomy, but to be able to laugh at this shit, it's not that it's not serious, it's profoundly serious. But somehow the cosmic hilarity of it is to be able to laugh at some of this stuff, laugh at ourselves, and that softens us up to take in new ideas and look at ourselves again. Because fuck, I mean, how are you gonna go to the mirror and look at yourself and do your personal work if you buy the bullshit society's told you? Like, when you go to look at yourself, you're going to see an addict or this or that or some kind of fucking monster or something. Eat a bag of dicks with that shit. I'm tired of it. It doesn't serve anybody. Okay, people are fucking dying out here because they think when they go to the mirror they're going to see anything other than a freaking human being who's having a perfectly normative experience to living in a completely inside out, upside down, and unsustainable fucking society, no matter where you live on this planet. It's as simple as that. And I'm tired of seeing people go down the fucking drain. I'm tired of fucking fighting for survival between the dirty fucking ass cracks of this society. I'm tired of seeing perfectly capable people not finding a fucking place in society because they're being told somehow their fucking neurodiversity or whatever the other fuckingness isn't fucking up to snuff. Eat a bag of dicks. There's a niche business for the fucking dick farming industry. That's all I'm saying. There's bags and dicks, where there's somebody could be making some cash on that, because we need to be fucking sending these out to all kinds of people. Bill Gates, all the people in charge, they all need to eat a bag of dicks.
Well, I don't care. The thing is that I don't give a fuck what other people think. That's the thing. I love who I am. I know who I am. And if you don't like who I am, then whatever. Then don't. I don't really give a fuck. That's what people need to stop
People that
caring
think
what
differently,
everybody
who
else
have their
freaking
freaking
thinks.
hands on the
And their
levers of control.
hang on. People need to stop caring what other people think and their judgments about them. Screw them. Screw them. If they don't like it, then they can go somewhere else. Because here in this space, we have people that care. We have our community. We have the people surrounding us. If I have a bad day and I need something from you guys like support, then I'm going to tell you guys that. And that's our obligation in trusting ourselves and loving ourselves. That's part of it. That is absolutely part of it. I don't other people, yeah, they can fuck off. They can fuck off. I don't care. And that is the most freeing thing to go, fine, bye. I don't give a shit. I want the people who care about me here.
What you wanted us to be.
Oh, don't play music. I don't want to get a copyright.
We are what we
Just wanted to play this one part.
I know, but they will get me for that.
Just that one part.
Okay.
We are what we are. We refuse to be what you wanted us to be. And that's the way
Yeah,
it's going to be.
that's exactly how I feel. Like, screw that. I
But
am who
that's
I
what I'm trying to
am.
get. There's so many obstacles to freaking get in people's way that freaking we don't even realize where we've been duped. And that's where I like to help point shit out to people, at least to, again, suspend our beliefs or our understandings, you know what I mean? Just enough to like question shit. Because that's the sign of being, you know, actively cultivating our own intelligence and consciousness, is being able to hold ideas for consideration without feeling threatened by them. That's where we run into problems with all these ideologies and shit. Again, polemics and ideologies. I think ultimately, if humanity is going to survive, we're going to need to evolve past these things. It's building up a degree of resilience of consciousness. You know, again, we go outside of our comfort zone, we consider things, we come back, you know what I mean? That's how we do it. Realizing that that's the process we need to be engaged with, I think helps us understand that, oh, we catch ourselves. We react to something and we go, oh, all right, I'm in this process. And it's like, that's slowly what we call practice, mindfulness, whatever you want to call it. It's like, oh, all right. And it takes the piss out a lot of this stuff. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I'd stop beating myself up. If we can do that to other people, there's a practice in the Shambhala tradition of Buddhism called Tonglen, which I think it's something loosely interpreted like giving and receiving. And it's a form of meditation where you take whatever comes in, like you feel like the sorrow, the sadness for your own life, and you can start with yourself, and then you slowly like you breathe in whatever you feel might be like awkward or negative or painful, and you just try to sit with it, and you breathe it in, and then you breathe out some sort of like maybe positive intention, and you keep doing that. You start with yourself, and then you expand it to, you know, finally as many people as you can. Then you really try to work with that, with the people you find difficult or situations you find difficult in your life, and you breathe through it, and you try and send out good intentions. I like it. It's a nice practice. I did a weekend retreat at the Shambhala Center, and it was I found it quite helpful, that perspective. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm not like, it ain't about it's not a religious thing. There's certainly religious component to all that stuff, but that's not my concern.
I
It's
wanted
the
to
practical application. You know what I mean?
I wanted to look at a couple of these comments because I think that, you know, it's pretty amazing. Omar said it's crazy how people from all the world who've never seen each other can kind of become friends online like this. LOL. Yeah, and we are friends.
Totally.
Omar, welcome to the crazy family. We are an inclusive tribe, and no matter what, you know, and no matter what, like, where you come from, we're all human beings, and this is where, you know, this is where we meet up to find each other, you know, and all of us, like, it's a really beautiful thing. It really is.
Welcome to the
And
psychedelic burrito family circus.
yes, and then Austin, part of me right now wants to get freaked out and run away, but that's why we need to go towards our fears sometimes, because, you know, walk in the direction of them. What makes us uncomfortable is what we need to work on. If something is horrific, that's what we need to walk towards. And why do I say that? I say that because that's the only way we're going to make that horrific thing stop, is by facing it, by making the choice to say, no, no more of that. So, Oz, I'm glad you're sticking with us, and, you
Me
know,
too.
that you've
All of you.
allowed us to love you and support you no matter what you're going through. Because, guys, it's unconditional, you know, like this doesn't have any conditions to it. You know, like, we are here to talk to each other, and I feel like a lot of times too we lose the context when it comes to text, right? Like
Oh
we
my
don't
God.
know the inflection of somebody's voice. We don't know what they're saying, what, we don't know if they're coming from, a place of love or not sometimes. And, we can feel attacked or we can feel it, certain ways. And, that's why I want you guys all to know that you can always come and jump on these streams, because that, like, we can have the conversations, we can have the heated conversations, we don't have to agree, but at the end of the day, we are part of a family and we're here together, and that's what matters, is that we can we can disagree and we can still be there for each other, and that's what's important. And unicorn, we do not need another war. Yeah, and Vicky said, I love that about it, Omar. Yes. And Trish said, we have a great community. And Mishka agrees. And let's see. Copyright permaban. Let's see what else you guys said here. Saying hi, Mishka. Omar said, I can't stand Bill Gates. The guy is greedy little scumbag who's buying up real estate, which will ruin the lives of many middle class people. Yeah, and we gotta figure that out, right? Like we gotta figure out a way to solve that issue. I'm not saying it's gonna be easy. I'm not saying like, it's really hard and it's really frustrating and it's really, it's easy to want to give up on everything. I have those days where I'm just like, fuck, man. Fuck. Like, oh, I can't handle anymore. I don't want to know more truth. I don't want to, because it's stressful and it's hard. But that's why we have to walk towards it. We have to walk towards that uncomfortable fear so that that can be changed, because otherwise this is what has been handed down generation to generation to us. Are you willing to hand this down to the next generations to come, the next 7 generations to come? Are you willing to be a part of that? Or are you willing to be part of the uncomfortable and walk towards it and really try your hardest to make a difference for the next generations to come? Because I I feel the pain and the sorrow. My daughter is 18 and she tells me she doesn't want to have kids because she doesn't want to bring kids into this world. That is horrific and sad. I understand it, but that is horrific and sad. So I will not stop. I don't care. I this is not just like, something where I'm, not willing to do it. I'll do it. I would go down for a cause to make the world better. I won't. I will not give up and just hand it over. I can't. I can't. Like it's just not possible. And it's hard and it's freaking heartbreaking and it can be really stressful. But the way that I feel like we recharge our batteries is coming on here and streaming with you guys and connecting with you guys and seeing you guys in the chats and checking in with you and feeling the shit with you. Like we can't expect one of us to bear the weight of all of this. When we equally bear the weight, we're stronger together. And like, I am absolutely willing to hold the weight with you guys. I'm willing to, to go through the tears and the pain and whatever else we need to do. I'm willing and I'm right here doing it. I want to do this together. I want better for all of us. And like, when Steve plays music, and we do those streams too, it gives us a different sense of recharging our batteries. Here we're able to communicate in ways that we can't in the chats.
I'm definitely feeling a vitamin Stever deficiency lately too.
Yeah, with us not
I hope he
feeling
feels
good.
better soon.
Yeah,
I know how
I think that he'll probably
Rest his good
do
heart.
a stream tomorrow because I don't think he's gonna be able to stay away. You know, like that's what's gotten us through. You know, like okay, if you guys didn't come hang out with us, what would we do? I'm not gonna just talk it to the universe. You know, I could do that without putting my mug on TV and put like spilling my guts and being vulnerable. Um, like I feel safer telling you guys things than I did with a lot of people. And I'm putting it out there to the universe and I don't really care anymore. I am who
Me
I
neither.
am. I got here the way
Did
I
you see
did.
that hairball I coughed up on my channel last week? I don't give a shit anymore. Fuck it. It's for posterior's sake. But everybody should too. Everybody get you. This webcam I got here was like 20 something bucks. I get shit open box. I think it was on Newegg or whatever. But whatever. And again, pick yourself a fun picture for an icon or something, and you just come on. You don't have to stick your mug on here.
And look, guys, this is. I can't show the actual thing because it's being used.
Oh, there you go.
This is the thing that Charlie Brown got for Steve. Isn't that the kindest thing, you guys? Oh my gosh. Steve was okay. So, I got you're I'm echoing on you somehow. So I get this big old kiss in the morning it arrived, and he's like, "Oh, you can't believe it." No. I'm like, what? Like, I had just woken up. Well, it was my morning, which was probably like later in the day, but he's like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. You're so sneaky." And I'm like looking at him like, "What are you talking about?" Right? And I knew that was coming, but I wasn't like awake, or processing anything. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, oh no. I'm like, that's not from me. And I was like, no, that's from Charlie Brown. And oh my gosh, Steve was like just shocked. And so he set that up and is super excited about having it. And I'm sure that he's not going to be able to resist playing because I think tomorrow he'll probably feel better. So
I'm happy to give a little something back to all the joy that he's brought me. You guys have just been awesome.
You've been awesome. You've been my co-host in crime, the crime of speaking the truth, Charlie. It is, it's become a crime in this world. So if that's a crime, I'm gonna keep. I don't like rules. I don't do well with authority, so and that's like in my medical records that I don't do well with authority. What am I gonna do? I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing, and but not be closed-minded about it. Like be open to things evolving and changing, and because they it always is. Like some things that I believed, like like 2 years ago, I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. Now I'd be no way, because knowledge changed that. So we're evolving if we allow ourselves, and we gotta be truthful with ourselves to evolve with ourselves and give ourselves that chance. And Charlie, did you see this comment? Oz says you run along behind the tractor with a dick harvester and you pull out the ones you missed and shove I just hit myself in the face with my book. Oh my god.
That's awesome, Oz.
Oz, why are you not dropping in on the stream with us? Like, sometimes laughter is the best medicine. It's the only way that we can freaking get through this. I mean, that's our serotonin release, right? Like, that's what I feel like we come here for. It's like we get it out, we vent it, we get it out, and then we get a serotonin release at the same time. And I feel better after we have conversation.
Cordially invited to masticate a satchel of phalluses.
Dirty Lucky Burrito. And remember, guys, we are all Burritonians. Is that wait? What
Burritonian.
Rick Overton named us, and I can't remember how he said it. Burritonians.
Burritonian, yes.
We are all
That was lovely.
Burritonians, and that was from Rick Overton, guys. I mean, come on.
I do look forward to.
How could we deny
his visit.
him giving us a beautiful name? So who's
There
going
you
to come
go.
and join us, y'all?
Oz is already like freaking reworking machinery. It's like we could go from freaking cotton to hemp real easy. We could go from carrot harvesting to dicks. There's a niche there.
Carrot harvesting to dicks.
A lot of people need to be served.
Wait, do we need a dong-copter? Do we need dong-copters? I think we need dong-copters.
Oh my god, that was just that was a real thing. I did not realize that, and it was hilarious.
Yes, it was real.
Can you play that?
I will find it. I was already pulling it up.
Fucking hilarious.
Oz, I know you know what I'm talking about.
You know, I think too, I found that area where, you know, like metamorphosis, you know, personal evolution meets hilarity. And I think it's often been like the psychedelic experience, like not just like the substances themselves, but how like they inform me about the world.
No, stop playing.
I think I found that a helpful space. You know, you don't need it, but it can be helpful if people are really stuck. What's the P-Funk saying? Don't hold yourself rigid unless the occasion calls for it. Shit, goddamn, get off your ass and jam.
Yep.
It might be. I tend to get pretty loony around the full moon, Vicky, so that could explain some of my energy. I don't know. Grandmother was shining pretty nice through the front window the other night. It was pretty cool.
Oh my gosh, we got all this snow last night, and then we got freaking like rain. All right. I'm gonna play this, guys, because this is an awesome video. It is the Dongcopter, and it was in New Mexico, and I believe that Shadow Band is who told us about this. All right, here we go.
Had other positions that I attempted to try to bring on, to include the county commission, to bring more social workers into work side by side with us. So I would say, first educate yourself. Let me finish answering the question, ma'am, please. So we're doing that, and I'm all for it. But I'm not running on a I'm running on a qualitative, not a quantitative campaign. I'm not asking for more officers. Let me finish answering the question, ma'am, please.
Sure.
Okay. I listen to you now. Please listen to me. So we're running on a qualitative, not a quantitative, because that's a huge mistake. Mayor Chavez started that in 2009. And where has it gotten us? Nowhere. Because what it's done, it's compromised the integrity of the police department, because they're willing to start overlooking IA cases, and it doesn't do anything good for the people. So for me, I'm not running on a qualitative. I'm running on a qualitative, not a quantitative message. Okay. So.
Is that a dong on a drone?
We have a gentleman over here that's, I guess, trying to be cute. So. I guess that's one of your friends. But anyway, my point is this now. We'll listen to you. We'll work with you at the table. But this is the thing. This isn't about progressives or conservatives. It's about the people. And so the bottom line is, you would have a voice at the table. If you want to ever come and talk to me as a sheriff, I can tell you that. As a mayor, I can tell you the same thing. Yeah. Check the fire room, guys. Yeah, go ahead and walk away from the stage, please. Go ahead, Art.
I don't know what that was. Like a whole picture.
We need you guys to leave.
I don't know what that was. This guy's a pedophile.
Well, damn.
Yeah, that's even more of that Doncopter clip than the last one I think that I played. So yeah. Imagine that, guys. It's great. It's great. And it was a rainbow sock on the Doncopter.
They probably had just washed it and were only airing it out.
I know, right? Why can't you?
Strange happenstance.
Did you see how many guys like jumped on him?
Yeah.
Like 4 or 5 guys jump on one kid because he flew a freaking Doncopter? Are you kidding me? I would be laughing so hard. I would have fallen out of my chair.
You know, can't let that critical thinking hit the herd. Got to shut it right down. That's why we're not allowed to talk about the boop-diddy boop and all that fucking bullshit. Shut that shit down. Seriously.
Abraham said it's the 3 evils: cowardice, selfishness, and greed. Oh my gosh, I saw this morning that freaking it was like the World Economic Forum. It showed up on my thing and I go on there. Dude, Fauci looked like death. He looked freaking gray. Ooh.
For the Grim Reaper himself, almost. Huh?
Dude, yeah, but he looked worn, you know, and he looked gray. I'm like thinking, yeah, get I'm I'm a nice person, and you know, I do not hurt people, but I would like to give that man a high five right on his face. Doesn't mean I wouldn't defend myself if I had to, because I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, there should be no billionaires. You are very right. We shouldn't, like, you know, like if you're rolling over to that much, it should go right back to the people, and they should pay taxes. Did you see Elon Musk was complaining that he was going to pay the most taxes? Ugh. Are you kidding me? Oh, dude, where is your Doncopter?
My dream has always been, if I ever hit it rich, is to have enough money to fucking help as many people out as I could. I don't, like, what the fuck? I don't understand. And Musk, what a fucking waste of intelligence.
He's not intelligent. He stole a name of somebody who's brilliant.
Well, certainly.
They all have stolen everything. Well, even Jeff Bezos stole the idea of Amazon.
Freaking no small irony, right?
Stole it. Like, you know,
fucking
they're
Edison,
all thieves. They're fucking
Edison
thieves.
Was in collusion with the government to freaking ruin Tesla, because Tesla freaking, all the stuff that he had to freaking share with humanity would have put all kinds of freaking businesses out of business. Same thing was what I was saying earlier about the treatment industrial complex. If they acknowledge just developmental trauma alone, people read the freaking The Body Keeps the Score by Dr. Bessel van der Kolk. He goes into like the freaking, it's a lot to do with the effects of poverty and all. It's really, it's a very well-written book. It's pretty easy to understand, and it takes the piss out of a lot of the shit that we've been led to believe that is clearly not so. But it keeps people fucking spinning and a little bit lost, as far as I can tell. We wouldn't be saying some of the dumb shit that we're saying and going along with some of the dumb shit that we're doing if people had a better understanding.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We got to embrace everybody that we can, you know.
Musk has made masturbation an art form, Unicorn says.
Oh, God.
But I mean, he's not wrong. That's my point too. I mean, if I could have done anything, like how much did it cost to send that stupid car into space, or the dong missile or whatever?
Why do they get to decide
Bezos.
what goes in space and where they get to go and what they do? Why? What gives them the right? That's the universe. That is not their decision. That is so disgusting to me. And how much pollution is it because of that?
Oh, there's no telling how many decades are they? Do they already have shit built on other planets, dark side of the moon, whatever, colonies
knows?
elsewhere, Mars? How the fuck would we know?
I saw that on Mars there's like, okay, so I have a theory. What if Mars is the old Earth that got destroyed and blown up and people came here? Right?
Yep. And they've been trying to freaking re-inhabit it, make it habitable ever since, trying to rehab it in some spots, domes or whatever. Because I mean, certainly are acting like there's a planet B, right?
Yeah.
Certain aspects of society are acting clearly like there's a fucking somewhere else to go, and this place is disposable, and everyone and everything on it. It's insane. It really is like an alien intelligence or an artificial intelligence already at play. Because people, why do you automatically assume? That's what bothers me too. Automatically assume somehow artificial intelligence is somehow superior to natural intelligence. Eat a bag of dicks, obviously.
Horny Unicorn says a turkey slap is sexual abuse, whether delivered by drone or not. Oh my god. Horny Unicorn, you get funnier as you hang out, you know.
The drunker you
Oh,
get.
I forgot to put. Oh my gosh, Oz, I'm sorry. I have this freaking link sitting in the thing to post a comment, and
Yeah, exactly, Vicky. They freaking answer to no one. That's the problem too. These non-governmental organizations are forming the new world order. That's the backbone of it. Always has been. That's what the deep state's always been about. All these different freaking 3-letter alphabet agencies freaking in bed with big business and stuff. That's, I mean, pretty much, is that not the definition of fascism right along? Some form of authority, whatever fucking term you want to use. It ain't freaking for the benefit of humanity.
And you know, think about it. All these people that are in, you know, the House, Senate, and the government, all these people that are making decisions for us, right? Guess what? We are providing them health care. We are providing them a thriving wage. We are providing them with retirement benefits, vacations, everything, as they deny it to us in the US. Because remember, guys, we don't live in America. We live in the United States. That's one thing that just like really gets under my skin. I don't know why. But saying America is like, you know, we don't live in America. We live in the United States. We live on the continent of North America. And we live in the United States. If you're in the US, you know, saying America, that leaves out Alaska, Hawaii, and it takes over. What about, like, you know, the fact that we have, you know, Canada?
I live between
oh my goodness, y'all. Guess what? Guess what? Ta-da! We have an Oz.
Good to see you, brother.
Oz, how are you?
Oh, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, you're pretty good.
Yeah, my cheap camera is still working.
It is.
Nice. How are you?
Cruising. Yeah, just watching this and just being totally blown out by the community. It's unexpected.
What are you about? Are you 10 hours ahead of us on the East Coast?
It's about 6:15 in the evening here.
Oh, Christ.
On the 18th of January. There you go.
Horny, what time is it there with you? Because you're over there too.
12.
And then Horny Unicorn said it's good to be the king if you're the king. And Oz is getting some love for coming on and hanging out with us.
15 hours ahead of
Yeah, it's appreciated. Very much so. Yeah.
We had Oz and Mr. Wilson on at the same time, which was
Oh,
really
Mr.
fun.
Wilson's amazing. I love Wilson.
Yes,
he's
solve
the
our
spirit of,
problems, Oz. You are ahead of us in time.
oh,
Solve our
not
problems.
really. Just in rotation. So, no,
Okay.
go back. It's a mistake. Don't come here.
So, horny unicorns behind you in time, closer to us. Is that what that is?
Where's Horny?
Horny unicorn, you should come on. I don't know where horny unicorn is.
He's in Oz too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's in
Oh,
Australia.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, see, Oz is gonna tell you what the future holds. Yes.
Yes. Oh, it's the 18th of January, and I've got to tell you, go back. It's a trap. Go back to 2021.
Yeah, exactly. Phenomenal. Thank you. You know what I mean? That's like the hubris of humanity. You think it can build a better tomato? It's just, I mean, humble yourself, please. You know what I mean? Check
Well,
yourself before
artificial
you wreck yourself.
intelligence.
Is that not the parlance back in the day?
Well, I've found if you let your tomatoes throw back to their origins, the bugs leave them alone. You know, you get to actually eat them. You don't have to put nets over them and stuff.
Well, you know what I'm
Really
saying.
little. They taste better. And yeah,
But I was
agree.
just kind of making that point about artificial intelligence. Sort of like, I think the general sort of message is that we're supposed to think that it's automatically superior to nature's intelligence, and that we don't fully engage with that, obviously, on a bunch of different levels. I think emotional intelligence doesn't get examined and discussed enough either. I think we mistake that.
No.
You know what I mean? It gets left out of the quotient or whatever you want to put, however you want to put that, all too often. AI, I think, is already at play, and I think that's why we're seeing a lot of things that just they run contrary to nature. Yes, they might make more sense from a bottom line somehow, somewhere on some computer, some tablet or something, whatever. But you know what I mean? Clearly,
it's not really intelligence. It's prefabricated skill. It's not intelligence at all. It's sort of like saying that you need to be intelligent to be able to drive a nail with a hammer. This isn't intelligence at all.
I mean, like the stock market. That's one form of artificial intelligence. It's not really like economics are man-made, and yet we somehow are led to believe that they exist outside of man's, sphere of influence.
Well, who decides what's right and wrong when it comes to artificial intelligence? That's what creeps me out.
If it runs contrary to nature and if it's unsustainable, that's right there. That should be the absolute bottom line prerequisite, should it not?
Like,
sustainability.
We don't have a choice in it. We don't have a choice in what they what they decide.
It's kind of structural. Look, I didn't know anything about artificial intelligence. I was a computer programmer back in the 90s, and I got involved in a project for a bank, and they wanted to make an artificial intelligence to detect loan fraud. So I got involved in that, and I said, "Well, what the hell is this?" And I did learn. It's what they call deep learning, which we knew about that 20, 30 years ago. It's only just sort of coming online as a tool set but they're just tools. I mean, if you had enough people to look at loan applications, or if one person had enough eyes to look at all the loan applications, they'd be able to pull out the fraudulent ones just, because you see what they are. So, yeah, that one's dodgy. Chuck that one up, not taking that one. But we don't have somebody with infinite eyes, because you're processing so many thousand loan applications a day, and you can't afford to have all the clerks looking at them. So you get a machine that say, well, what constitutes? Well, we don't know what constitutes a fraudulent loan application. We've got some heuristics, and we can detect 70% of them, but the other 30% of them are costing us a fucking fortune. So, but we can't, it's, if we put on clerks to look at these things, it would cost us more than we lost. So we want a machine to do it. Well, how do you do that? Well, we've got this learning algorithm thing that it's going to take a couple of years to put together. It's not like now you can buy them off a shelf. You can go and buy one and just put it to work. It's come a long way, but it's just a tool. It's a learning tool, and what it does is it acquires a skill. It's not intelligence. The intelligence lies with whoever sets it to work. That's where the intelligence is.
And how do they decide what, you know what I mean? Like, I don't trust them. I don't trust them to set that thing to be kind.
Hey,
it interacts with people that are like mean.
So you go to
doing that.
You go to the circus and you see lions and tigers jumping through hoops of fire. Who decided that lions and tigers should jump through hoops of fire? Not the lions and tigers, I'm telling you now.
Yeah.
But this is how they're training their artificial intelligence to jump through hoops of fire. It's entirely at the whim of whoever has captured it and put it to work. It's going to, entertain the people. Everybody goes, "Oh, isn't that lovely? You've got a man-eating tiger jumping through a hoop of fire. Aren't you wonderful? Yay, clap hands."
Well, remember,
all the clowns start coming out of the car. It's like the White House, isn't it?
well, think about it too. Like when they're making these dog ones. No, and that gives dogs a bad name, by the way, just saying. But what happens when they have children ones and they want to use them for inappropriate purposes? And I just foresee some awful things happening with them. And what if they decide that things are better? If they were programmed to be the best of everything, what if they decide like, okay, well, humans are freaking bad and they're destroying the planet, so we're going to kill them all. What are we going to do to stop them?
See, because these things aren't intelligent, they're not actually, they can make decisions, but they can do operational and tactical decisions. They can't do strategic decisions.
How do we know that?
Strategic decision lies with the user.
How do we know that though? Because they tell us
you're not the
technology
user.
is, and they've been doing it a lot longer, and they have better stuff. It's like with the drones. They make these drones all popular, and they're fun. Everybody has a drone, and then these drones are going to be surveilling us.
They'll be doing what their owner puts them to work to do. They're tools. They're just tools, and you've got to see it. There's nothing really magical about it. Yeah, it's clever. It's sophisticated, but they're still just tools like a hammer or.
But if they can bomb people from around the world, imagine what they do if they have a ton of them here.
You could take a hammer and build a house. You could take a hammer and cave somebody's skull in with it. The problem is these tools are being implemented, turned on, switched on, left in place, and everybody's left to sort of build up like a cult sort of hive mind around it and just accept these things mindlessly. That's my concern. You see what I'm saying? It sort of becomes this sort of matrix almost, if you will. Like you know what I mean? I think that's where we're finding ourselves.
Because we're being separated from
the technology was supposed to serve us, but now it's like who made who? Now we're in service to it. On too many examples, it's like we're being farmed. You see what I'm saying? I agree with you. It's like, yes, they are just tools, but they're tools that have been put into place by nefarious people for nefarious means and just left there. And then we build up this sort of strange organic. You know what I mean? It goes to what you've been saying too. I kind of wanted to touch on that about the tribe. How did you put that earlier? The needs of the society versus the tribe. I forget.
Yeah, because you said it, and actually, I really appreciate you putting me onto that the polyvagal thing, where they emphasise co-regulation.
Yeah,
because that's where you've got an individual, but the individual doesn't mature, it doesn't go anywhere without the co-regulation,
right?
For motivation and for formation and for identity. And we make a mistake to think that, just a person standing alone has an identity. I think that's a mistake. And so then you walk it down and say, well, what does a healthy identity look like? you know, I mean, is it being loyal to your company like I once was? You know, saying, oh, the company, you know, I'm the company's man. Whatever the company wants, I'll do it. I'll do it to a degree of excellence, and I'll get paid more, which I did. But at the end, they turned around and told me that no, we don't want your loyalty. We hate your loyalty. We want you to be a plug in, plug out, and you bastard, you've made yourself a single point dependency, and we're going to have trouble replacing you, you bastard.
And the same could be applied to personal company too. That's the point that people really, I would hope to take away from that, is that in respect to the attachment process, that the polyvagal theory helps us understand the effect of the nervous system from the environment is really important, and we do not understand that on a societal level yet, and it misinforms all manner of human activity. You know what I mean? That's the concern for that. People don't understand that they're having perfectly normative responses to unhealthy, unsustainable human activity. Again, that for so many different reasons, largely for profit, have been there's all these mechanisms that could be serving humanity have been put into place and programmed to run alternate to serving our basic needs and being in tune with nature. You know what I mean? Again, like you're right. They're again just tools, but we need to examine their use and our relationship to them with the narratives that you know what I mean that keep us. But keeping all that at bay, keeping the examination of these things at bay.
The relationship is to whoever owns the tool. I don't go, down to the pub to see if I can score a one-nighter with a fucking chainsaw.
Well, again, I'm talking about like on the level of like the stock market and all these, you know what I mean? Like the stock market and all these societal sort of quote unquote mechanisms that are in place that really are above and beyond the individual. Like you can participate in them or not, but it's going to be there.
They're not above and beyond the individual. You track it back and you'll find Bill Gates, and you'll find Jeff Bezos, and you'll find, the 0.01%.
We have to be more vigilant about what they're doing, because that's how we got to where we are, is because people weren't vigilant enough and we walked right into it. We allowed it. We allowed spending the money there. Like if we did not like, patronize them and do all that, then we wouldn't be in this situation. We decided this with our money. We decided it with our dollars. And people, I heard earlier, people are concerned about like, how they're going to take ganja and make it like a pharmaceutical like industry thing. Hey, you know what? Since 93, I've never used big pharma for any of my ganja. I'm not going to start. I will not. I refuse. So I will not vote for that with my dollars. I've done it since 93 and I've never done it. I'm not going to start. And that's what's important, is we are careful and we acknowledge it and we are like hyper vigilant about what is happening and inform others, because if not, we're just going to keep getting deeper into the trap.
Yeah. It's just all about money. It's the thing about money. And just lately, I'm finding I have to keep returning to what money is. Everyone says, oh, it's a store of value, it's a means of exchange, it's this, it's that, it's the other thing. You know what it is? It is claims on value. Okay, now you've got to look at the claims. You look at these billionaires and they've got enormous claims, outlandish claims. They say, oh, everybody's got to be making food so that I can make a model of a dick that I can fuck the sky with. And that's what we really should be doing. And I mean, when you put it in those terms and everybody's feeding this arsehole and his team of arseholes, I'm a great employer. Oh, yes, what did you do? Well, I helped a millionaire construct a giant dick. Yeah, well, we need that, don't we?
A really good example is, I live
If it was a
very
one-way
close
ticket, it would
to
have been
a
okay.
sub base,
Yeah.
and that sub base that I live near, people will get jobs there, and they're like, "Yeah, I got a good paying job. I'm doing electrical and the subs," and they don't realize. Like my friend told me that she was all proud that her daughter got a job there doing electrical, and I'm like, "Yeah, but she's working for that military-industrial complex,"
Yeah,
and the
well,
look on her face, like. Like they don't think about that. They don't think about that larger picture of what they're contributing.
yeah, look, unfortunately, that's the world that we were born into, and it's a long way to turn all that shit around. I mean, I've got to keep reminding myself is that we get born halfway through the bloody book. You're born halfway through the book, and then when you look back, you find out that most of the previous chapters have been sort of torn out and burned. So we don't even know where we came from. We got no fucking idea where we're going to. And, and we were born into this world of money and corporations and stuff that, even when I was a little kid, we were kind of peasants, but it was all pretty much underway by then. The industrialists owned my town, coal mining town, and you had to go down the black hole in the ground, or you would starve. And if you tried to go off and join the natives, they were massacred, weren't they? Along with everybody with them. So we didn't get a whole lot of choice in this. So we have to live with this money thing, and we have to stay alive and navigate our way out of this fucking nightmare. Well, I mean, one person alone's not going to do it. I think it might take a village. That might help, but it's not going to happen overnight.
Jack, did you see who's here, Oz?
Yeah, Jack Sith, he's fucking legend.
Here and
legend.
And hang out with us now.
Come on, Jack.
The link.
Come on. The water's fine.
I know, right? We know. We used to always, all of us used to always be on Discord. I have been neglecting Discord. Sorry. But yeah, all of us would hang out like on Discord all the time.
Can I make a comment about jobs? To me, jobs are they're like a political monetary unit that gets traded between corporations and governments. It's a trading chip. And I found this out because I worked for a big supermarket chain. It was back in the 90s as well. I learned a lot in the 90s. And what they did was they had a lot of employees, checkout chicks and shelf packers and truck drivers and warehouse guys and stuff like this, hundreds of thousands of people. That's a lot of people. And whenever they wanted a concession from the government, they would just wave their, look, we're a major employer. Okay, you've got to have jobs. Don't piss us off. And they got whatever they wanted because then it, back in the 90s, we could have got rid of all the checkout chicks because we had the technology to just, you get your stuff, you run it over a scanner and it just bills you on the way out. Didn't need the checkout chicks at all. And there was a big debate. Should we get rid of the checkout chicks? And the management said no, because they're our leverage against the government. We would lose our political advantage. We've got to keep the checkout chicks and fuck the technology. And then they said, oh, well, we should have all home shopping. We had the technology back in the 90s, early 2000s. This Israeli team come out and did this virtual reality supermarket thing. And this was before there was bandwidth to actually do that kind of thing. And I did remind them about the bandwidth and said, well, what are you doing here? And they said, we're making money. We're getting paid for this. And I said, oh, well, good for some, I suppose. But and then management said, no, we don't want people virtual shopping because in this day and age, people see a visit to the supermarket as a social event.
A damn straight, Vicky.
And so they wanted people coming in because that gave them leverage over the community because they were providing a community service that is where people came to meet, where they would used to go to a town square or something like that. But that's all gone. You go to the mall or the supermarket. Now the mall's gone. So now we have social media. Well, it's a far cry from the town square, isn't it? Where you actually get to smell who you're talking to. That'd be nice. Realise that people don't wash as much as they claim. It's nice to know that kind of thing about humans. And anyway, yeah, I'm a bit of a primitivist, I suppose. I'm not real fond of where humanity's going at the moment. I think it's a dead end. Because only 200-300 years ago, people who had a job, they were the scum. Only scum would go and sell their labour. The real people, they were farmers, or they were craftsmen, or the lords or something like that, kings and priests and shit. Only the lower scum went and sold their labour and had a job. Times changed, don't they? Everyone's, you've got to go and get a job. And I'm kind of, like, I had my son here with me a few months ago, but for him to get on with his life, he had to go and get a job. So off he went and got a job. And it's really funny because the company that he got a job with is called Borg. So he joined the Borg. So, yeah, I wished he hadn't, but he had to. He actually had to, because that's the reality.
I have a friend that works for Tesla but he does the solar panels, and he does it because he makes good money. It's not because he wants to work for them, but you put people in such a hard place that they're like, what do I do? You know what I mean? It's like, I can't live off minimum wage, so I got to go work for a freaking evil corporation. It's really hard. It's really hard for people.
Yeah, I wish I still had solar. So I lived for about 3 or 4 years with solar, and now I'm paying for town power, and they're putting the price up. And in the last year, the price of bread has gone up 40%, and people are talking, there's a little bit of inflation. Yeah, there is. When bread goes up, there's
a little every month, maybe, and they just keep doing it and doing it and doing it. And we try to eat as much organic as we can. And it's like, it's insane. It's like we have to pick and choose sometimes what we can, what we can afford. What's the worst, what's the worst thing that's going to have all the glyphosate in it that we can, like, all right, we'll buy that as opposed to this, because, it's really hard. And then I heard on the West Coast, I was seeing that all the shelves are empty. Everybody that's out there is telling me that. And I'm like, holy shit, we're not empty over here in Connecticut. Are you empty, Charlie?
You know why the shelves are empty? It's because everybody is being made to stay at home for a week or two because they caught a head cold.
That's part of it, but it's also been a ploy on the market again. The fucking stock market. These people are playing. Same thing with lumber. It's like I had a whole bunch of projects I needed to get done this past 2 years, and there isn't any shortage of lumber. There isn't any shortage of people to do it. It's been people sitting on stocks of it and being bastards.
Yeah, there's a bit of that. I mean, but companies are also mindful that they've got to increase inventories.
Did you say what Jack was asking you, Oz? He wants to know how nuts it is in your area, like in Australia. Horny Unicorn is also down there too. Are you guys in different areas, though, right?
It's hard to actually tell because I'm not really engaged in the society very much. I'm on a pension now, so it kind of doesn't matter. I can sit at home. I still have to work because a pension's not enough, and inflation makes it a joke. So, I do have to sort of secretly earn money on the side and hide it.
Allegedly.
So allegedly, because, I still, I can't make flutes for a living anymore. I'm too old and bloody crook. But I still can make them and have to make them because that's the only way I'm going to survive. I've got to find the cracks to live in.
I want one of your whistles so bad.
Might take a bit to make you one. It's sort of taken about six to 8 months to get one done at the moment.
Oh, yeah. I don't want you to. I don't. Put that towards income. But they're beautiful.
I'll never stop doing it, but I can't claim it as a profession or income anymore.
Yeah.
Because that's what I've got to do at the moment, because that's just the reality. And I mean, if I had a village around me, it wouldn't matter. But I don't. I'm here alone. I know the next door neighbour, and that's it.
Do you still have
And
blue?
people across the road, but there's no society here. And the kids who live down the block, they're like a Facebook group that think that doing drifts and donuts is what you're supposed to do, and they're living Grand Theft Auto on the streets.
Oh my god.
So it's crazy out there, and I really don't want to be here. And
Horny Unicorn, how is it in your area of Australia? And you should come on, because you can.
Yeah. So to answer your question, I don't know, because I'm not part of the society that's been locked out.
Sorry, you were answering.
I'm already sort of out of it, and I don't care what the fuck they're doing.
But they are being restrictive with you, right? Like they're still being very restrictive.
I got to wear a mask, and then a nod's as good as a wink. Like I pretend to sign in because I don't have a mobile phone, but they assume I do, and they assume that I've checked in. And they assume that when I pretended to write my name in the book, that I wrote my name in the book. I mean, I just walk in. I've got my magic mask,
Yeah.
I am part of the Borg. Do not look too closely. I will distract you. You got to do that. And then, but it's easy for me to do that because I'm already in the cracks. But people who are not in the cracks are having a lot of difficulty because their job doesn't work anymore. They've lost their job. A lot of businesses have closed. A lot of people are doing it very fucking hard, and they're not getting social support because they're not allowed to be close to each other. I mean, it's fucking crazy. I don't know how much longer they can do this, and this is why the Prime Minister is saying, "Oh, I think we've hit the limit. We're just going to take the brakes off, and whoever dies just fucking dies, and we'll make up a story or something." But the thing is that Omicron's not going to kill many people. It's actually over, and a lot of all of the wealth, everyone's savings are fucking gone, except people who got subsidies and were able to keep jobs, and then because they've got savings.
What is savings?
Yeah, well, some people who were able to get income continuity, who could work at home, and or who could get subsidies or whatever, they couldn't spend their money, so their savings have gone up. So they've become a new class, you see, and that's not emerged yet, and they're not hurting. And they can't see the people who've lost their jobs, lost their businesses, lost their savings. They don't understand the tsunami of hurt that's coming their way because they're going to go, oh, no, things are fine. Things are just hunky-dory. Well, for them, but that's a new class, you see. This is why I don't like people talking about the proletariat because, that idea has been fractured into 100 different sections. You've got the gig workers, you've got the unionists, you've got the government workers, private workers, this company, that company, this industry, and it's all shattered up and everyone's in their own little bubbles. And they have no idea of the tsunami of the dispossessed. They have no idea how big that demographic has become. Called the precariat. The Uber drivers, the people who have no support, if anything goes wrong, they are fucked. They're living on the edge. They've got no conditions. And God help this world if they get together and say, hey, we're actually a class now. We should get together. I think it's going to have to happen. And you get all of these Marxists and people, saying, oh, the what do you call it, the dictatorship of the proletariat. And I'm going, which part of the proletariat, what part of the working class? And, what is a working class these days? Are you talking about sex workers? Yeah? Are you talking about Uber drivers? Or are you talking about union card holding members of the coal miners in Kentucky?
All of the above.
Well, yes, it's got to be all of the above, you know. So they're busy trying to keep us all apart, but it can't last forever. But see, the thing I want to assert, which I think is like the missing link, is that you don't join as individuals, you join as tribes. You know, you say, okay, we're the coal miners of Kentucky, and we're going to march with the sex workers of New York and the Uber drivers, and we're going to shut this fucking city down. We're going to shut this country down. And but I mean, it's like Hedges says, you only ever do a general strike to overturn a government. You know, otherwise you do surgical strikes. But then you know, through the surgical strikes, you build the solidarity with all of the other people who have iron in the fire. And yeah, well, you've got to get around the censorship to do that, don't you?
I see
Wonder
like
how that's going to happen. It's got to happen.
local mutual aid societies like banding together to build like national platforms along those lines, like what you're saying. A lot of the people have the same irons in the fire,
Yeah,
same
but
things
it
at
kind of,
stake, same
but it
basic needs.
kind of helps to say, you know, we're the people from this town, you know, that are joining in with you, and to wave their little flag and saying, oh, "What's a town in Kentucky?" And say, you know, we're the steel workers of Newcastle, man. Here's our flag, and we're sending help to the sex workers in Melbourne or something like that. You know, solidarity. It works a lot better as under a local flag, not a national flag, a local one, because people know that if you you know, get in the march and you get your head cracked by a cop, the people of the community are going to be there to nurse you back to health. Because nobody just walks out into that kind of danger without that kind of support behind them. The unions knew this, you know, a long time ago, that, you know, if you didn't have the people on the street, the actual mums and dads and the aunties, uncles, and the, you know, who were behind you, you couldn't do it. You couldn't do a strike without the support.
Well, you know what's crazy though, Oz? You know more about like what is happening in the United States than a lot of the people that live within the United States.
Yeah, I'm just crazy that way.
I know, but like, think about how insane that is. That's insane.
Well, you got to, because the United States is running it, and the United States is the empire. You
But
have
I mean, the fact that people here don't know what's happening, it's pretty crazy because you know and they don't. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
well, because
people should be paying attention here too, and we wouldn't be in this position, I don't think, if people were.
Yeah, but it's kind of stupid because I'm not really part of the society here. I'm right out at the edge. I'm in the cracks, and I have been a lot of my life. I've been in the cracks, and I'm not in the thick of it. But people in the thick of it, they have no incentive to know, because as far as they're concerned, it's all working for them right now. And if it's not broke, don't fix it. But when you get the perspective from the outside and say, look, this is coming to not a good place. Everybody inside, you're inside the train and it's going over the cliff. And they go, oh, you know, no, everything's fine. The train's going along just fine. You know, I'm polishing the knobs on the door handles. You know, that's my gig. I'm an essential worker in the train that's going over the cliff. But you're standing outside of it saying this train's going over a cliff. And but they can't see it, and they won't hear it, because they're perfectly comfortable. But see, the thing is that the critical mass is getting very, very close, because the dispossessed are now starting to outnumber the comfortable, and the comfortable are going to get uncomfortable real bloody quick. And I would really like for the comfortable to start seeing that before before they start doing desperate things, you know. Because the uncomfortable, they're beyond desperate now. They don't need desperation. They've already been through their desperation. They're out on the street, you know. They're in the world of pain. You know,
hungry mob is an angry mob.
We have a lot of poverty in this country that a lot of people don't know about. Like I was talking to Mr. Wilson about it before, and he's like, "Yeah, well, you guys are doing." I'm like, "No, you don't understand. We got an argument about how things really were in the U.S. because how they believe that that we're so free, that there's so much, you know what I mean, so much like we're so good here." I'm like, "No." It's not how, we don't have that storybook ending. If you look at like our cities, we have people under every bridge,
Yeah.
small town to big. We have people under every bridge. People are starving. Children are dying of starvation, and it's insane. We don't we I and the term like first world or third world country. No, you know what? That's something that came out of the Cold War, and you know what? Some of these countries that have less economic standing in the world because they're repressed by the US, but like they have more community, they have more, they have so much more than what we have, and people act like you're
Well,
anti-American if you don't go along with the narrative, and it's like, no, I want to be proud. I want to be proud of my
of
country.
course you do. And but you're not being allowed to. Because you're being charged too much to enter the dream. And but you look at countries like Venezuela or Iran, or that have been sort of saying, okay, well, the empire has dropped you off the edge of global economy. So what do? You say, well, it's got to be local economy, and so they come up with things like collectivos, where you say, well, we're not making money out of oil anymore, and the empire run down our food production. They're trying to get their food production and self sufficiency running as quickly as they possibly can, and in the meantime, the empire's trying to sabotage all that because they don't want them to be independent. They want them to just die, basically. Well, people don't just die. And then you see in the United States this mutual aid thing sort of going on, and I think that's where it's going. That the United States will call it something else. They won't call it collectivos or communes or you know tribes or anything. They'll just start doing it, and they'll come up with a word for it. And when that word pops up, I'm going to be behind it 1,000,000%. And because that's the future of the United States. The United States is not going to have a civil war. There's going to be some scuffles and stuff, but United States has got just people, and people are people. They don't just go away and die. First they live under bridges and stuff, and then before you know it, they've got garden plots going on everywhere. And what they tried to do in that park that Fiorella was trying to.
Echo Park.
Echo Park, they formed a village, and it would, these people didn't necessarily know each other, but they formed a tribal community almost instantly, and they got it functioning, within weeks. They had it functioning.
Yep.
Human beings can do that.
Rainbow kids. That's all they do is travel, and they go to different freaking forests and everything else. Like that's what they do. They use community, and like.
So what happens, like in the Great
we can do it.
Depression, when everything just sort of fell over within a couple of years, and people just weren't ready for it, and then they were traveling around looking for work, looking for food, and that, and there wasn't a lot of camaraderie going on. There was a lot of competition, and they went and they started cutting down trees, and they deforested a very large part of the United States just for firewood to stay alive. So you've got to be kind of aware that when things fall apart, there's a lot of bad shit happens, and if you're ahead of the curve a bit, you might be able to stave off some of that, but there's going to be some of it. I mean, how do you do it? I don't know how it's going to be done, but
we gotta talk to each other.
Yeah, well, the mutual aid thing is that's really, really hopeful. I never expected to see that pop up, but it seems to become quite strong.
Well, think about it. The mutual aid, we do that whenever there's like a disaster and things like that. People just have to see what we're going through as a disaster that we need to come together.
I think it's a bit more
that way, and they don't. They don't. They put their blinders on. You see a homeless person, they don't acknowledge them. I always acknowledge people, and I've had some of the most amazing conversations with people on the streets that I didn't know. Like that, it's pretty amazing because you might not even ever see that person again, but you can have the deepest conversation with another human, and you never know.
Yeah, so look, a big part of the problem is that the comfortable, they're the ones who are going to get desperate and get violent. It's not the street people, it's not the dispossessed. They're
But
not
we
the ones
should
who
get the street people, all the people in the tents. We should get them on the streets. That's who we need to join us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it has to be that they've got to create the like parallel institutions, and just ignore what's going on, because the way things are going, that like the poverty line is rising up through the demographics, and everybody under the poverty line are being jettisoned from society, from the civilization we know. They don't just go away; they create another society. They create another civilization, and because that poverty line is climbing up the demographics, there's more and more people who are dropping out of the pyramid, and until the people on top just no longer have the critical mass to maintain control. I'm sure a lot of them understand this. That's why they've got their bunkers in New Zealand and stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, but it's not going to be comfortable. I mean, comfort. Everybody needs sufficient comfort to stay alive, but comfort is not our friend. In fact, it's comfort drives all our vices and everything. All of the downside is where you take comfort too far.
Yep, that's why we have to walk towards what we fear and what makes us uncomfortable.
Yeah, I resonate with that. This is why I'm still sitting here, because I mean, I was sitting there in chat, half an hour ago or so, going, like this is actually making me feel very uncomfortable, because I don't like getting this close to other people.
Well, too bad, Oz. We love you.
Yeah, it's all over now. Jeez, I'm gone. Oh well, might as well go for the ride.
Yeah, same here, Oz. That's like I've said to you guys, and I've said to Lucky privately. I mean, it's like it took a degree of discomfort for me to stick my mug on here and talk about deeply important shit to me, and I'm living in the middle of a fucking existential crisis and showing up here even with all this suicidal ideation and blah 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 blah. But it's like it's important that we're able to do this, because again, like we were saying earlier, maybe if any of us come on and do this, it kind of holds the door, I guess you could say, for others to be able to go ahead and start doing that too. And I think that's where the ball starts rolling in a good way, and our critical mass of vivaciousness replacing the vicious circles that we've been accustomed to, or whatever. That's where I think we can get in and tenderize ourselves and the situations and the thought processes needed to make these shifts because I think a lot of these unspoken social agreements that we have in our various relationships, be it personal or otherwise, they get in the way of our various evolutions, personally and collectively. Because we hold on to things longer than are necessary. I think a lot of the mechanisms of thought and just being with one another that we've evolved with, we've outgrown them. It's sort of like our britches are too tight because we've outgrown them, or something. Our shoes don't fit no more because you know what I mean.
Thank you, Jen, for being here with us too.
Yeah.
We hold space with each other, and we just got to remember, like, it's just us talking. It's just us talking instead of being just in a chat. We're just talking out loud where we can see each other, and it feels more, it's more real. So that's all. Don't even think about it as like, as anything more than something so simple, because that's what it really is.
So Charlie, I just want you to know that you've brought a lot of insight. I've got a lot of value from what you've been bringing to the table, because it's the real deal. Like I can go looking at go looking for lectures by Chris Hedges or something like that, and yeah, he's got some points, but
He does, yeah.
I can't apply those points immediately to my life because he's speaking at 100 million miles up in the air. So yeah, that's right, Chris. But how does that hit the street? And he tries to hit the street, but he can't because he's an academic. And
right. There's that disconnect there because of that. He's not wrong.
He's not talking to me.
Right.
He's talking to academia and he's talking to dissidents and stuff like this. And he's just sort of like way out there. And you say, oh yeah. How do I apply that? But when you start bringing stuff down on the ground, that has immediate value for me in my life. And you brought 3 or 4 great insights to me just in these in this channel, and I'm sort of going, geez, I never thought of looking at it that way. Yeah, that really helps me.
Yeah,
that's awesome. That's it. Like if I died tomorrow or in 15 minutes from now, that's it. I'm good because that's exactly what because that's what people have done for me in my life. I would not be here to be able to have done this, to share any of this shit. So you know what I mean? That's the importance I'm trying to get across. Is like, I thank you from my heart. You know what I mean? Because you've done the same for me. So I'm just encouraging everybody. This is it. This shit matters right here. Don't let all these so-called experts, consider it, but don't let we have to be the masters of our own fucking ship, and that requires some critical thought. That requires some discomfort. That requires mental and spiritual push-ups in ways and shit that shows up in our life that is like, damn. Yeah. And we got to do our best. I don't want to be preaching here, or whatever, but I mean, like my
say it, fucking say it, man.
Pardon?
Say it. Everybody's here because you have something to say, and they relate to you in some way because they're here and they're saying thank you, and we love you.
Right. I just try to be. I think it's important to be cautious. I'm not trying to generalize because everybody's path is going to be different. I don't want to make it out to sound like there is, because someone had commented. I don't know if it was here earlier or someone I was reading earlier. I don't know if they responded to something I had said about like. I think it was yesterday somewhere, not here, but about there being some sort of one size fit all, or I prefer to talk to my doctor about this sort of stuff. I'm like, that's great. That's wonderful. But my whole point is just have that conversation. If that's, you know what I mean? But we need to have these conversations because there's too many people who just like, that's why I was saying the artificial intelligence approach to like autopilot. It's like, all right, all these experts have all these subject matters figured out. We basically subscribe to them and we go to work. And that's the American dream we're sold, right? Or whatever. That's the Western dream. You go to work, you pay your taxes, and everything will work out, right? But we know that's a complete and utter fucking fallacy. It's nightmares are dreams too. There's your American fucking, I know United States, but I'm saying there's your American dream. Just that terminology in and of itself is rather twistedly ironic, is it not? So I just again question everything, and I mean for me. The work that I have to do to try and like work through from everything I've read so far, again, from like so-called experts and whatever that you can, again, here I am saying question experts, but I'm saying some of these people are right on. You have to find them out. Like I'm saying, Vander Kolk is one of them, Porges, generally these people who fucking, you can clearly tell like, yeah, they're making money off of books here and there, but like Porges doesn't want one of the interviews I saw with him
live somehow though,
he's got the right attitude.
He really does, and it's so wonderful. He's so careful with the way he chooses his words. He's like, when we're doing this work, it's really important to understand like you're touching fire. You know what I mean?
Make sure you explain who you're talking about though, because not everybody.
Dr. Stephen Porges, who developed the polyvagal theory in like the mid '90s. The polyvagal theory goes into explain the vagus nerve, which is the 10th cranial nerve. His work originally involved studying the physiology of newborns, both humans and other larger mammals, and he got to learn a lot about the nervous system and everything. And he finally really came to realize that a lot of what gets lumped into like mental health and addiction and trauma and all this stuff, we've kind of got it wrong in a lot of ways. We're looking at things cognitively all too often in a means to try and resolve issues when they come up, behavioral or otherwise. And he seems to have found that his work indicates that the nervous system's response to the environment sends signals. So it's the saying goes, story follows state. So your physiological state, which is derived from the neuroception of your nervous system to the environment, will send up a signal through your gut, and then ultimately up to your brain. Our brain's job is to interpret our environment, so it makes up a story to try and help us find our place within our environment. So that speaks to too, if you can back up, and I forget who like the pioneers were, but of like attachment theory. We were touching on this a little bit earlier. If that process gets disrupted, which for a lot of us in Western culture it has in our developmental years, it leaves us susceptible to trying to find a means to regulate our nervous system through how the Buddhists might call unskillful means, which I think is a nice way of putting it. And again, coming at all of this stuff from more of a gentle perspective of like curiosity, from more of like sort of like if we can be our own anthropologists in our own lives, and in whatever you find there, you'll find it's just like all of a sudden other people and relationships to individuals, family, and professional, all this shit starts to make a lot more sense. And a lot of you just realize there's so many things that it's like you could talk about addiction, or like what is often coined ADHD and all these sorts of things, or trauma. These terms are but like I would call training wheels for right now, for us to be able to get a grasp on what's really going on, and that if we can understand that these are just tools for us of understanding that should not take the place of our personal and collective evolutions, and we realize that that's what's going on. And I think if we understand that we're kind of hung up in that process, tends to take the piss out of a lot of this stuff on a lot of different levels. If we can be gentle and laugh at ourselves in some of this shit, because it is really fucking preposterous, but and I really appreciate you reflecting that back, and that you did your digging with all that stuff too, with Dr. Porges and the polyvagal Oz, because it resonates, man, doesn't it? I mean, it's so many, and it keeps
lots of points of your light bulbs going off all over the place. I'll tell you a little story that you might be able to use, or whatever. About 25 years ago, 30 years in my corporate phase, I was feeling very empty because I was just doing corporate shit, and I was doing all right, making heaps of money. But anyway, one time I got a fibrillation, like arrhythmia, and my heart was not actually pumping blood or anything, and I passed out. God nearly killed me. This happens quite a lot with people. Now the vagus nerve runs down. It's quite intimate with your heart, and then it runs back up to your larynx, and it's got a lot to do with your expression, vocal expression, as well as your intercostals, which is all got to do with speech and breath control and all of that. So I blacked out because my brain just stopped getting blood, and I just went away. And then I don't know how long I was down. I mean, I can hold my breath for over 5 minutes underwater, or I used to be able to. So I was out for longer than 5 minutes. And when I come together, all my mind was in like chunks, disconnected chunks, and nothing made sense. And to pull it together, I had to make a noise out of my mouth, which became the map that everything snapped back onto. I must have been pretty close to death. But yeah, it came together because I was able to vocalize as a center point for my mind to reassemble itself, because it was all in bits. Everything was bits. So yeah, so that obviously had a lot to do with the vagus nerve.
Yeah,
in retrospect, I had no idea. It was just a bit woo-woo to me at the time that I had to make this sort of like ape noise. It was like an ape noise, hooting.
Well, that's why I keep saying I think it's important, because like I found it really. I've had some fascinating discussions with people like after Native American church meetings in the mornings, where it's like it's kind of formal throughout the evening. It's very meticulous. Every aspect of it, every detail is like taking. There's this person to do all these various things, different people for different things, and to support the whole thing. But in the morning, like the roadman who had run the meeting the night before would like So just to back up a second, at a Native American church meeting, when you walk through the teepee opening, you're met by the fire right in front of you, formed in a shape of a chevron. So you've got about 4 foot lengths of wood, maybe about as big around as your arm or something. And then the fire is up at the tip of them, and then there's an earthen altar that's built up in a half moon that goes from left to right in front of you all the way around. That represents the person's like lifeline, and they're allowed to, if they want to decorate it or adorn it in some fashion. But throughout the night, as the fire burns down, they rake the coals out into the void of the half moon. So by morning time, it effectively looks like this beautiful, like a firebird, if you will, like a phoenix. But this one roadman, this one morning, we had this beautiful discussion how he's talking about how he could tell what the person who the meeting was called for had going on in their life, and more in some more specific and intimate details. And because it was an intimate setting afterwards, at this point in the morning, the person was there, and we got into some stuff, and the roadman was able to, like, you know, in some really profound ways, just like really hone in on all this stuff that this person had going on in their life, and, like, you know, give some suggestions about what they might want to do, and this kind of and the back and forth. It was just fascinating. I'm like, you know, and then I'm like reading articles at other times about how, like, you know, the shamanic drumming that goes on during a Native American church meeting, because there's a water drum involved as one of the sacred components, and how that drumming goes through you, reverberations, you know, the frequencies and all that kind of stuff, and how it can help merge the hemispheres of the brain and that kind of thing, which is what they think is, you know, has a lot to do with the healing of trauma, is the processing of the information from right to left, and that kind of thing. So it was just really interesting how you could see the juxtaposition between, you know, I wouldn't say it's not an ancient tradition, the NAC exactly, but you know what I mean. It's based on ancient, you know, perspectives, and then you have the corroboration, if you will, or whatever, with the like the neuroscience kind of end of it and stuff. Did you ever see the What the Bleep Do We Know movie? It was a little corny, but if you haven't had a chance to see it, I think it's for free now, probably in a bunch of places on the interwebs. Had like Dr. Joe Dispenza, and I think they could update it a little bit, but it did bring up some interesting perspectives. And again, just kind of the juxtaposition between sort of like a maybe more of a contemplative perspective in conjunction with you know, the more scientific process. There's a good book with weren't we talking about that before, Oz? Dr. I don't know, Dr. Daniel Goleman and the Dalai Lama. They did a series of lectures and talks, and they wrote a couple of books. One of them, Destructive Emotions. It's fascinating. Just again, my point is, I guess, is like the meat and potatoes of it is that the nobody has that one, you know, solid perspective. I think that the being able to hold the breadth of those perspectives widens like the anthropological lens that we can take on our life and stuff, and it's been really helpful. Again, it takes a lot of the piss out of things and makes obvious a lot of the language around like mental health and a lot of like what we talk about taboos. It takes the piss out of a lot of that, and I think really helps at least open up the pot, you know, people to be able to suspend some of the you know, whatever their understandings might be, to lend the opportunity for growth there. So I guess that's my. So again, thank you, because that's, you pretty much just corroborate. I was hoping that, you know, maybe something I would share that would prompt some digging and something might resonate for. Of course, too, obviously, selfishly, you know, make me feel a little less fucking crazy by shining that back in my direction. You all do. So, I mean, you know, lucky you're equally as nuts as I am. So if we're at least if we're fucking crazy, we're all batshit crazy together.
Hey, I'm not nuts.
But again, it's like taking that word back. It's like, who I wear it as a badge of courage. It's like, let your freak flag fly. You know, I don't give a shit. I'll wear it. I don't care. I'll take it back.
I am who I am. Take it or leave it, bitches.
Yeah. Popeye will attest to that. For bed, right?
I remember.
Again, I didn't know not to keep, but I do appreciate that, Oz. You know what I mean? And I encourage everybody to, and that's another thing too. We kind of need to build on it. We've been talking about it, but maybe we could focus a little bit on really actually trading some notes, everybody kicking in, like if they got any kind of like favorite books and stuff, or authors or videos, or maybe start compiling some sort of compendium of like that mutual aid I've been talking about, just like, you know what I mean? And we could find someone to clip some of these conversations. Anybody tech savvy would be fabulous too, because obviously it makes it more digestible and usable.
Yeah.
In a 3 hour, 8 hour marathon, I understand.
And even observational insights from people's personal lives. I think that helps to connect it.
Yep.
I mean, we have these giants who write books and are expert in things that they've spent their life sort of winkling out some insights to bring to us. But every life itself has some insights, and I think that's what actually brings home the value from our sort of super experts who've been out in the wilderness sort of gathering knowledge for us. It has to come home, and the way it comes home, I'm learning, I didn't used to know this, but I'm learning, is that when you relate these things to your personal life, that's when it brings it home, and it actually sheds light for other people to actually see what all this shit means. Yep. Like I can talk about the insights from Antonio Damasio or Sapolsky or some of these theorists and researchers, but it doesn't mean dick until you say, well, that thing where and when I was doing this happened, so you bring it home into your personal life, and you say, yeah, well, I can use that because I never thought of it that way, and this gives me some extra knowledge for the next time I face that situation. Life skill.
Exactly. Yeah.
That comes from the co-regulation. I am going to use that term till it wears out, man. Thank you for that.
Yeah, right. That's exactly, and it's everybody I hear that like their experience of like first stumbling or coming across the polyvagal theory, like other psychonauts like us or whatever, or clinicians, or everybody's like, holy shit, it's so simple and yet it's so profound in its impactfulness. You know what I mean? It's just like, damn, because again, I like to use a term, it just takes the fucking piss out of so much stuff that we stumble over, and again with language, and it just the implications it has, and that I've seen and other people share from their lives about how it, they're no longer wrestling with stuff that they used to consider addictions and all these other things with like behavior. It just like it just goes, it takes care of itself once you start stepping into the flow of things. It's sort of it kind of somehow, I can't explain this entirely, but it reminds me of the conversation we were having with Stever about how like just like music is sort of like it's already exists, and you sort of like you take your instrument and it's like a surfboard, if you will, or something, and you're stepping into a flow, and you're interacting with something. Or what was it, Da Vinci describing
he was talking about how it just kind of flows through, and he's not playing the music plays him.
Right. Exactly. It's sort of, again, I think it was not Da Vinci was like, when asked about like how do you create your sculptures or whatever, it's like, I see it already there, and I just remove the material that is not it. And it's like what is that? I am what I am becoming. Something of that nature.
Da Vinci was certainly in possession of himself, wasn't he? It was a very major person. I suppose he'd be diagnosed as ADHD these days.
Right. But too, I was talking about that Crazy Wise documentary that Phil Borges did, not to be confused with Dr. Stephen Porges. He did that Crazy Wise documentary. I did put a copy of that on my channel, although it does appear to be blocked in some areas, so I feel free to, if it's there. It makes that good point about in some cultures, like, what westernized culture would call schizophrenia or various forms of mental illness, like in a lot of indigenous cultures, traditionally, at least, they would have been brought to the village healer or shaman, and if it was something that needed to be healed, would have been healed without any kind of shame or whatever, would have been embraced and supported by the community. Or a lot of times those people would probably have been put under the tutelage of the village healer or shaman, and would have become some form of healer themselves, and at the very least, the essence being that they would have been embraced by their community, and whatever was going on been brought balance.
need to
the
remind
shaman's
everybody,
not.
we are not doctors. We are not doctors. You
Mhm.
can. We are not giving you medical advice. We have.
I'm a witch
Got to
doctor.
find the path where you find it. But the shaman was not sort of out there like a crazy guy on a stick. The shaman was an integral part of the tribal community. Still is, and in lots of different forms.
And,
I
and
mean,
interesting.
everybody here is actually performing shamanic duties in their community, whether you know it or not. But
And what-
anyway, so yeah, I was going to say something, but I forgot.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just going to say, I find it interesting that oftentimes, too, in many different cultures, the healer, the helper type character is often the outsider. They don't even live in the village. They're on the outsides in their own lodge or whatever. And it's like then if people need them, they go and seek them. And
That's kind of a different thing. My ex, her family in Turkey, one of her ancestors was a traveling judge who would go from village to village and judge disputes and stuff. They loved her. She was well known around the countryside, well loved. Yeah, yeah. So you have these bards and travelers. They're important to have for. Yeah, it takes more than just the tribe. The tribe has to also have like it. The tribes can go bad. They can certainly go bad. But yeah, I was going to make a point. Um, about how the neuroscience kind of lines up and kind of helps, but kind of doesn't. Oh yeah, it was with talking about pathologies, mental pathologies. I spent years and years and years reading, um, about the diseases of abuse, and I came to the conclusion that the only true healing for the diseases of abuse, which are schizophrenia, the borderline, bipolar, narcissism, sociopathy, obsessive compulsive, all of these things, chronic depression. There's three main clusters, whatever. DSM. DSM, don't you? No, you know that, Charlie. It's a place to start. You never finish there. But all of these diseases are essentially it can be addressed by a healthy community, by nurturing community, in my opinion, because there's no magic wand or pill, and in fact, the pills kind of hinder the process a lot of times. Sometimes it helps. If you've got the right shaman giving it to you, but not somebody who's a psychiatrist because they have a degree, but somebody who's a psychiatrist because they have a calling. People like Gabor Mate, people like that, who actually understand. And a lot of the psychs, as of I suppose about 5-8 years ago, were pretty much of the opinion that all of these diseases in the DSM clusters 1, 2, and 3, A, B, and C, whatever, they're all the same thing. They're all the same thing. They just manifest differently depending on circumstance, and they all come from abuse. And normally it's from childhood abuse or from neglect as a child. And where does this come from? This is a failure of community. Because we've been told, oh, the parents are responsible for the child. No, that's not true. The village of the community is responsible for the children.
exactly.
Because so much abuse gets done behind closed doors by parents and uncles and brothers and sisters. Behind those closed doors in the nuclear family. Which was kind of a bullshit thing. The family values thing, which is just garbage. How about communal or community values, where it really exists, where a family is not enough. You've got to have the neighbours and the uncles and aunties who live next door or down the road or whatever. But in our broken society, even your brothers and sisters, they've all moved to the other side of the bloody country because they had to go following the work, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
The jobs rip families apart.
You have capitalism thwarting nature again, effectively.
You get isolation, and you get people doing, for lack of the co-regulation, they start wandering off the path and start doing shit things. Can I tell you a really, really harsh story? This is a nasty, nasty story. Okay, this is hardcore. You up for it?
Absolutely.
It's not. It's
Go
not
for
what I was just involved. It didn't happen to me, but early in 1990s, my wife at the time was a school teacher, and she had a student who was showing signs of abuse. Okay, normally she'd call in the child community services, who are they're a bit the bit of a blunt bloody instrument for something that needed a scalpel. Anyway, so she said, look, the community services are going to take this child from a family and put her in an institution like a barracks or something, or send her out to the, what do they call it, surrogate families or whatever, which often is worse than where they started.
like a foster
Said, look,
parent.
what do they call them?
Boarding schools.
Foster parent.
families, who often are abusive as well, and most often are not properly trained, or they have good intentions. A lot of them, well, not all of them, but anyway. So she said, "Well, how about we take this girl into our house and take care of her, because she's going to get taken away from her father, who was who was abusing the girl." Okay, now the girl was on paper 7 years old. In fact, she was 14, and she was from El Salvador. And the Catholic Church had smuggled that family out of El Salvador because they were Sandinista, and the Contras have just destroyed them. Like, how big the families are in South America. There were only 3 of them left. And the mother didn't know which daughter. She was so far gone. She didn't know which daughter that they managed to end up with. And her father, in isolation in a strange country, started abusing the daughter. And, but her mother, Amnesty International used to take her internationally as Exhibit A of how much a woman can be raped and still be alive. She was, the Contras got her, and then the government people got her, and then they threw her out on the street, and the crime gangs got her. And I'm not going to say what was done to her, but it was pretty graphic. And so, and there's her husband, who, he'd been tortured as well. All their family had been killed. All of their close family, they'd all been killed because they were Sandinistas, you see. This all came from the Contras, from that Elliot Abrams piece of shit, who started all that, or presided over all of that torture and the Contras and all that stuff. So anyway, we got a psychiatrist around because the girl was also starting to exhibit some bad behaviours. She was causing trouble at the schools. She was sexualising behaviour in the school ground, and making trouble amongst the young pubescent boys and stuff like that, causing fights, and pretty bad. And was trying to break me and my wife up. I mean, it was pretty hard. We were warned by the community service people, so no, don't do this.
It brings up a very valid point, though, right there, though, if I can stop you for a second. And I know you probably didn't mean it that way, but you did use the term bad behavior, but that's the societal term for perfectly normative behavior for someone who experienced such a horrific fucking life experience. That's exactly just a snapshot. Again, this is a prime example of what we talk about sometimes when we watch higher mammals having been chased on a savanna somewhere in Africa, perhaps, escaped a predator, and they pan over and they show the animal that had escaped, and the animal is sitting there violently shaking, like so bad. Like if you're an animal lover, you want to leap through the screen to comfort the animal. But her behavior that she was exhibiting, I'm not by any means arguing against its disruptiveness. I'm saying
there was a difference,
to look at it for what it is.
Stops
us from effectively, more immediately helping everybody in the situation. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, it's
but there's a difference
this is problematic, Oz. I'm trying
to line.
There's a difference though between somebody being a bad person and choosing bad behavior.
No, she wasn't a bad person. She was lovely.
Yeah,
She was
exactly.
really nice.
But
she was,
You can make bad choices. You can. That doesn't mean that you are bad, but you can make choices that are not good choices.
that
That's
behavior is
fact.
not a choice. It's not a conscious choice, is what I'm trying to say.
No,
We
it's not.
just got done talking
It's
about the
not.
polyvagal theory, and this is a prime example. I'm
not
assuming
choice.
that's why you brought it up to begin with.
Well, we
But
don't know.
Well,
We
it's
don't
not a
know
choice.
that information.
100%, we
See,
know.
the thing is, and we went into that whole
No.
thing thinking that these things were a choice, and I've since learnt that that's not truth. And
Right.
yeah, so a wildebeest that got away from the lion can sit there and shake, for 10 minutes or so, and get closure that way. Human beings don't do that. Well, they could, but
They do.
we're not set up for it.
That's what you're talking, but that's what you're describing, though, is that in that behavior is not arguing against its disruptiveness, but
imagine that wildebeest getting savaged by a lion night after night for over a year. I mean, how much shaking can you do? Human beings.
our inability to understand the process doesn't change the fact that that's what's going on, and that was what needs to be understood so that we could more effectively intervene to help people, because it's an educational initiative for the individual, but it's going to, like you keep touching on, it's got to be done in community and support of, like, that person's nervous system needs to be reset. What happens until it acknowledges that the behavior that is coughed up by their nervous system as an adaptive survival response for what it is creates problems where there are none, because we're judging things where we need discernment. That's the point. When this gets glossed over, people die. And communities get destroyed. Right. I'm about to die because of this, quite honestly.
Charlie, hang on though. Let him respond.
Yeah. This is where the community needs the awareness of this. Because in that situation, we had the orthodox psychiatry and all of the rest, and we had the presumption that this is all a choice, and we had to learn that that's not actually how it works.
And I love the use of the term orthodox too. That's very telling. You're absolutely right. Right.
Well, look. The addendum of that is we got a really good psychiatrist, a really sort of turned on psych, who came and did the diagnosis and said, you've got some trauma diseases going on here, and this is going to take some significant therapy. Here's where you start. And then we looked into how much that was going to cost, and realised that there was no government support, there was no community support. We certainly didn't have that amount of money, and so it just didn't happen. And that girl ended up back in the community services barracks for bad little children, right? And probably dead from an overdose down at the red light district within a couple of years. So we did try, but that started me on the path to try and understand what this pathology thing was all about. And since then I've done a shitload of reading and research and talking to people. So I have learned quite a bit about it. And yeah, you're right. It takes a village, and but that village doesn't exist. And that's my problem with the modern society is that people are not willing to be a nurturing community, to be there for people who are hurting. To understand that there's an invisible lion chasing people around.
Because we're all hurting.
We have to do that, though.
Is disruption to
choose that. We have to choose the community to make that community and build it. If we got to do it.
Yeah, we have those communities because the communities that exist are unwilling to change, because they're quite comfortable with their attitudes, and that crazy people are just crazy people walk across the street,
Right.
Well, we shouldn't talk in absolutes as though it will never absolutely happen. We have to think about it as it can happen. We just have to work towards it and not give up. That we can make it happen. Because if we say things in absolutes or nevers, that could never happen, it will, then it won't. Then
you can demonstrate
it will never happen. You got to put energy towards it happening and think about it in that way, or else we're not, if we say absolutely never, it won't happen, then we might as well give up right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's entirely the point of these conversations as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, exactly, Charlie. That's what I was thinking. You can never give up. I mean, I don't have a magic wand to say, hey, presto, we're all nurturing communities now. There is a transition, and how do you do it? I mean, well, you join nurturing community, like
Yep. That's why I
here we are.
started. That's why I started this channel, is because like I saw a need for it. I saw that we needed somewhere to connect to, because we were so like, we were bonded and trying to support each other, but it was a lot more sporadic when we'd be in a chat, and so I wanted us to have a place that was a community place where we could do that, where we can heal and talk and really get into stuff and critically think and evaluate things together, because that's how we learn, is
Mm.
by having the conversations that we have. That's how we build our community and we expand it. We just got to keep working towards it. Got to, just keep walking towards, community, and also walking towards the fear that we have and the things that make us uncomfortable, so that we can change them and make it better. We just have to keep going and just keep trying to pass that message on, that we can do this. We just got to do it. We have to keep working towards it, and don't speak in absolutes that it won't ever be able to happen. We can't have it, because then we won't have it if we keep saying we can't.
Well, it's working so far, Lucky.
Well, we're changing it now. So, look at this. Look at how beautiful this community is that we have here, and, how close knit we are, and how much we support each other, and like are genuine and authentic and real with each other. And I think that's why we're attracted to each other within this community, because it's like, no, we want to talk about the real shit. And sometimes it's raw, and it can, you know what I mean? But that's what we need, because there's not a lot of honesty in this world anymore. It's like I don't know what happens when you become this like dishonest person, because when I was a child, I was raised to be honest. Like, you're supposed to tell the truth. And then at some point, as like, you go into be I don't know when, I don't know exactly when, but people, a lot of them, see, I don't want to talk in absolute as in everybody, but from what I've seen, a lot of people suddenly go into this like we accept that politicians lie, and that the president lies, and that everybody lies to us. It's like, wait, when does that happen? And is there a certain age that this happens? When do we let go and no longer have our freaking integrity? And like, where does that go? Why does that disappear from people? Because you can have the elephant in the room and everybody knows what the problem is, but nobody's addressing it. And it's like, what the hell? What good is that going to do? It's not going to do anything. And then they ignore everything because it's more comfortable to digest state TV and listen to that. It's easier to just be told what to think. And they just are mindless. But we just have to get everybody we can and pull them into a community and show them what we have and grow it and grow this community. That's I will not give up because look what we've done in a short period of time, right?
How about that?
We can do this more. We can get more people to come in and talk authentic and realize that we are here for each other in a real way. We like a real honest way that we are here for each other.
Yeah, it's surprising. I'm enjoying it though.
Yeah, I love this. I love this ride that we're all taking together.
Yeah.
I think that we would have lost our sanity in this without having, the support. Because I mean, think about how crazy everything's been. Can you imagine not having the community that we have? Like, holy shit, we would be going nuts. Like,
It's definitely helping. I've got to tell you, it's helping me.
I feel better when I come on, and even if I was like in a mood, so stressed out and just feeling all the things, I come on and you know what I mean? Like, it makes me feel better. It's like we all relate to each other on some level, in some way. We might not agree on everything, but in the end, we know that this is an unconditional thing, and you're here and you're going to get support, and you have a family. We're a very inclusive tribe, and we want the best for people, and that's why we're here supporting each other.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I'll just address Jen's comment here that, the reactions were an issue, but those are institutional reactions. Those were the prevailing orthodoxy that she was disrupting. And it was a real disruption because everyone expected that their kids were going to be in a safe environment at a school, and that there was not going to be this kind of thing, and their expectations got ruptured. And my household got ruptured because it was very difficult to keep the wheels on things when you're putting out fires all over the place. These kind of real.
This is a really good comment here too.
Well, Jen, you're exactly right. There's something a little bit wicked about patriarchy. I've got a lot of reasons to say that, but patriarchy tends to hide a lot of evil and push a lot of things down that shouldn't be pushed down. That's all I'm going to say about that. Otherwise, I'll be off on another 1 hour rant.
Oh, was that all with the story, or did you have more?
Anything out of balance is a form of suppression.
No. Well, that was it. It was just a little cameo of my life, where just to explain why I got interested in psychology. Because if I couldn't afford the caliber of psychologist that would have helped that girl, then I have to know how to at least begin that process with people who I care about, which I later on had to, because my ex had some issues that were deeply, and I had to understand what all the drugs were doing.
Jen, that's beautiful that you feel comfortable enough to share that with us. We love you, seriously.
Yeah, so I mean,
Thank you for sharing.
Everything's a learning process, but I mean, there's just a little sliver of my life to support what you're saying as well, Charlie, and to give you an idea where you're helping me go my next steps.
Well, that's much appreciated, brother. Really.
Oh, I've given actually a lot of people meals. I've done a lot of things. Joe Logan said, but which of y'all have ever gave a needy person a meal or helped them in some way where you got nothing but satisfaction from helping? I've done that my entire life.
Yeah.
I volunteered at a family shelter, and when I worked there, I used to, buy my own supplies and bring them in and volunteer and do arts and crafts with the parents and try to get the kids and the parents to bond, because there was a lot of like disconnect between the two of them, especially when you're in that stressful situation where you don't know where you're going to live, and it brought families together. I've worked in my local soup kitchen, and I've actually, whenever I've seen many of people out, and I've always asked if they if they needed food or things like that. I always help people. I don't care if it's my last couple dollars. That's just who I am.
Yeah, look, there's different degrees that you can help, and there's some things that you can't help.
Well, being here and talking, this helps.
Oh,
This
absolutely.
is community made right here.
When we're talking about street people, and sometimes I've overextended myself in trying to help people.
Yeah.
Offering
You
stuff
do what
that
you can.
I wasn't qualified to help, and I've had to, get assistance. But your heart goes out. You see people in need, and you say, "Well, I really want to, do whatever I can," but there's limits to it, and you can actually hurt yourself if you're not giving the right thing, and for people who are deeply disturbed, and I've had a bit of experience, you have to be very, very careful what you offer, and you've got to be very, very sure that you can follow it through, because otherwise you can actually cause more harm. Because
I've been homeless myself, like several times in my life. As a teenager, I've basically been on my own since I was 16, and everything that I have, I got because, I did it. I might not have much, but it was me that did it, like I'm proud of that, even though I didn't have that support and that family and that network, I was able to, I don't have much, but everything I do have, I got. So I'm proud of that, like, and so I know what it's like. I know what it's like to get food out of a dumpster. I know what it's like to fly a sign. I know what it's like to not have food. I know what it's like to have to fish or hunt, or, if I wasn't lucky enough with that, then we weren't eating.
Yeah.
Sleeping outside and a non-heated, like, little back of the truck kind of camper thing, like, not
Yeah.
insulated in the middle of, the
It-
mountains
it-
in Washington. I've had it. I've had to sleep out on the street and stuff like that, and I have also let a lot of people come and, crash out on my couch and take care of them and help them, because I know what that is. I
yeah. Yeah. Look, but you're functional. You like some of the people. Some of
somewhat,
the, oh,
somewhat.
clearly you survived it, and but some of the people that I've interacted with have I found them sort of like lying in a nest that's full of their own shit and piss, and they're just completely drunk and covered in flies and stuff like that. I can't really help that, but I do know people who can help that. So I was able to help in a couple of situations like that. I mean, sometimes they die. Like I've had, put people on the couch for a few days and they wander off, and the next thing you know, they've been found dead in an alley up the road.
You
That's
can't
quite.
make their choices, though, but you tried to help, and that's what's beautiful,
Oh,
Oz, is that you
you
did it.
know,
It's good to know what we can't do, but then why focus on what we can't do? If we know that, all right, fine, then you find an expert or somebody else who does know that, then that's their gig. And then, like, but a good example is like what I shared with you guys before when I was working my way home out from out west years ago. When I hooked up with the Rainbow family, we wound up setting up a free kitchen in the middle of the park in Telluride, Colorado. There were all these homeless people who were traveling the country doing construction, and it was all this really,
Yeah.
they were building resorts and all these expensive homes up in the hills around Telluride, but none of these people could afford to, like, even stay in a local motel or whatever. They're sleeping in their cars and shit. Then they just made it illegal to sleep in your car, so now they're outlaws.
yeah,
And we set up this free kitchen in the park for like a couple of weeks. By the time we left, they were playing our menu on the radio station. And it's like we had these people coming down and just, come and have a cup of soup with us and flip us like $20 for the cause. And then, like, the co-op up at the end of the street downtown was like, they heard what we were doing, feeding people for free. And they're like, they charge us half price for our groceries. And I think I told you the hippie kids in town were like hiding all the stuff that they were going to throw away, the bread and whatever. And I rescued a whole bunch of produce out of the
yeah.
freaking dumpster and cleaned it off with bleach. And we had like tomato sauce for days and like freaking 5 gallons of pancake batter. And
But that's
fucking
rainbow. That's rainbow. Everybody eats. That is the law of
right.
Rainbow
But the point
Kids.
of rainbow is it's not to relegate it just to the rainbow. The whole point is we can do that form of mutual aid,
No,
is
but
what it
I'm just
is,
saying
and
that's
bring
the
that everywhere.
Rainbow way, is
Right.
everybody eats no matter
I
who.
just,
That
you
is
can,
the way of it.
just want to make sure that people get, oh, that's just these dirty hippies. No, that's, like I said, a good prime example is my buddy Forrest and I walking uptown to get groceries one day. He's inviting absolutely everybody we bumped into on the boardwalk to come and join us for dinner, whatever it was that night. And like he one of the people we bumped into was this guy who just got out of like a $70,000 BMW with like $1,000 suit on. And Forrest is like, hey man, hi brother, come on down, have soup with us. And I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck? This dude doesn't have a worry in the world, right? And like, shut my mouth. Like an hour or two later, he came down in the Beamer, but in jeans and a t-shirt, shot the chat with us like a regular dude about real stuff. He was concerned about what was going on, all the stuff I was just mentioning, the homelessness, and he was like spot on. I'm like, great. And then he flipped us like $20-$30 when he left. And I'm like, that's exactly it. When we are all being our authentic selves and putting ourselves out there, and people see that who've never had an opportunity to be a part of that before. It's like holding the door open for them. It's like providing a stage or a spotlight for them to get up and dance to fucking boogie their best self. You know what I mean? And I love being a part of that. Like that's, people have done that for me, and that's the meat and potatoes of being alive. Like that, that's like where I've always been happiest. And to see that happen is fucking amazing. You're absolutely right, Oz. And it's important to understand parameters. Like you say, Lucky, not everybody's emergency can be our emergency. It's not that we don't care, but
your
we
emergency is not my emergency.
yeah, trying to pour from an empty cup is not helping anybody. We're not, however you might want to word that, but
we can't take from ourselves to give to others. If what I mean, we have to give only what we can give, and be as generous as we possibly can. But you know what I mean, you can't give something that you don't have to give.
That's true.
Don't take away from what I mean, yourself.
But I think that obviates where the usefulness of community, because again, it's like you take shift, so to speak, in certain instances, or somebody has an area of expertise or understanding or skill that others don't. So then these are in building mutual aid of the soul, if you will. Then we can have these libraries, the human living libraries, where you can check somebody out when you need some help, and know that vice versa. Like we got each other's back leaves. You don't have to worry about like the knife in your back. Somebody's got yours. If we can build that as big as we can from our own circles, that's, I don't know. That seems to be the way.
That's what the start of that. That's what the start. It's the start of this. That is it right here. It's how we're starting it. Because we have people all over the world, so we can build upon having people all over the world to do this. Because we can inspire others, we can find people in our community and bring them into this community, and we continue to grow the community. That's how we do this. That's how we get through this, is continuing to build our communities.
I'll tell you what was really great, because 5 years ago, when I basically had to run away from home, and I had my kid with me. He's autistic. And I ended up living in a tin shed that was like a warehouse for a Christian outreach group. Lovely people. And if it weren't for them, I'd be just well and truly screwed. And I had to build a little functional place for me and my son, so he couldn't go home. And they helped me set that up. And they were distributing food to the poor and the homeless, and shelters for women trying to get away from abusive husbands and things like that. And so I helped them as much as I could with their mission. They distributed 1 ton of food a week. 1 ton. They had their little truck, and they'd go and they'd do the pickups. They didn't go all the way to the dumpster drives. They had it all sort of worked out with the bakeries and stuff to pick up, so it didn't go in the dumpster to begin with. And 1 ton of food a week. And this is not really it's not a huge city where I am now. It's a very medium-sized sort of a city. And they set me up, and I helped them load their truck and wherever I could, and tried to help them get more warehouse space, because they would find furniture from deceased estates and things like that, so they could set up houses for people. And they were lovely. So I was helping them. Unfortunately, they've died, and their organisations is still kind of operating, but not as functional as when they were doing it. So it's a shame they died. They were fairly old, but really lovely people I learned a lot from. And but they were Baptists, they were Southern Baptists. I mean, the woman of that couple was from Georgia, South Georgia, and colourful little thin lady with just so much energy, and she's missed. I'm not churchy. I don't go to churches anymore. But yeah, but they were operating on a spirit that I could wish that churches had.
The
Right
soup
on.
kitchen that I volunteered
Yeah.
with, though, that was I think it was Catholic or something. I don't know exactly, but yeah, well, Saint Vincent, that was the name of it. I
What type
absolutely
of
loved working with that, with that community. Some of the most beautiful people were the people that went there for at the soup kitchen, and everyone was treated with dignity, and the cooks made really amazing food. Like, it wasn't like slop or something. They would get like stuffed peppers and like full meals,
Yeah.
and it was really awesome. One year I got to volunteer. Usually it's just this one church that goes, but I got to volunteer with them and do serve Thanksgiving Day dinner to the patrons. And so they got served by us, and they got to sit down, and and there was like a cool raffle, and actually our local police department came down and helped serve the people, and it was really, really awesome. The one thing that is good about the soup kitchen too that we have here is that the director works directly with the local police and like parole officers and stuff. So there's a buffer between the patrons and the police. Like, they can come to her and say, all right, well, this person is blah, 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 we need to, work this out or whatever. And she would work between the two. And like, that makes it a lot, you know what I mean? Like, a lot of people have issues with authority, like I do, so it having that like mediator between was an amazing thing to see. And I've done a lot of volunteer work within the community. I haven't done as much lately, and
That's
but
that's actually something that we could do like a whole show on, focusing on restorative justice and what that looks like, and because it looks different to different people, like Native American circle justice sometimes it's referred, but there's a lot, and that kind of goes to what I was sharing earlier about in some cultures, if somebody does something quote unquote disruptive within the community, they effectively put them in the center of the community. They gather around them, and the general gist of it is that they feel that the person has simply forgotten who they are, and they just kind of need to be reminded of, like, their goodness, and the people are ostensibly gathered there to speak to the person and help remind them of their good qualities. Nobody can speak anything untrue. But the interesting thing in a lot of these cultures, in these ceremonies, no one is allowed to speak to the individual in the center of the community until and unless they've squashed any sort of squabble or whatever, any sort of misunderstandings or whatever between each other first. So it's sort of like the kind of the notion of, like, let he who is out sin cast the first stone sort of thing, or people in glass houses, and the practical meaning behind those sorts of sayings that have stuck with us. They're relevant.
I think, Charlie, that in that closer community setting, that's where you're going to see the real co-regulation at work in real time. And I've seen sessions with African tribes, not personally, but in documentary or research, where if somebody's on the verge of exile because they're mucking up the tribe somehow, everybody in the tribe has to talk to them, everyone, and explain how they feel about it, and then the person gets the opportunity to see a better way, or just wander off and be in exile. You see. They very, very rarely get to exile anyone, because that co-regulation thing. See, I'm going to be hammering this for the next year or two, Charlie. You've created a monster. Because
That's always been the point of banishment. Because that's the absolute worst in any culture in the world throughout history. The absolute fucking worst was banishment, because that basically, especially the further back you go, you meant death. Largely, I mean, yeah, you go out and fend for yourself for a while, but I mean, there's so many things that were not in your favor for survival.
Well,
And in
where's
many
the
ways,
limit for
I would
that,
argue it's
though?
probably worse now. Where am I supposed to go? My community wants me dead. Where am I supposed to go? There's no wilderness.
Well, what's the limit to that though? Like, how far can somebody go before, like, it's like, oh, they've gone around and murdered somebody, or you know what I mean? Like, how far do we go with the community in that aspect? You know what I mean?
I think it
Like,
depends.
where's our hard line?
Well, there's stories about how some Indian tribes dealt with murder that wasn't the death penalty.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't want to give anybody death penalty, but I'm just asking in general, like,
Well,
how do we handle that?
they came to say, they'd say, well, look, you're valuable to us because you're good at hunting or something, whatever. But you've killed Fred and his family. They're really upset.
Fred?
Yeah, the Fred, the Indian guy.
I know, right?
So look, this is the situation because Fred's family are going to be doing it rough now. What are you going to do about it? And it's not just in Indians. I've heard stories about this. I think there's even some Jewish traditions about this. And so you can't just go, well, you're going to kill someone. Well, okay, we can't unkill someone. So what's next? And they deal with it. They don't throw him in a concrete box and torture him. I mean, what good's that going to do? Hang him by his neck until he's dead. Well, you can do that. The Europeans did a lot of that. But and dealt with the practicalities and say, look, you killed this guy, and now you've got to make it good. What do you propose? We think you should do this, this, and this. What can you add to it? And let's try and get some healing and mending going on here. And the alternative is exile.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Where is your hard line as a community? Because causing death to another human, if it's not, if it's not an accident or it's not, you know what I mean? Like, if you are purposely causing harm to someone in your community, or at what point is it not, is it such a hard line that it's, what I mean? Like, that would be a really hard thing if somebody did something like that in a community, if you're intentionally hurting, and what if that person repeats that and then you're losing 2 lives?
Well, then you get in the question of how come you've got a community where you've got a serial killer? How did you breed a psychopath? I mean, what's wrong with your society that you've bred a psychopath? What went wrong there?
I don't know.
I was going to say, but I mean, can I, as somebody who's actually experienced this, maybe I could, because I don't see how, like, putting the guys who murdered my father in prison really would have affected us either way. Like, one served 3, the other served 5 years or something. I think it doesn't fucking matter.
I don't think everyone knows your background, though, Charlie. I don't know if everyone knows your background, what you're saying exactly.
Well, I'm just saying it right now. It's fine. You can just, it's
okay.
like,
I wasn't going to bring anything up. It's not.
I can, people need clarification. That's fine. But I'm just saying, my father was murdered the day after Christmas when I was a little kid. My mother and I went into hiding at the behest of the FBI. Spent my 3rd birthday in hiding, and it completely fucked my life up. The reason I can say this so matter-of-factly is because I busted my absolute fucking ass for survival in the last 12 years. Exactly what Oz you're sharing with me, like, that you get that, and that means something to you. The level of understanding that I've achieved to be here has been an absolute act of survival. It's not a fucking hobby. It's not my opinion. This is the bare knuckles fucking reality of, like, all the stuff that we're talking about, of, like, these so-called experts who do lend a voice of reason here, because they are reflecting the so-called anecdotal evidence of the poor bastards who had the courage to go to their fucking office or wherever to talk about things with strangers that they don't even want to think about. That's where this work lies. But the whole point is, I kind of digress a little bit there. What were we just look at the fucking whole thing? Like, what is locking? So I don't want to digress too much to the whole, just for background there. It's like, so my father was brutally murdered, and fucking, what good did that serve? The whole trial process traumatized my mother on top of the trauma of the whole thing to begin with. Like, nobody ever gave a fucking shit. Everybody lined up and used my mother and I as a ploy for their careers. They made a show of the whole goddamn thing. I mean, yes, I guess I should be somewhat grateful to the FBI for tracking the guys down and finding them. Okay, fine, you did your job, thank you. But nobody, like, all that money was spent and nobody gave a fuck about my mother and I. And we became this dirty little secret in our community, in our society, because you know why? Because if they acknowledged us, they would have to, exactly what you just touched on, Oz. They would have had to have acknowledged how the fuck these two psychopaths wound up fucking murdering what was going on in the community that led all the things. Don't happen for no reason. There's a lot, it's not all cause and effect, perhaps. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but I mean, largely, yeah, it is.
That's why I'm asking though, is because I don't have the answer. I'm not
But
attacking anything. I'm just like, I don't have the answer to that. So I'm
none of us,
asking
the whole point,
honestly, what, where does that go? I don't know.
thinking of it in terms of the punishment, all this stuff is ridiculous. It's like, what? Okay, so fine, they murdered someone, they're in jail. What the fuck good does that serve? If this is someone who's like, such that, I mean, they're like a raving psychopath, and yeah, people need to be safe for their own good, for other, what I mean, we figure something out. But like, largely what we have going on, this carceral institutionalized mindset towards righting all these so-called wrongs in society, we've got it all ass backwards. Society is creating all these goddamn problems to begin with and getting away with it by throwing the individual under the butt, or rather straight into the fucking prison, or you're going to treatment. That doesn't, it doesn't, this isn't how it works.
I agree that we need to be preventative. We need to be preventative and stop being reactive in our community. But what if this continues to happen because people are like, oh, well, there's no consequence. So what is the consequence? Oh, I mean, every choice that you make has a consequence, right? So like, it can be a positive or negative consequence, and neutral, but there's always a ripple effect. There's always a, there's a consequence to every action.
There's a difference between like,
but hang on, I don't understand though, is like, if we like, what kind of consequence can there be from the community if somebody does do something to purposely hurt somebody? Like what do we do? I don't know. I don't have the answer to that.
That's my whole point. The only thing we can do is stop focusing on the horse already being out of the barn approach and go upstream and deal with everybody's basic human needs to begin with, educate ourselves and one another on what it is to be human and how to be in the world in attune with nature, and accept things for as they, when these things arise, go, instead of having, fine, allow ourselves to have these reactions to things, but let us try to not have our reactions inform our ultimate responses in regards to, like, what you're trying to get at here is some sort of means to address these very real, visceral, in the moment.
What do we do? How do we address it? Because people are going to be full of energy, like they're going to be full of sorrow and hate, and then what if someone else says, "Oh, well, I'm going to go do that to them now." You know what I mean? Like, I'm asking because I want to know, like, what if there is a chain reaction? We have to think about how things could happen, at least in some kind of scenario, so we know, like, where to start. Like, if this happens and then someone wants to go do that to that person, I mean, it's like almost like the gang wars, you know what I mean? It could keep going back and forth. So, like, what do we do at what point as a community? Like, obviously you don't want anything bad to happen to people, and you're hopefully preventing that from happening, but we're not going to fix things overnight, and we're not going to help people overnight, and until we know and we're able to help the people that need the help, like, what do we do? Because people will continue to do these things. I'm not talking about a small, like, I'm saying a community as a whole. Like, what is the solution to it? Like, jail's not a solution. It doesn't give people help, right? Like, we can agree on that. But what do we do instead of that? Like, what is our replacement of that?
Well, we're in a society where there's a lot of pain and damage, enormous amounts. I can glibly say that everybody should involve themselves in some skill of healing, but you can stand on a rock and say that until the cows come home. So the thing that popped into my head is what are the paths to redemption?
Yeah, and I guess that's what I'm asking. Yeah, like, how do you do that?
So So, and it's a big question, because we actually do have a lot of psychopaths now. You know, they're running the world, in case you didn't notice, and some of them are just running around in the streets as well.
Yeah, like what would we do with all of them? Are they redeemable?
Well, what is the path to redemption? Firstly, it's got to be recognised that they have a path to walk.
I mean,
Um,
what would Fauci's redemption be, or Biden's? Like, what would
I
their
mean,
redemption be?
somebody should teach Dr. Fauci how to lie straight in bed to begin with.
Yeah,
I mean,
but I mean, like, what do we
no,
do with
the,
the
the,
people
the
that
guy,
have been that are causing? I don't want to get into all that
yeah,
right
yeah,
now
yeah,
because it's
but,
getting late. But someone that causes something like that, or the pharmaceutical, like what?
yeah, because his context, and all of these people, Gates and Musk and all these people, their context doesn't it doesn't give them a path to redemption. It only gives them a path. Lady Macbeth, we're so far stepped in blood. You know, they're all like Lady Macbeth, and but nobody, because they're trying to conceal, and everybody around them is trying to justify and conceal, and they're not saying you've got to walk this back. And I mean, Gates.
In the moment, like if somebody killed someone in my family, I'm not going to feel like, oh yeah, like you're
Well,
going to be filled with,
you
I
say
would
that,
think you'd be filled with grief and pain.
yeah,
So
yeah.
like
Well, my experience with people who've been the victims of gross injustice, they're normally they're thinking about how do we stop this injustice from happening again. They're not, the last thing they're thinking about is revenge. I mean, all of their friends and the lawyers and everything, and they're going, oh, revenge, revenge, all the gossips, they want revenge, they want the drama, But the people who are at the focus are the victims. This is not what they want. We watch movies normalizing this idea that victims want revenge. Victims don't want revenge, they want remediation, they want redemption, because they don't want other people suffering as they're suffering. This is one of the beautiful things about people,
yeah, I don't want to see anybody suffer, but I don't want anybody to come and take take some an innocent person's, like life away.
That's why I was hoping my perspective would be helpful as someone who's actually been a victim of crime. You guys are talking about it like I'm not even in the room. So I'm trying to fucking tell you, how do we
No,
address
no,
it?
no.
We
Hey, Charlie,
educate. We
chill, because I'm
can't
not
take it
talking like
back.
you're not in the
I
room.
can't, you know what I mean? We
I'm
educate
trying to
society.
ask questions because I don't know.
Well, I'm telling you, I spent the last 12 years of my life surviving this goddamn nightmare, having gone through all this shit. And I'm telling you, this is what we need to do. These conversations to educate each other, to
Well,
stop accepting all the fucking moronic, childish, infantile responses that we have. They're not even responses. Our entire fucking judicial system is an absolute fucking fear reaction.
I
It's,
agree.
again, remember throwing the baby out with the bathwater? It's exactly what
I
we're
agree
doing.
with you with that. I'm
We're
asking
still,
because
our
I don't
language
know
is
the
still
answer.
stuck. Even when we're trying, that's what I'm saying. Even when we try to fucking address this shit, the language is so goddamn problematic because it's been hijacked by all of these parasitic interests who don't want us to understand all this shit. Of course, but 50 something percent of the people in jail are mentally ill. No, look at, again, most of the people in jail, like 90% of the people in jail, are all mentally ill, and including and especially the staff. And that represents our society writ large.
Okay, so what's our solution then, though? That's what
Education, to exactly what we're talking about here, to stop talking about shit like it's a problem or bad or using all these pejorative terms. That's exactly why Dr. Porges is so, like, he agonizes over the language he uses sometimes. It's so, like, endearing.
So what is murder then if it's not bad?
Not saying that. Jesus Christ.
Well, I know okay, Charlie, I'm asking.
What brings someone to murder somebody? What are all the circumstances?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to why every single person.
These things are never asked in a courtroom. Our justice system insists.
I know, but I'm right here. I'm not talking about like all of that. I'm right here because I'm asking questions, and you're telling me that I'm acting like you're not in the room, and that's not true. I'm trying to understand this, and being loud and telling me that I'm not like that, I'm acting like that. It's not true. I'm trying to understand. I'm asking questions. I want input from both of you because it matters how everybody feels.
Yeah, well, Charlie needs to talk about that because it's something that he's been living with for a long time. And I can feel the frustration coming through there.
Yeah, I don't know the answers. I'm not in that situation. I
I
haven't.
have answers. I'm trying to share them, and it's like I fucking not even in the room. I don't get it. That's the whole point, dude. I mean, I love you. I don't think we're on different pages here. I'm not sure what the rub is in the conversation, quite honestly. I'm trying to say what the answers are is we need to, you can't take back something, someone did something already, but we're always stuck there. Okay, now we have to react to this, but the whole point is the reaction is part of the problem. Our reaction, societally speaking, and how that informs us as individuals is part of the problem, and that holds all these patterns of abuse and neglect and trauma and misunderstanding in place. And so when we can understand and say, you're not excusing people's behavior by any means. It's not to try and negate the effects that we have upon one another or any such thing. In fact, if you look at it from this perspective, it really makes it really speaks to all the concerns that you're bringing up, that we're bringing up here. It really does speak directly to that. We've somehow just got it so twisted because I think it does speak to like an emotional response versus like a logical response. And like I kind of associate judgment with emotion and sort of in a more reactionary versus like discernment coming from, being derived from logic and again, curiosity, I think is another good way of really putting on this. So we can't, again, you can't, somebody did something today. We can't, obviously, unfortunately, we can't undo what has been done. But again, the only way we're going to address this is sort of like, I think we have to mature past this spot where we're stuck evolutionary of like this, again, reactionary versus let's start educating one another, because the first thing that I think ought to happen when a person enters any form of any of these places that are supposed to serve us, our courts, our doctors' offices, any of these places. I mean, when was the last time when you got into any of these places and the first question out of the people in charge's mouth was, are all of your basic human needs being met? Because anything that ensues afterwards, conversational wise, is kind of a sham, isn't it? Because how does it make any sense to punish someone for something that's effectively out of their control? There's this whole, again, yes, we all have our responsibility in life. It doesn't negate our change our impact on people, but it helps us understand ourselves better, how we're able to interact with one another. We don't know how to fucking be in the world. Where are the venues to address any of this shit other than a goddamn courtroom? And even then, again, it's an adversarial relationship where you've got the full weight of the state coming down upon an individual who more than likely doesn't have a pot to piss in, which is my situation. And I'm not alone. And and like last time I was in the courthouse, I think we were talking a few streams back. I had the misfortune to be in the courtroom on after a long weekend or something, and it's like standing room only, and you can't help but overhear, the conversations between people, and it's just like not a single person crammed in that hallway like a fucking mackerel in a can had their basic human needs being met. And I can guarantee you, like, put your judgments aside. If you had to get to know them and talk to them and know their story before you judge them, you'd be hard pressed to want to shit on them when you were done with that conversation.
I'm not trying to fucking put anybody down or shit on anybody.
Not saying you are. I'm saying this is the shit that we're trying to kick out of our heads. In the language that even we try to grapple with this stuff with is so informed by this outside mechanical pain for profit mentality that it's so imperative that we really dig into every fucking word sometimes if necessary. I know it sounds petty, but these terminologies winds up informing the systems through which people get fucking shuffled through, and their humanity gets just crushed. And I think that's the essence of what we're talking about. And in order to deal with how all this impacts society, and really, again, Vander Kolk nails it in that Body Keeps the Scorebook. He really does with the tying all this shit, like way better to address what your concern and
But I'm
what we're trying to
asking, what is the solution to it? That's what I
poverty,
keep
fix
asking.
poverty. You've got to stop. You know what I mean? The root.
Obviously,
Everybody's
but
basic
if it
human.
happens, what is the solution with like what do we do instead of jail? I agree with you about jail, but what do we do to what is our solution when it happens? Like if something like that happens, which it's inevitable that something is going to happen because like you said, we have a very sick society and we need to fix that. Yes, we need to be preventative with it. Yes, but if it happens, what do we do like now? You know what I mean? If we can't prevent everything. So
All right.
what do
So,
we
all
do
right. So,
then?
okay.
That's what I'm
Throw.
asking. That's
It's
what I
either
don't
what
know
do we
what
got?
to
We
do.
got kill them all and let God sort them out. Throw them in jail. Okay. So what happens in jail? Do we want people to ever see the light of day again,
I just
or
said
do
I
we
don't
want?
agree with jail. I just said no jail. That's what I'm saying. I
Well,
agree with you on
I'm
that.
just playing devil's advocate here because what else does society provide us right now? What else is the common agreed upon? We kill them all and let God sort them out. We throw them in jail. At the end of all of this, what does it fucking serve anybody?
Well, that's
There's
what
no
I'm asking.
way.
What do
There's
we
no
do?
other.
What do
It's
we
like,
do though? If we don't do those things, then what steps do we take? I'm asking because
I
I
could tell you
don't
the
know.
guys who murdered my father didn't get a goddamn bit of help either, and they went on to both fucking like hurt other people. One guy molested his fucking kid, and the other guy just went on to commit all kinds of random crimes. And
So
nobody who was responsible for some of the shit that underlied all that ever nobody even knows about them. The
well,
people who made the 2 pounds
what's
of
their
fucking
consequence
methamphetamines
then?
and dropped it in the middle of my community, they never, you know what I mean? None of these things
No.
ever get addressed. It's a big dirty. My mom and I have always been a big dirty secret because these outlying issues never get addressed. And there's so many similar situations where simply because the ramifications and the implications on societal structures it's like a house of cards. They
I
can't
know the
allow any
problem.
sort of.
I know what's bringing us to that in that way, but I'm asking then if we don't do those things, then what do we do? How do we solve it in a society? And like, okay, we don't put them in jail. Okay, then what do we do as a society so people can feel safe and that like so it doesn't happen again? You know
We
what I mean? Like,
resist
what do we
urge
do?
Okay,
to
let's be
disempower, and we
systemic about this. Can we be systemic? So your step number one is provide people with their basic human needs, right? Step one. Okay, so you've got your perps, for want of a better word. Okay, now you've provided them their basic human needs. What's next, Charlie? What's step two?
Yeah.
help them find meaning in their life. Because
How
at
do
the
we
end
do
of the
that?
day, if you want people to be accountable and responsible, meaning able to respond, they need to have autonomy in their life. So by disempowering them, by imprisoning them, by brutalizing them, none of these work. They just don't fucking work. And we know. So everyone's, we've had
Okay,
our
so
vengeance and we've
what do
sent them
we
through
do
the thrashing
instead?
machine. What then?
What do we do instead of those things then that are not working is what we're asking. What do we do instead of doing those things that punish the person? And you know what I mean? Like, what do we do as a replacement is what I'm asking.
Educate and empower.
How?
Resist the urge to
What do we
disempower and
do?
destabilize people.
How do we
It's
make
either
people
vengeance
feel
or healing.
safe?
You can't live in this. They don't. It's like Superman. You don't in Clark Kent. You don't ever see him in the same room. Vengeance and healing do not coexist. Prove me wrong. Prove me
Okay,
wrong.
well, if a woman
that's
is raped,
100%.
a woman isn't going to want that rapist to just go free and just be back in society after they do that. So what is the consequence to doing something awful to another human? I'm asking for, like, okay, they did the thing. What's the consequence of what they did?
Been
Did they just
sexually
get to
assaulted
walk
too. I don't
free?
know. I'm not. It doesn't. Like again. Vengeance and healing aren't going to coexist.
I'm
So
asking what the answer is then if we don't do vengeance. I'm not
healing,
saying to do vengeance. I'm saying what do we
education,
do
and
instead?
empowerment. Healing.
Education.
How? Like,
Well, education, not like going to school, but for people to understand.
yeah, so say you go to a treatment place or something like that. That's what I'm asking. Is that what it is?
Community.
You say
If you do it
it's
outside the
treatment?
community, it probably ain't going to work.
Well,
That's the problem.
look,
That's the missing
can I
component.
offer-
And does society want to get serious about that or not? I don't think so.
in South Africa, they had some insight with this kind of thing when apartheid fell, and they still had to live,
with people who have been doing some pretty disgusting things around the country. And they had a reconciliation process where the perpetrators and the victims were brought together.
in a community setting where they were asked to explain what the impact was. The victim say, well, this is what happened, and the perpetrator's got an opportunity to understand the damage that they've done. Okay, this is just one of the things. I'm not saying this is going to work every time for everyone, but that's the path that South Africa took. And from what I understood, there was a lot of good came from that, and a lot of people realised that they were doing really, really bad things that they didn't realise were bad at the time, or they did and they thought they had to. And then when they were faced with the reality of all the downstream garbage from what they'd done, they got a chance to walk a path of redemption rather than to keep walking down that path of harm. So that's just one healing tool. And yes, education is by allowing people to understand, not just between the perp and the victim, but in a social setting where everyone was able to witness and to understand what actually happened and to be educated by that process, you see. So education,
that's a solution to something. That's what I'm asking for.
That's one step. It's just one.
You know, how can we get there? You know what I mean? That's a solution to something. That's what I'm asking for is, you know, what do we do instead of the other thing that we don't, you know what I mean? We don't want to go down that path. So that makes sense what you're saying. That makes sense to me that like there is litigation between the two and more understanding. That makes sense to me. That's what I was asking for. What do we do instead? You know?
Yeah, and with the value that Charlie has to add and with the polyvagal and all that is for people to understand that there are invisible lions. Now, this is part of the education saying this guy's running from a ghost.
Yeah.
But he's running and he's running into things and causing damage trying to get away from this invisible line that we can't see. So how do we address his invisible line? And look, that's so easy to say, you know, given that some of these lines were born in early childhood where we don't even have language to describe the lion or draw it or anything. It's just a nameless fear.
That's why the line exists.
Yeah, and getting into that is difficult, and I can't direct you to any proven techniques of winkling out those hidden lions that are chasing babies. I mean, there's a lot of work. Well, the work's probably been done. It's just that it's not education. Once again, we're not being taught how important this stuff is. So I think we really need to start coming up to speed with that stuff.
Yeah, I don't have the answer, but that, you know, that makes sense if that's what they've done there. I mean, if it's, I think that we need a approach of using something like the polyvagal, you know, like all of the tools that we possibly have to come up with the solution. But, you know, that's what I'm saying is that like, it's not, I don't think it's going to be something that's easy, you know, because people are going to feel certain ways about it, like, you know what I mean, depending on what happens, you know, like,
well, it's all networked as well.
People want to feel safe, you know what I mean, they want to feel like they're safe in their community, you know. So I'm just asking, you know, like what, you know, what, and looking at indigenous tribes, I think is a good way to, like, you know, kind of find that solution, find all the solutions from all the places and try to make it, you know, the best way that we can.
Well, part of what I'd like to bring to the table is that if you've got a nurturing community, you're already safe because they're at your back. So you'll have a sense of security to begin with, so long as it's asserted and so long as that community exists. I mean, I don't have it here. I mean, I know one of my neighbours, one of them moved out and the other one over the road there, they've got domestic disputes going on all the bloody time with the police and whatever you have. But I don't have one. So all I can say is in absence of that is that you need one. If you're going to resolve these kind of things, you need to have your community at your back, and they need to know you. They need to know how to help you. And they need to know where you're at risk so they'll have your ass covered for you. And, you know, if you don't have that, you're not going to have any kind of security. And that's why I promote, you know, tribalism, for want of a better word. Neighborism, call it neighborism or something like that, is where you know people and you share at the level that we're sharing now with your neighbours, so that you know where each other are feeling vulnerable and you can have their backs. Then they'll operate from the level that we're sharing now As you notice, where
You gotta mute the stream.
Yeah, mute the YouTube. Oh, that's better.
That's the whole point of like you're not going to like
Yeah,
the polyvagal theory is super useful in helping us understand that the nervous system, despite our attention
Hang
or
on,
whatever,
hang on,
down.
Charlie. Hang on one second. Horn Unicorn, you gotta mute the YouTube or whatever you're listening to it on. I'm gonna mute you for a minute until you can get earbuds or something. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Charlie. I didn't want it to keep echoing. I would not be able to understand what you were saying.
I didn't mean to speak over Unicorn if you were there. No, I just wanted to reiterate that what the polyvagal theory is super useful in helping us understand the effect of the environment on the nervous system. If we come at ourselves, in effect, if we come at our nervous system in some sort of aggressive manner, again, why Dr. Porges is so specific about trying to not use evaluative language when we're trying to work with our personal internal psychological content and behavior and so forth, is to just really try and just look at it from like an anthropological perspective as best as we're able, and just this is what it is, I'm just looking at this, and we take a lot of the evaluation out of the judgment, and then we're able to just like soften enough so we're not having an emotional reaction to it. We can logically respond to it as we our understanding of whatever it is we're working with grows. Taking the emotional reaction to it out of the equation as best that we can, although honoring that too, acknowledging it, not shutting it down, but just going, okay, that's what's going on here too. And you know what I mean? It's like piece by piece. And so when we can teach that's part of like what restorative justice can do for everybody, is whoever was ill affected is on one side of the table, so to speak. The person who did whatever behavior on the other side, there is an intermediate. Everybody is allowed to have their people with them. They feel safe in being able to be there and be present. Everybody is heard and honored. And then at the very least, the person who was ill affected had a chance to take some of their power back, have their voice heard. You know what I mean? There's hopefully some healing. And statistically speaking, this has been studied, although these are ancient traditions from a lot of native peoples around the earth, of course, but that's what restorative justice is a model of that.
Yeah.
And it's, many guises, or rather incarnations, but that's the whole point, that because the essence of that becomes an educational and a sharing initiative. It sort of builds community in and of itself. It's almost baked in. Whether it's not like necessarily people are going to be best friends afterwards, depending on what goes on, but and typically in these situations, punishment isn't really on the table. It's supposed to be accountability. And again, at the end of all that, what is ideally, it's either you have the perspective that you want this person to be removed from the earth in some fashion, locked in a dark cage or whatever, or you are of the opinion that there is some sort of hopeful redemption or healing or whatever term you might want to use. So in that case, in that third instance, which I would hope would be ultimately the goal, right? Why put a person through the psychological trauma of prison and everything, and even just waste our expenses on what is effectively slavery, and again, psychological torture on so many levels, and keep the person in their community. If it is, I guess again, it's instance by instance. Some situations are going to be different, of course, but ideally,
what about a woman who's raped?
Right.
Okay, like a murder was the most extreme. I wasn't saying it for like that, but what if a woman is raped?
Right.
Like I can speak on that. Okay, I would not feel safe with somebody that did that, just like out in society, if they were doing it, and they, even if they went to do it again, that doesn't make a person feel safe. A woman's not going to feel safe with that if that happened to her or anybody else for that matter. Or what if someone abuses a child? You know what I mean? That's why I'm asking, where is our hard line and what do we do? Because like, it's not just like murder was the extreme. That, I was just thinking of the most extreme example, but there's plenty of other examples that can be referenced too. That like, what do we do about that? Like, because is a woman going to feel safe like just because somebody went through therapy? What if, like, you know what I mean? If sociopaths from the psychology that my daughter has taught me and that I have, she goes through college doing that right now, like they don't feel how we feel. So yes, we need to look at and examine at how that happens. But what about the people that don't feel anything? They don't feel any result. Like, how do we help them? What do we do? Because we're
Well,
not doing it
I'll
right
tell you.
this way, but like, what do we do if someone like that has tendencies to want to go harm another human in that way and take something from them or hurt
Well,
a child? You know what I mean? That's not okay. So what,
I'll tell you what we did when my brother's girlfriend was raped. We knew who the perpetrators were, and we made sure that everybody knew what they had done. Yeah, they went to court. They were found guilty, and they were put on a good behaviour bond, which, whatever. But then we also beat them up, broke their fingers, and generally let them know that we had our eye on them, and they didn't rape around that town anymore. That was for sure.
but
there
does it
was a
just
whole, it
pass
was,
on to someone else? You know what I mean?
no, it was a whole community. It was a little town, and when they knew that that the town was not going to put up with that behaviour, they just stopped. They did get beaten up a bit, but I don't think that was all. That was probably a little bit of overkill. But yeah, that stopped them, and but they knew that everybody was watching and keeping an eye on them, and making sure
The
that
community helped do that. Then the
the
community
community did it.
to make sure others were safe.
Yeah, yeah. So that's how we dealt with it. Look, it was many, many years ago, and I'd have to get back to the girl and ask her, well, how do you feel about all that now? It's kind of a bit of a personal question, but it'd be nice to know whether that actually helped. But that's what we did.
Yeah.
But that was a small town. We could do that. How do you do that in a city?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
There must be some analog. I think cities are a bad idea. There's all these good ideas because cities are so productive. You get so much more done and all of the rest of this. But at what cost? If cities were organised more on a neighbourhood, like stories out of the Bronx and that where, gangs would form up, the gangs.
And gangs are just like a family too. They're just a tribe.
They're just a tribe, and
usually
because
poverty.
because they're associated with drugs and all the rest of it. But they don't have to be.
No.
But they provide a model that you say, well, look, you can get people involved in a gang, and it doesn't have to be all sort of, Mr. Goody Two Shoes churchy guy. Go to church and be a good boy. Be a real guy, and do what needs. If someone needs beaten up, you beat them up. I mean, you don't kill them or anything like that, but you let people know that they've been noticed. But if you're in a neighbourhood where there's strangers going in and out and you don't know who's what,
I don't want to go. I don't want to go hurt anybody physically. Like, that's not something that I would want to do unless it was in self-defense.
Yeah, I think it tends to be a bit overkill. When you can just sort of gesture your way out of it. Sort of saying.
But I find it interesting that the cultures where the consequences for rape or hurting a child are super murder, they're put to death or something, torture, or there are cultures they don't fuck around. But you find it, you look at those cultures, and most of the basic human needs of the people in those cultures are met on so many levels. We don't need, like, spiritual and everything. What I mean? That again, that I think that goes to exemplify what's missing ultimately. Yeah, I understand it's kind of it's a chicken or egg almost sort of thing, and so it's a perfectly valid argument you're making. What the fuck do we do here right now?
I don't know. I'm asking.
Right. But then here you go. You look at these cultures where, okay, here's what we do over here. which is like, we're going to cut your shit off, or you're out, or exile, whatever. That's really extreme, even beyond like locking people up. Like, again, make no mistake, locking people up in prison is psychological torture, whether it's in solitary or not. It's traumatic. So, if you're all about, if vengeance is meaningful to you in this, I'm not saying, making a judgment on it. I'm just saying, if it's there, if the componentry is there. But the cultures, historically speaking, traditionally speaking, throughout history, who have the consequences are super extreme, those cultures, generally speaking, address all of the issues that, it's so rare in those cultures, largely because of those sorts of their needs are met.
It's promoted, right?
You know,
Violence and rape and doing it's all promoted. Look at Hollywood. Look at the TV. It's promoted. That's why do you think kids go in and shoot up other kids? Because like there's mental health, like like something is wrong. And imagine if those kids had health care and could get assistance or help and not be taboo if they need to have a conversation with somebody or whatever it is and get whatever help. Imagine if the taboo things were no longer taboo and we talked about it and found solutions for it. I absolutely think that that's what we have to do, but I'm just saying that won't happen overnight. So what do we do in the meantime?
Yes, because that begs the question again, where are the venues? And like, we're kind of doing it here. I mean,
That's it.
I'm not saying we are changing the world. I'm not going to say we're not, but I'm not deluded either. You know what I mean?
Hey, we might be the grain of sand, but that's still a grain of sand. And we're just going to keep adding to our pile.
Yeah, you guys in the chat too. So, I'm not always to be paying attention to the screen and everything. Thank you as always. Everything. This is not easy subject matter, and I apologize if any of this. I don't want people to get triggered and stuff, because a lot of us have had some pretty horrific fucking experiences, and
we don't want to hit a nerve, right? Like we're not trying to hit a nerve. I think that's a good way to put it, right? Yeah, for me, I think I say nerve instead of trigger. I feel like trigger is such a you think of like shooting a gun, and for me, I think nerve. I always say hit a nerve. Like I think of like when I'm tattooing, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh. Fuck, because I do it to myself, so I feel that and I have to inflict that on myself. I mean, but it's therapeutic for me. But you're hitting a nerve, you're getting that like or you're struck by lightning.
Bringing attention to that word, to the use of that term is helpful. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. I
just
think
a little
important is to try to figure out the ways that we talk, because it makes a difference,
I guess it kind of that makes sense of like the traditional use of, what do they call them, koans, the useful phrases of different traditions, like Hindu or Buddhist, different traditions like that will have like nifty little sayings that you can kind of use, like you could call it a prayer, mantra, or whatever. But like the idea of like like just the term,
the little short they're not like, they're like one line things.
Yeah, well, it's I attribute like Gabor Mate's use of the term, coining of the term, compassionate inquiry. I really like that. That really resonates with me. And again, that one term to me takes the piss out of a lot of stuff that I struggled with. And it had me at odds with my own self in a lot of ways. The things that manifested in my life as a result of trauma, I was sort of going by other people's and society's narrative, which was vastly ill-informed. And once I was able to realize, oh, you guys are having your own emotional reaction and thus, and so I was, and it's like, wow, stuff starts to make sense. And just that level of understanding has allowed me to be able to get in and work with some of this stuff. And I know that this is like something we can apply on larger levels too. That's kind of the thing. And this is not an easy, I can't count how many times I've had this discussion about like, chicken and egg, like what do you do about behavior here now versus what can we do to prevent it? And it's like, damage is done. What are we going to do? People need to there's something else.
Oz is showing his nose. That's horny unicorn's fault. Look at it. I'm sorry, he showed his nose.
Because can we talk about like the distinction between feeling safe and actually being safe?
Yeah,
Well,
there is, yeah, because that goes along with the nervous system, right? Like how you are reacting, whether you feel safe and is there really a threat there? And that's where, like, anxiety comes. Like I was saying, the other day, uh I was telling Noli that one of my fears that I have is having Leo as my service dog, is me being disruptive at a protest or whatever, or standing up for my rights, that they'll take him from me. And he is there because of the authority figures, right? So like that is something that really could happen, and it triggers me and it halts me from, like, you know what I mean? And I may or may not be safe doing that. And I shouldn't feel that way. You know what I mean? It should be peace patrol. Like, it should be out, like protecting us and not, doing what they're doing. But like, like the lady today, when we saw earlier, she didn't have a mask on, and took 6 cops to go put her in the back of a cop car. You know what I mean? Like it's that same thing. Like I have that fear, and it may or may not happen. It's not likely to happen in the area that I'm in right now, but like that is something that's real. Or when I go to somewhere new that I haven't had Leo with me, I get anxiety a lot of times that I'm gonna get harassed or segregated or bullied, because it's happened in really, really awful places, like awful ways, like really, really in front of, like, like 10,000 people before. Okay. Like, it is a horrific thing. It's a horrific feeling, and it's a real anxiety that I get, so some of it, it's like, you don't, and like, what if I see somebody that hits a nerve that, has harmed me before, you know?
yeah, it's these times that you want your friends with you, so that you don't have that fear that they're going to harm you.
Well, it's happened before where I thought I had my friends with me and they weren't my friends. I was telling Charlie about that yesterday, right? And Steve Steve left a band that he was in, and they play, professional musicians for 25 years. He left the band because of how they treated me and him in that situation. Okay, so like it is really hard when you feel like you have ride or die freaking people with you, and and they're there and they're supposed to be with you. It doesn't mean that they are. So
Well,
the fact that I feel safe enough here to like really express myself and put myself out there, that means like I really trust you guys.
yeah, but imagine what it'd be like if we were a band, all right? And they were with you at that time. Do you think it'd be the same?
I wouldn't.
Or
I
do you
don't think it would be the same. No, but it takes
yeah.
guts to do
Oh.
that, though. It takes guts to put yourself in that position where that could
Well,
happen.
you've got to have people around. Look, you know, if you know people, you know who's going to actually put themselves out for you. They're going to defend you, and you know which ones are just going to just run away.
Well, no, you don't know. You learn, but you don't know, do you? Because
You should.
I got
Steve was
nobody
in
like.
a band 25 years,
Yeah.
Oz. 25 years.
Yeah, you'd reckon that. Well, they're a bit limp then.
25 years of
Well,
guys that are
how
sitting
many in the
together.
band? What, the 5-piece band or something like that? You're going to need more than 5.
Okay, but
You know,
seriously, you
like
can
that.
have people in your lives your whole life, and you realize, like, holy shit, they weren't, like, you can perceive that somebody's there for you, but you don't always know.
Look,
That trust is built, but like it can collapse at any time too.
and
You
look,
gotta
there's
be realistic about that.
with bands. I was doing bands from the time I was 14 until the time I was 30, and rock bands. They can be quite toxic. They can be a very toxic little society.
Yeah,
You
but
know.
not like the point is that you don't always know that somebody is going to be there for you, even though they were there for you for a long time. It doesn't mean there's
And
no guarantee that it will continue.
The
We
backstabbing
lost a huge amount of people when this shit went down and people showed who their true colors were. I'm telling you, like thousands, okay? Like we know people, we've been around them for like all these years. We know them. They're our friends. They're the people that I would,
and
that I would say, hey, like if I needed something, any one of them would help me. They were our friends. They were close to us, but there was a smaller group within that really were like, the people that you call at 3 a.m. The person that is going to get you home safe if you
but
right.
on this one occasion, you got pretty badly betrayed. Yeah. So what was that?
By a lot of people too. We got betrayed by not just the band. It went farther than that.
So you got kind of turned on. Yeah.
Like it really, really sucks. And then, like you want to trust people and it's really hard sometimes. It's really hard to be able to do that,
Yeah.
and
I won't probe anywhere, but that sounds very specific. And have you had a chance to really sort of talk that out with someone? And
yeah, it's been years. Like this has been a few years at this point.
yeah.
Yeah, it's been talked out. Like that's not the thing, but like it is a true thing that happened. Like a lot, and that's like when we thought we had a tight knit group within the music community. I'm talking like how we are here, tight. You think that they're telling you the truth. You think that they're like that they have your back when you tell like when they say, "Hey, I love you." You think that that's true.
Yeah. Look, bands.
But it's bigger than a band, Oz. It's not just a band. It was a much larger family that extended past that. A really tight-knit community.
Are you talking about an event that happened while the band was on stage or in
I'm
public?
talking about it's the band and it's a larger group of people that it happened with also. Not just one incident. I'm talking about losing a lot of people when the COVID shit happened and with them disrespecting us and it's a whole big thing. They treated us like absolute garbage.
You're
And I don't
talking
want to
about
get into it
extended
now because
family,
we've been
right?
on for almost
Basically.
5 hours. But
Look,
like you when you have someone that you think is family and they do that to you, like like that is anxiety that is real and it's scarred.
yeah. Look, I have a big problem with rock bands. This is why I don't do them anymore.
But
I
it's not
could.
just the band. You're focused on just the band. It's not just the band. It's people within our larger circle that were not part of the band.
Okay, well, because just to separate that out, because bands have ulterior motives, and they have careers, and they've got their personal objectives, and it can be quite cliquey, and they can be really backstabby about all of that
Yeah,
stuff.
but no, they
Now,
were
if you
tight. They were friends.
you put that to one side and say, okay, now this is not about the band context, but it's about the actual social context that you got betrayed. Well, that's a different thing. Look, I don't want to press you for details. I think it's too personal, and this is too public.
Well, no, I would talk about it's just we've been on for almost 5 hours. I'm just getting tired, but
Yeah.
no, we're gonna do a whole thing about that because the way I feel about it is if they didn't want to be if they didn't want the truth to come out or they might be embarrassed by it if it like then they should have behaved better, like I'm not doing it out of a vengeance thing. It's out of like this is part of my process. Like I've already accepted it and dealt with it. Like it's years ago, but
it's illustrative that this can happen. Yeah, I mean, I can't really fully understand it because I'd need to know the nuances but yeah, I can see that it's badly affected you, and
But I've not let that stop me, is what I'm saying. It didn't stop me from like starting this channel and trying to open up and build our community. Like that I just learned from that experience. Always there's always a lesson in it, but it's a serious trigger when it becomes hard sometimes. Like you said before, you wanted to just like go away. Things can make you feel uncomfortable. in that way.
Yeah, well, I'm busting for a leak and I'm starving hungry, but I'm still here. Should I go? Okay, let's go with this. Let's see where this goes. And yeah, it's good. I think we've covered some good stuff. And yeah, you know,
So,
a lot
Charlie,
of
what do you think, Charlie?
Yeah, just got to keep educating ourselves, sharing notes, being gentle with ourselves. Just keep questioning everything.
Take our own advice. Take your own advice, right? That's what we always say.
Hey, my wise old mum once told me that people give you what they most need themselves.
Yeah.
And that's turned out true during my life is when people are giving you something, you say, "Whoa, this person's aware of this thing. How about we give it back?" Because that's probably what that person, it's in their mind. They know to give it, so they probably need it.
And see, that right there is perfect. That's the exact opposite of what we often wind up doing, where the person running away from their lion isn't seen, and it's like, you know what? Before the lion has come around the corner, all the people see is the person running. You know what I mean? That's the exact opposite. So just realizing that, coming to that understanding, and go, oh, okay, we get it, and then we can be there for one another. It changes everything. It really does. You know what I mean? I mean, it ain't going to change it overnight, but that's,
yeah, it might be selfish, but I need you guys too.
Listen, I've got to beg out now because I really need to go pee. And
yeah,
I haven't eaten. I mean, 5 hours it's been, has it? Gee.
Yeah,
I'm glad we did it though. I've learned a lot.
Yeah. We'll be doing it again. We'll just pick back up where we left.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming on. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for inviting me.
Always.
I appreciate that.
Good to see your nostrils, mate.
I know, right?
My ugly mug.
And I would tell you, if I saw a booger, I would tell you. That's who I am.
I've got one here. I've been saving it.
A radiant being you are.
Okay, guys, I love you.
I love you. Namaste,
Take
brother.
care. Much love, brother.
That's why Charlie's not on camera, guys. It's because he's got boogers up his nose.
Oh my God, I am a booger. One big booger.
Ew.
Thank you, Lucky, and thank you everybody for hanging out as always.
Yeah, you guys are really awesome. Trish Taylor, Phenomenal Mysticism, said, "Trish, you all make me feel less insane about the world." Yes, It's true. It is so true. I feel the same way. It's we talk about it, and every time we talk about things, even if they're really, really tough, we make them less taboo. We make that conversation less taboo, right? Because we have the conversation, or at least we start to have, some understanding, and we plant seeds where we can process it from here. We might not absorb all of it at that very moment, but it gives us a chance to kind of go, okay. And, our brains will process through it, even if we're not necessarily paying attention. I know my brain does that. I'll just it will just kind of I feel it doing its thing. It's all right, my brain's processing it.
Exactly.
And,
it's all all that we struggle with is so we just get in the way of the natural processes there because of our emotional responses and conditionings. And once we start examining these things, it softens things up, and you're just oh, and you find yourself laughing at shit that before you pissed or whatever, traffic. I think I've shared my road rage stories a little bit with you guys before, but it's
I used to be really bad with road rage, but I wasn't
Did you ever
an aggressive driver? I would talk to all the drivers. I'd be like,
"Oh my God,
fucker!
I would go off on these fucking rants. Like I not like I admittedly I would say shit in front of like Ryan when he was little or my ex-girlfriend's kids. And like I would be going, but you know how I am with like alliteratives, like I have a turn of phrase occasionally. It's like really funny. But I will go off on these like fucking rage-filled rants, but they're so fucking funny. Like I'll stop and for a second there's like silence in the car and then like everybody is laughing. Well, but when Ryan was
it was
little,
dash
oh my
cam.
God.
Like I wish everyone had dash cams then. That would be funny.
Dude, when
That
Ryan
would be
was
some
little,
content, man.
we're sitting in traffic one day and freaking Heather and I were up front, obviously, and we're like, bitching about traffic or whatever. And like all of a sudden, I didn't even realize because I'm bitching about something else that the light had turned green in front of us, but there was a car in front of us that hadn't gone yet. And I hear from the backyard, Ryan, and he was like, whatever, 4 or something, in like his best tough guy voice. He's like, green means go. Out of the back.
I used to ask Skyla, "Oh no, it's yellow. It means
oh my
speed
God,
up, speed up." And she'd be like,
so
"No,
fucking...
Mom, you're supposed to slow down." And I'm like, "No, speed up, speed up." Even if I wasn't gonna go through the light, I would always say that to her. I think she probably knows the rules of the road better than most people because I'm always saying like, that person had right away. What are you doing? You know,
$50,000 car didn't come with fucking directionals. Jesus, I want my money back.
Hey, I'm in a big old van. My van is like, I don't know, like freaking 7 feet tall or something. Big old 91 van. And she's metal. I have metal bumpers. Let them come at me with their plastic cars. You guys can buy me a new side panel. Absolutely. I need to do some work to that anyway. Oh my gosh. Yeah, people like, how do you not see a 15-foot van on the road? How do you not see that? I'm red. I'm dark. I'm a darker red. I'm more maroon. You know, the old Chrysler color, you know, the Dodge. But okay, like I'm 15 feet long. If I can navigate and drive my 15-foot van like it's a little car, then why can't you drive your little fucking car like a little fucking car?
Yeah, you factor in the level of distraction with which people are driving behind the wheel. They might as well be driving a fucking semi truck themselves, for Christ's sakes. They're so horrible. I told you, I saw somebody take their last breath one day. I watched a man turn fucking blue and die because this woman, she was a nun of all people. She wasn't paying attention and she drove a fucking tractor trailer truck off the road going down the southbound lane. We're in northbound lane, crossed the meridian right in front of us, had to reef on the brakes to keep from hitting each other, jackknife in the woods off to my right. And I hopped out of the car and was going to go and try and help. The guy was pinned between the dash and the fucking steering wheel because I had caved in on him, but there's some shit leaking out of the back of the truck and some knuckleheads who thought they were like, had a badge or something, like, you can't go down there or whatever. And I'm like, fuck it, they're stopping me from going to, because the person wasn't paying attention to something you would think that was like, you're talking about your van, let alone a big fucking, what was it, yellow? The one, the trucks marked, they say yellow on the side.
Like the rider trucks?
No, they're a bit, it's like a shorter, I forget how long it is, like a 20, 30 footer. Not a 45. Okay. Anyway, it was a good size fucking trailer truck, and I'm not laughing as it's funny. Obviously, it's
laughing is like our coping mechanism, right? Like it's like sometimes it's like fucking shit, man.
I mean, there's no text offender list, is there? How many people have been actually fucking killed that way too? We don't take anything fucking seriously in this culture. It's just it's fucking exasperating. I think that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. It can it can be really tough in that way. I was in a car accident when I was 21. That's why I have screws and rods in my lower back. So me driving in a car, I will get anxiety when other people drive. And that's because of, what I went through. And so a lot of times I'm like, no, I would prefer to be the driver.
I was just going to ask. Yeah.
And I have avoided some accidents, man. Holy
shit. Are you a terrible passenger? Are you a backseat driver? if you
Not
have to be a
really, but if I start to get like really bad anxiety, you'll see me like grab, you know what I mean, like the
Yeah.
thing. Like I don't do it on purpose. It's just
No,
a
I know.
natural, like, you know, I'll grasp. And I'm not like a backseat driver. No, I use, like, if something's like really scaring me, then I will speak up, you know.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not like, no, damn it, no.
Well, I'm not quite like that either, but I hate to be a passenger. It's like I take driving very seriously. I'm not as good as I used to be, I don't think, for lots of reasons, but generally speaking, I take it really serious. I did deliveries all over Western Mass for fucking decades, and you know, I take that shit serious, especially when I had somebody else's name on the door. I took it very fucking seriously. I always tried to act professionally, and I've seen some
Oh
really
yeah,
stupid
yeah.
and unnecessary. But oddly enough, in fairness, when I was younger, because I lived with such suicidal ideation, I didn't really attribute it at the time fully. I guess I understood it. I used to use the term suicide on the installment plan, but I drove like an absolute asshole when I was a kid, like 70 fucking miles an hour everywhere. I would do these runs that I tell people now, oh, I did the Kessel run and whatever, you know, like the Star Wars reference. They're like, fuck you. I'm like, ask this dude over here who was on the floorboard crying because we were going around corners sideways in a snowstorm.
I went from driving a
just
little like two-door
stupid.
Yaris with the hatchback, right? Like super tiny, could fit in the back of the van I have now. A lady hit me and like spun me out so bad that I went to it was a 99 Dodge conversion van, and that ended up being a whole fucking thing. It was ended up being totaled just by pulling away from a sidewalk because it was icy. The van moved towards the sidewalk, and it snapped the whole sway bar on the van. So because it was considered a collision, I got a payout for it. Like my insurance covered it. It was pretty crazy. I only had the van for like 6 months before I got, you know, Big Red, which I love this van. So yeah, it was crazy. And in that little Yaris, one time I was driving down like this really like narrow road, like it barely it's you're barely have enough room for the two vehicles, and like to my right is the freaking guardrail with the freaking like it goes straight down into the river, and I'm driving, and then all of a sudden this vehicle goes to pass the vehicle that's headed towards me. So now there's suddenly two vehicles coming at me where it's only enough for two vehicles to come, and now we're three wide is what's happening. And I literally came within inches of I was slowing down once that started to happen, but it happens, it was super fast. Like we could have died. Like I was inches from the guardrail, inches from the guardrail. His mirror went directly over mine. He was in like it was like a SUV. So like, my mirror and his mirror, and it went like right, like, and I wasn't even going that fast, but that truck was like, it was insane. Like I'm a really good driver. When I say spatially, I can, like I could have fucking wrecked if I got too close to that guardrail or that car. It was inches on either side. It was so fucking scary. And my friend was with me and his daughter that was like 16 at the time. And it was actually on Halloween. And he was like, I will never ever question your driving. And I had to pull over like right away. I was like, I'm like hyperventilating.
Yeah, man, adrenaline's
Oh
gonna
my
have to.
god, it was nuts. And that's like, that happened like, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 years ago. So like, this is long before my car accident that happened in 2001. So, long after, the car accident. So yeah, like talk about a trigger. No, I'm a very good driver. Like I pay attention,
I've been in, I think at least 4 major car accidents where the vehicle was destroyed. One time I was doing the speed limit, which was like 40 or 45. And I was coming up to this intersection, and there was a school bus sized moving truck turning in the intersection. So he had taken like a wide turn. He would, I'm going forward and he's coming from facing me. He was taking a left. So he's going to my right. So I slowed down a little bit to give that little bit of extra room. It was good timing. By the time I was at the speed where if he had cleared the made his turn, everything would have been fine. Except, yeah, that's great.
They're
Except,
like, he put too much firewood in the in the stove.
well, this truck
Hey,
had
why
finished its
not?
turn, but there was a woman who was in traffic behind this truck who fucking was in the intersection at the same it's a 1-lane turn, but she was making it out to be 2 lanes. So when the truck had cleared the intersection, there she was, magically all of a sudden appeared in the middle of the intersection. I see her, she throws her fucking hands up in the air, and I slammed into her head on, doing fucking almost 45 miles an hour. I sent her doing like circles, spinning over, and she went back into the lane she came from, facing the opposite direction. And the vehicle I was driving flipped over onto its driver's side, and I was watching the pavement go by my like 3 inches from my face at like 50 fucking miles an hour. Hey, I took the steering wheel to the chest so hard that it bent the steering back like a mushroom. And to this day, that was like I was 20 something. I was 22. And I'll be 51 in a couple of weeks. I still have a fucking spot in my chest where if you touch it today, it still hurts. I have no idea how the fuck I'm still alive. Some of my friends have done way less stupid shit and they're dead. But I've been into so many vehicles where, oh my God, should not even be here. I've had fucking shit fall off the top of freaking 30-foot ladder, hammers fall on my head.
You're here for a reason, Charlie Brown. You are, and you really make a difference.
The universe needs punching bags.
You need to know that. No. Listen, I've been through some fucking crazy ass shit in my life, and guess what? We're here for a reason. We are still here for a reason. Right? Remember, I have the semicolon under my daughter's name. Right? That semicolon means that when it could have ended, it didn't. And that is the worst place to ever get a tattoo. I don't know if you know that, but if you want some pain, that is the worst place to get a tattoo. That is where all these nerve endings go. And it sucks. And I did that to myself. It fucking sucked, guys. You have no idea. Oh, and I usually I'm a fall asleep getting tattooed.
I was going to say, I mean, at some point the pain becomes sort of exquisite, does it not?
That pain? That is not. I fell asleep during my started half sleeve, right? That's a lot of ink. That's like 15-20 hours. So I fell asleep during that. I fell asleep during tattoos. They're relaxing. I spent a lot of time in freaking tattoo shop. I love going, you know what I mean? I love running my machine. I love the hum of my machine. I'm like, yes. Now I got a rotary one, so it's a lot quieter. But, I love that. But that right there, whoo, man. That is the worst I've ever had. I have the top of my foot tattooed. I have, that was bad. I'll do it. I'll bring my tattoo equipment. I'll tattoo your wrist. You want to feel some pain? That's hitting all the nerves.
Would be most apt. I've had so many ideas for ink over the years. I just don't have the money. My ex actually started doing tattoos before she fucked off for out west, but I probably would have let her experiment on me. I have a couple ideas for some pretty cool ones, but I think I was telling you before off camera.
I tattooed a guy's balls before.
I was going to say.
I tattooed a guy's balls before. I don't know anyone else who's done that, but I had, and it's my ex, and it was fucking hilarious. There's a video of it. It's not like right up close or anything like that. It's from a distance, and it's his face like, oh, and I'm like, stop freaking moving. Don't touch there. I got it. It was funny. And I'm like, oh my God, I have like no sympathy for him at that point. I'm like, listen, you wanted me to do this? I'm going to do it.
My brother regretted that. He always had, what do you call it? The Prince Albert on his pud.
Yeah. Then you have to sit down and piss the rest of your life.
Right. But something happened where it freaking got like it broke free or something and it split his unit. And he sent me a fucking picture of it. I'm like, I never in my life needed to fucking see that. To this day, God rest you, damn it, Marcus. That was fucking hideous. I mean, I can't even imagine. I'm like, dude, why of all the parts on your body, would you ever think to fuck with your junk? No, thank you.
I mean, I have my nipples pierced, but that's
Yeah, he did
you know,
too. He was all about all that.
it's
I'm
worse
like,
for a guy, I think is what it is. That's what they would say. Well, guys don't handle pain as well as women already because we're the ones that give childbirth. So, like it's naturally part of our, our makeup or whatever.
yeah,
Um
exactly.
but yeah, like that is the worst, that's the worst piercing I've ever had. I mean, I've had both of my eyebrows done, I have my nose done, I have had my tongue done, I have my Monroe. Yeah, that was the worst piercing ever. Yeah, I remember I took Skyla when she was like in like, I don't know, like 7th grade. I don't remember. I took her out of school and took her to a tattoo shop and we got our noses both pierced together. And the lady at the shop was like, do you know how cool your freaking mom is? Like, she got you out of school and brought you to a tattoo shop to get a
Oh
freaking
my God.
piercing. And but when we went there, she was like, oh, do you have any, other piercings besides your Monroe? And I was like, well, yeah, I've had my tongue, I've had my eyebrows. And I was like, yeah, nipple. She was like, okay, nope, you had me there. You're fine. You'll be fine. That is painful.
I was 10 years old when I first pierced my ear at the frickin' was at the pizza
Oh
shop
yeah,
that we
I
used
have
to hang
like
out with. And a girlfriend of mine, not my girlfriend, but a girlfriend of mine had given me one of her studs, like a flat back stud. And I was sitting there in the booth while we were eating pizza, drinking soda, and I pierced my ear with a flat back stud, no ice or nothing. But at that time, I was in like punk was the big thing. And like my actual first concert I ever went to was like a Western Mass hardcore show. So it's like by the time I forget what grade that was, 5th grade or whatever, I had like my ear was pierced 10 times, which was kind of like a big deal back in the early 80s. But
yeah, I have mine done 3 times on each side. I have gauges too. These are a 0. Like they're stretched.
I just took mine out like in October.
They're pretty big.
I had some hoops, but I was gonna put them. I had still have three holes on either
Yeah,
side,
but
but I
that's how
figured,
big my earrings are.
ah,
They're a 0 gauge. My ear is got a huge hole in it. Yeah. Yeah, they're stretched. I wouldn't go to a 00 because you can't go back from that. And my friend has them, and uh his ears get really cold in the winter. He has to like wear little like earmuff like things or something over his ears. No.
apparently Aram had a snap put on his pecker so he can tuck it to the side.
What?
Very industrious of you, sir.
Oh, that's funny. Oh my god. Oh, we should go off soon. It's a long stream. Oh, everybody put out some positive vibes for Yona, and he's not feeling very good. So we're hoping that possibly we'll be doing a stream tomorrow night, and I think he wanted to cover the like CBD, ganja, and the like how that was effective, how that was affecting COVID and everything like that. It's funny because he told me that like way earlier in the day, and then I hear Shonda say that they're covering it on Roar on Thursday. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully he'll feel better and want to do a show. But yeah, a lot of times I just say, Yona, what do you want to do? Or Charlie Brown, what do you want to do?
And here we are, 4 hours, 5 hours later.
Yeah, 5 hours and 15 minutes. It's okay.
So Yona met the Rona, but like a good stona, he knows to just kick back.
You got a rhyme.
I don't have a rhyme to finish that, but you know how it goes.
Hey, he could probably pick it up and do it. Just remember,
better.
we're at 5 hours and 16 minutes. So that's where, if you want the timestamp, that's the timestamp. If you want him to finish that, if you don't remember.
Yeah, we don't have freaking public transportation for shit around here either, Trish. You're lucky. I've often said if I could park the car and have, good, reliable public transportation, I'd rather. I parked my car for a couple of years when I was landscaping a number of years ago, and I just rode my bicycle back and forth to work. It was like I was getting a free workout at work, and then it's of course around here, because the town I live in has to be a bunch of pretentious touch holes and refuse to accept the state's matching funds to build a bike path on the old railroad that passes through town. Because now we have the bike path on the town on either side of us, but they refused it here. So now people have to get off the bike path in the town on either side of us and ride the little freaking couple feet of, a breakdown lane on the highway to get to the next. It's so fucking stupid. Because they were afraid like all the Puerto Rican people from the town next door were going to show up and steal their big screen TVs on their bicycles and stuff. There's a bunch of racist fucking knuckleheads over here. I swear to Christ, you could pick my town up, pluck it up, and except for the accent, place it back down over in West Texas somewhere, and you'd never be able to tell the difference with their values and shit. I live in Trump country. My town is full of fucking knuckleheads. God bless them, but I don't understand. Working class, and they don't get it. Shoot themselves in the foot, but a whole other subject for another time, I guess.
We're not talking 2024 here, okay? We're not talking
there ain't gonna be no
politics.
2024 at this point.
Oh my gosh. Yes, piercings can be a vanity thing, but they can also be a very spiritual thing. And to me, that's like, my gauged ears, that is a spiritual thing. If you look at, it's more of a, and it's symbolic, like when I got my nose done with my daughter, that was like, it was our bonding thing and stuff. It wasn't really about vanity. That's why I have my hair in locks. It's, it is, it's kind of washing away, your ego. Embrace that messy hair. You don't like it? Fuck him.
That's the only reason I didn't put my hoops back in after I took them out in October, is those were like the first pair I can remember that I bought myself. And I was figuring, because like all the other jewelry I have is just like my altars here at home. It's like, it's all about the love that's come into my life to just remind me that I've had love in my life, even if it's from people who are past, like trinkets and jewelry. But it's like I said, the first time I pierced my ear is because my friend, she gave me one of her earrings and I thought it was cool. It made me feel good. You know what I mean? So it's like, the jewelry that I've worn in my life, even when I had a necklace for a little while, was all made up of pieces people had given me, and I strung it all together. And my friend Cameron, she was from the Christmas Star commune in Mexico. She had escaped because her ex showed up looking to kill her and burnt the whole fucking commune down, and she was running for her life. And we wound up hooking up at with the Rainbow family, and she made me this beautiful teardrop amethyst crystal. She wrapped it in sterling silver and said, "This is protection from black magic." And she gave it to me, and I didn't take it off for 3 years. One single piece of hemp string, and it didn't come off. I didn't take it off once in like freaking 3 or 4 years. And then I finally took it apart, and I made like an engagement string out of it and gave it to my ex.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
This one over here, this one is abalone. It's another way for me to kind of have like, crystals with me too. This side is abalone, and then this one is like, I don't know, it's like probably like, it's just some sparkly like diamond like type one, but it was my friend Sienna's that passed away. Like it'll be 3 years on February. So yeah, here's one of hers. And so I just, I lost the other abalone one. So I wear that one. It's all sparkly. I wear 2 different ones. I've lost a couple of them. I have some really beautiful ones. I have one that they're made from jackfruit. They are carved like wood or whatever from jackfruit.
Cool. Like the pit. Yeah, nice. That's cool.
And so I really love
when
those.
people do that.
Yeah, it's freaking, I'll have to put them in and so I can show you guys. And I have like, organic cow horn with abalone laid into it and stuff. I lost one of those, so it's freaking, these suck. They suck. If they're not screw back, a lot of times you can lose them easy. But yeah, I kept the one that I have. I'll mix and match them or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, phenomenal. I'm actually in Western Mass, which everybody thinks is liberal or whatever, but fucking they're so full of shit around here. It's not even funny. The lack of self-awareness in the 5 college area is fucking monumentally mind-blowing. Like I was explaining this to my cousin who chimed in a couple streams ago. She's out in California, and I was explaining to her my situation and a lot of shit going on around here. And she's like, "I thought I was liberal around there." I'm like, "Yeah, they thought so too. They're a bunch of fucking hypocrites, but what are you going to do?"
Yeah, they're all basically the same. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, it's sad, man. Like I said, like it's interesting from like I said, like sort of an anthropological perspective. Like you all here seem to see, hear, and believe me, you get what I'm talking about. Largely, it's like our experiences often resonate, and yet all these people around here claim to be all high-minded and whatever. They have no self-awareness. They certainly aren't seeing their own lines, let alone my own. And everybody loses out on this. That's why it was really nice to hear you, Oz, shine back a little bit of that, something I shared helped you in your work. That's the whole point. And it's like, that's the whole point of like, if we had restorative justice versus, I don't know, whatever you want to call that we have now, it's just us, just ice. You know what I mean? There's no healing. There's no growing. It's just this stagnant.
Well, there's none. There are bubbles of people that are doing things like what we are doing. Remember, you pointed that out.
I'm just talking about from my personal
maybe not
situation
enough.
right now. I'm
There's not enough of us that are doing it, but we are. We're doing it. We got to give us credit too.
Right.
Like we can't exclude ourselves. We got to be inclusive of ourselves, and I don't know, where's Norfolk County in Mass?
It's towards Worcester.
I am
Norfolk.
so bad about like.
Isn't it one of the bigger prisons in Massachusetts over in Norfolk County?
Like I'm in southeastern Connecticut.
What's that jail in Mass where they have the debate team from the prison always beats the shit out of all the Ivy League debate teams? They have a really good, or used to at least have a really good educational. Somebody I did time with back this way was from out that way, and he was telling me actually it was actually a pretty, as far as prison experience goes, at least they gave them opportunity for higher education and had some level of fucking humanity involved in the process, as such as the whole shit situation.
Charlie, do you see this?
Right on, brother. Thank you. Namaste. You too.
I text him and tell him things like that. Yeah. He can't ignore it if I text him. You gotta read it then. Oh my goodness. I know you can probably hear me saying it in my brain to you too,
Well, like I said, I don't mean to keep. It's just, it's not like anybody here can do anything about it. But like I said, I'm like fucking. My life is not looking good for the future right now, simply because of, well, not simply, but there's no community, there's no understanding. I've reached out to like everybody I can think of to help me in the fucking current situation I'm in, and I was really kind of monumentally disappointed. Some people chose to let propaganda get the better of them, and it just, these things have real world repercussions when people turn their back on one another in modern society and effectively want to banish people and shit. And like I said, if I didn't give a shit about my life or how my life and my behaviors and whatever everything has affected other people, I could perfectly understand this reaction from my community and so-called lifelong acquaintances and friends and whatever. But to be in the position where I am, to like done everything I fucking can to make things right, and to have everybody just pretend for the sake of convenience, a projection, so they don't have to look at their involvement and all that. Like I said, it's a sad trend that's been all along in my family's, everything that happened after my dad was murdered. It's like the trend never ended. And so it's been this sort of almost like Charlie horse effect where there's like a cramp. I don't know. Something ain't right, and I can't fucking figure it on my own. So that's why I bitch about stuff. But it doesn't really make any sense at some point, I guess, because ain't nobody.
Don't say nobody lives. That's the point. We do relate with you. That's
not every. It's true. Not everybody lives. You know what I mean? These are the real world ramifications of modern day banishment and ridiculousness of people basically being infantile in their understanding.
We will address that though. We will go back into this because this is a really important topic.
I don't want this to be misconstrued by me saying this, but if I don't make it through this current situation, I want everybody to understand that the reason I've been sharing all this is just this, is because not everybody makes it through these sorts of situations. Like we talk about, doing our best in our work and rallying the forces and doing everything we can. Sometimes it's not enough because the bigger situation is that fucked. You know what I mean? The powers that be, the situations that are, the narratives that exist that fuck with our heads, have real far-reaching real-world implications that take lives. You know what I mean? And I'm in this to win this. I've been fighting, but it's like, if I don't make it, go back and listen to some of the shit I've said and see how this might make sense.
Well, that's why you got to write it down as a book. But we're gonna go
I'm
out
just
on
saying,
a positive note,
you know what I mean?
because we love you, Charlie.
I love you guys
And
too. I thank you. I'm just
Corn
saying. You know what I mean?
Unicorn says that does interacting on live streams mean I'm really not a hermit? I'm so disappointed in myself. Yep.
Have you failed your hermit correspondence course, sir?
And Phenomenal Mysticism is going to join a stream someday. Phenomenal. I hope that we get to meet up someday. You can't be that far. I know Charlie's not far from me, and Choozy's not far from me.
I'm in Hampshire County, so if that's like neutral ground between Norfolk, which I would assume probably would be, that's, if y'all want to come here, we can hang and cook up some grub and coffee and smoke or tea or just visit or whatever. I got a big yard. It's going to waste.
I'm going to bring red balls and throw them at you while
Cool.
you're sleeping.
This house used to be like full of, like, you know, we had people here, and it's like over the year, I always had dogs and cats, and it's like, it's just me and taking care of my ailing stepfather and 2 rescue cats, and things aren't looking good in a lot of ways. I'm just trying, and it's just weird to, like, you see again, another just one lived example of, like, seeing how the effects of all this lockdown shit is ill affecting all of us. You know what I mean? You can just see and feel the ramifications of it are fucked.
Okay, Norfolk County, Mass. includes the town of
Oh,
Stoughton.
Foxborough.
Huh?
You guys probably went and saw the dead at Foxborough once or twice, I imagine. I never got down there, but
Yeah,
we're not that far away. I'm like over in like the greater Northampton area, generally speaking.
And you guys need to remember that you're all remember, Rick Overton gave us a name. We're Baritonians. I'm about to find that clip of that video so I can play it for you. It was his Happy New Year, and he named us Baritonians. And I love all of you I can't even say it. Burrito-turians. Wait, you gotta say it, Charlie. What is it? What is it? How do I say what we are?
You keep making me laugh. I can't say. Burritonians.
Burritonians.
Here, exclusively on Dirty Burrito After Dark.
Yeah, and New York City is closed too, so we're gonna have to see it. And Horny Unicorn
There you go.
has a room in.
Well, give me something to live for, gang. Party at Chuck's house.
Yeah, let's have a party. I'm really good at parties.
And vice versa, Unicorn.
I always bring party favors, y'all.
If you decide you want to split odds, you could come and barbecue over here, brother.
All right. We are going to say goodnight to y'all. We thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us. It means the world to us. And I'm so glad you guys come and you're real with us and you're raw and you question, things with us and, speak authentic because, that's what we need. But we love you all.
Much love, Deb. Good night. Thanks for hanging out, all.
So...
Thank you for sharing trading notes.